All right. Let's get started. How you all doing this morning? How you all doing? How you doing? See, I know how to do that because I'm a New Yorker. How you doing? Oh. I just dated myself like a skinny 15-year-old with bad acne. All right, first full day of trial of defense, putting on its case in chief. Are we going to see Alex Murdaugh testifying? Are we going to see it? Is it going to happen? Everyone wants to know. Everyone want to know. Are we going to see it today? When you're talking about what day this is of the trial, just so you know, I'm not going to kid you. I mimicked on counting days Emily Baker, and I think she includes 2 days of the first 2 days of jury selection. So she and I are like 2 days ahead of everyone else. So this reads as day 21, but I followed Emily Baker. Nick followed Law and Crime and called it day 19. So I don't care what day you call it. I call it Tuesday the 21st. So there you go. Getting ready to get started. And joining me right out of the gate, my good friend Andrew. How are you? I can't hear you.
Check.
That's better. That's much better.
How's that?
Yeah, that's
too
good.
hot now?
No, we're good. Okay. We're good. Yeah. How was your weekend, brother?
How was my weekend?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that question, and I'm going to show more concern than James O'Keefe claims he shows his own employees.
Yeah. Well, yesterday one of my kids ended up in the hospital, so that wasn't great. But It turned out not to be something too critical. So,
thank God for that.
But it was exciting. Yeah.
Son, daughter.
Oh,
I'm glad she's okay.
Yep, she's home. Going to school. Good. So it's all good.
Okay, good. All right. So it looks like we're probably here. I'm probably going to be hosting this all week because Nick was saying on his stream last night he's going to be in Vegas, obviously through Sunday, probably into Monday, I assume, because he's doing his show on Sunday night. You're joining him on Sunday in Vegas, right?
I am. In fact, this might. I think tomorrow morning I have other obligations, so I won't be able to join a live stream tomorrow morning. I might be able to join in the afternoon. I'm not sure.
Look,
and then Thursday and Friday I'm gone for sure.
Okay, I'm thrilled to have you whenever I can have you. I plan on stepping into the breach and going forward here. So I assume I'm going to be streaming this trial at least through Monday because Nick said that Vegas is 3 hours ahead of us on the East Coast. It's going to be 6:30 in the morning. And he's expecting to basically be drunk at 6:30 in the morning every morning for the next week. So I'm expecting to be covering this trial basically as long as it goes or through Monday, which I assume. How long do you think this thing's going to go? How long do you think the defense is going to go?
Forever.
I can't imagine we'll get a verdict before Monday. So I think that we're looking. Could it happen? I guess, but I'd be surprised. But I imagine
the problem is,
be here.
The state presented 3.5 weeks of testimony, and a lot of it is very confusing, kind of hand waving, smoke and mirrors, cell phone data, GPS stuff that I think the defense really has to attack, or they run a risk that I've said it before. It's like those old drawings they used to have around the holidays where it looked like a bunch of squiggly lines and you had to stare at it and unfocus your eyes a little bit and like an F-16 fighter plane would appear in the image. The jury might do that. So you really have to destroy that, bring clarity to how shaky all that testimony is.
I want to welcome those of you who join me from Legal Vices. I expect him to join me soon.
Good morning.
And good morning.
I have two issues. I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who's not feeling well and who
juror
is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441.
You're going to lose another one?
That juror is not here.
Another one bites the dust.
How many alternates do they have? You know?
They started with 6, but I can't remember how many. They got rid of at least
We'll need
3.
to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror.
I hope his foreman bites it.
Took place
Not
of
in any way
220.
like terribly harmful to that individual, but you just show him it.
Any
Like,
comment, state or the defense?
Court's indulge just one moment.
What are they going to say?
Remember, I apologize, Your Honor, 441.
Maybe someone heard it from your side.
The question would be, has she indicated she's too ill to be here, or she's just gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by?
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Did it come from the clerk's office?
they might be getting nervous that they're running out of alternates.
From the jury coordinator?
I mean, they can't have a situation where they're down to like the bare minimum, and all of a sudden one of the remaining ones has, a heart attack.
Every other juror is thinking,
Yeah, the
that's all it
juror
took was a
coordinator
doctor's
come
appointment? If only I'd known.
No, that's the court. That's not my feed, or at least it's either the court. It's law and crime, I think, presumably shutting this down. And good morning to you, Sheila. She laws.
She laughs.
She laws. She laughs. She laughs. There we go.
Sherry.
No objection.
It is my pleasure. Thank you, Steve Suter. Sauter. It really could be out there. That's not on me. Did you know that Rumble now has pop out?
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's.
Very excited by that.
On. Certainly, I don't
know
have
what that
any objection
means.
either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, if she's at the doctor's appointment, I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing, but obviously she's not here and not feeling well, so that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you're going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And it's just the ways that we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while. So we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
Madam Juror.
Let's go.
Jury coordinator, what,
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick? We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday. Probably late day Friday. And then I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and if that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may
Just
be
hold
finishing
on
early
one
next
week.
and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to.
Don't start playing hooky on us now, thinking you got another month here. We'll be out of here in a week. That's basically what he's saying. I don't
Of course,
trust
that's all
this juror.
predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication
I'm
from a
not taking
juror?
offense to the way he pronounces juror.
Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Down the general session, she took the message and they said they weren't feeling good this weekend and that he has a doctor's appointment.
All right. So it's the same as the other juror who,
Back. Come on, law and crime. You can do this. Fix it up.
ended up in the emergency room and we replaced that juror. So
Yeah, okay. We can
juror.
But they even call it
Out of the three, we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number
closed
out of the
caption
box?
says
None from the state,
juror.
Your Honor.
Nothing from the bench.
See who we have. Tell us who it is, juror number.
Uh-huh. So pop-out chat means instead of having to keep a whole tab open, you can actually pop the chat out, and it's a narrow little thing that you can.
Oh.
I can just sort of move around. It's way more convenient because this way I can monitor rumble rants much more effectively.
All right, juror number
Without blocking my whole
530
screen.
will become part of the
Oh yeah, look at
regular
that.
panel.
It's a nice
Cool,
little
cool.
update. Yeah, I'm reading Wah by the Prince. Great book.
Secondly, I've been receiving over
Oh, that
the
was she
past
laughed. Whack.
2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin commenting upon witnesses' testimony and quality
Oh,
of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning. Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy or?
Judge is
Your
mad.
Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted the article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
That's great.
We had an NBA player who retweeted an article,
What?
professional basketball player who
I want
retweeted
to
an
find out about
article
this whole Tweetgate.
that resulted
I
in
got
him
it.
being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and
Are you
cost him
crazy,
about
Judge?
$10 million in salary.
I'll put it in the private chat.
So retweeting
There
is
you
the
go.
same as, to some, as if you,
No, under
No,
laws
your
of
tweet.
defamation.
It
Just a
appeared,
retweet, no,
I didn't know
retweet.
that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but
Yo, Joe.
Hey, everybody.
just appeared on
Connect
my,
the microphone. Gotta-
under
There we
Twitter.
go.
First
There you
thing up this morning was you. We had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness.
Oh, I'm
and it was
totally
someone
retweeting
else
this
by the
now.
Same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So,
Retweet the article, no question about it.
well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that. And whereas
The article says,
the rule does not specifically
he
state
quotes this
that
article where he wrote, Alex Murdaugh
lawyers are
trial
prohibited
reveals a
from
sloppy investigation.
criticizing
I understand the judge being annoyed.
witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Keinert, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give
Well, it got retweeted now, Judge.
me or the general public or
Calling Barbara
hopefully
Streisand.
never land in the hand of a juror who, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers.
Obviously.
But it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
And Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir.
So basically, he did nothing wrong?
Anything else before the jury comes?
I mean, I can understand why the judge would be annoyed
Nothing
by
from the
this.
state, Your Honor.
Well, that's
Nothing
why
for
you
the
issue
defense, Your Honor.
orders at the beginning of the trial.
Okay. You will
Guess who brought it to the
bring
judge's
jury.
attention, I bet. Prosecution.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he basically made the state's case look pretty sad. So,
All right. I had to make my own blood pressure go up with that stupid crime scene recreationist guy who Law and Crime was saying was the star witness who owned the courtroom, who put Harpootli in Slicky Dick, they called him, which you should never say. You should never call someone Slick Dick. But yeah, they put him in his place. I could not believe that. I don't know what people are watching a different trial than me, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and if you just joined the trial, if you could hit like and subscribe, I am marching towards 100K, and that's to become my mantra for the week. I'm going for 100K this week. I'm gonna have up to 10,000 watching me at a time. My goal is 100,000 on YouTube and 10,000 on Rumble, which I know they're audacious goals, but this is really within reach. So you have an opportunity to be within that first 100,000 followers.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Your day number 21.
See, he calls day
Now
21.
the defense's case. As you all might know, one juror is missing, absent, and that juror has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 530. Juror number 5.
I still can't believe they told the jurors which ones were alternates.
All right, juror number
that's
530.
really weird.
One of the
Because
first 12 men.
They usually don't do that till after the trial.
Member of the regular jury
Because
panel.
if you're an alternate, you're almost
And,
definitely going to be zoning out 90% of the time.
We'll press on with our case and
appointing
we'll not
the
have
judges
much more
randomly
attrition.
point in the middle of the trial, appointing the foreman. That was kind of
understandable
weird too, I
along
thought.
this case
Yeah,
goes.
it was.
We'll proceed
So
now
the jury,
with the
because they
defense's
rebelled.
case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Buster.
Oh, wow.
Buster
He's a
to the
junior.
stand.
We learned his real name. He's Junior, which is odd in the South. You'd think they'd just call him Junior. Oh my Lord!
Raise your right. Do you swear
died
or
having
affirm the
son.
testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
That is not the natural color of anyone's hair.
You'll have a seat up on the witness stand.
Soulless.
Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Wow.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., Murdaugh. I go by Buster.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at the defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born? Where you raised? Where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie
Yes, sir.
and your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits,
Yes,
the
sir.
town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? What did you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every little league team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors mostly, hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right.
Alex's
Did he also play
expression is
sports at times?
perfect.
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you're growing up?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one. And then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
Right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
yes, sir.
You remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just kind of, it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Eddystone?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Eddystone?
Very frequently during the summertime, almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school or
Yes.
school? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college,
Okay.
which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay. So sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part
That's right.
because of the hurricane damage. Is
Yes,
that-
sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah. So the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres. And a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that. But a big portion of it is has road systems and everything. And it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other. And, we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
What type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
everything, deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And So we've,
2 witnesses brought by the state.
we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. You know, we plant food plots
And
for the
bodies.
deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we, would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did, what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did shotguns,
Do you have 12 gauge shotguns?
12 gauge shotguns, 20 gauge shotguns, 16 gauge shotguns, 28 gauge shotguns.
Did you have? Yes.
And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo
collecting?
did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart used that day, left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else. And sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
You remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And we say black and tan. What part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock maybe?
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
This is important because there's a whole question as to whether
I'm not going to pull these guns
why that
out,
gun
but
is not on the
there's
rack anymore.
Been just
When the replacement should be there according to the state.
Jury has seen a 12 gauge Spinelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized. So it's
Murderized.
to replicate, a more alive duck.
And did you,
Paging
why
Dr.
does
Floyd.
your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy and in the box it came with a sticker. And I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way you know that's your gun.
That's right.
I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point,
Okay.
just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir. I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock steel waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
He sounds very competent and credible.
The jury's heard
So much more focused.
testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns. And that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance. And that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it. And those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox. And also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed.
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
And if you're going to Almeda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
In 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or,
I was down at Edisto a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
You're saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and Moselle,
Yes, sir.
and you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And then once school got out, you know where Paul relocated to?
Anywhere? No, not exactly. I know that. I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Ogatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
Right.
stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart.
And for what purpose?
For my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, he was.
What kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that in a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I think.
Yes, sir. It's what grandchildren called him. Well, it started as grandchildren called him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby.
Yes, sir.
And they lived close by. Is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Almeda.
And in relation to, I guess, Hampton, where's Almeda?
So straight down 278, like you're going to Yemisi.
Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And you know roughly how far of a drive it would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20. 25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. You know, get out everybody, rent a big house, you know, meet up on the water on the weekends. Just a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So he had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
And the families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichesi that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichesi.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichesi River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, you know, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
No, there's a new poll, which motivated someone to say, "What up, my knitters?" The poll asked whether you hit like and subscribe yet, and one was Word, and the other is I only sub to knitting channels. This is not me, obviously. This is Law and Crime being very, very classic cuckish. So there you go. What up, my knitters?
In the middle of this riveting testimony, nonetheless.
Oh, God, come on. I think I should look elsewhere. Let me see. Oh, there we go.
What times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When
He actually used the word
your mother
mosey.
go
That's
with
cool.
your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your
Yeah,
grandparents?
yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah,
Alice?
Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, well, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings. Where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like a ordinary afternoon visit, parking, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, a dining table. It's got a TV in there. And then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please. That's in evidence. '24, I believe it is.
So now, Buster is serving as a character witness, which the defense is allowed to bring character witnesses. He's probably going to be crossed about all the crimes. And did you know about all these crimes or all these different shady activities that your father was asked about? Because the state can only introduce character testimony in rebuttal.
So, Buster, this is
even though this whole trial
from State's Exhibit 524, which is evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Almeda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them when they seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It would be helpful if they actually showed evidence that Alex had parked there frequently in the past. Because based on the state's evidence, it looks like he parked there to hide the guns or clothing or stuff like that. That's why he parked all the way in the back of the Almeda
130 to 136.
That's an interesting question that a rumble ran here from the shoulder tank. How fast did you drive down that road?
Identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about off the back corner of the house at Almeda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right. And if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? Or what would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you. So you normally call and say like, "Hey, I'm at the front. I need to be, let in." And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk it's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm gonna show you Exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug. So, Yana, can you step down off the stand and point to the jury where? So Buster, step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same.
This doesn't help long
Same
crime.
stairway to go.
I don't know what he's
that.
pointing at.
So you'd park in the grass
Yes, sir.
and near that satellite dish, or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah,
Objection.
Where would you park in
Leading.
relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was. Now-
Petty objection.
Hang on, Buster. I'm sorry. Come back. What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And and what's in the cook shed?
A couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, a couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. Can you pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here? Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
It's old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please. Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me. And I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudovsky extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So, Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, at 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to Mom. Do you see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 1:41, please, Doug, at 1:41:33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex, not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1 minute 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right. And page 16 at 1:55:40. If you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug. Says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alec Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah. So this was about I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot, and I was up in Rock Hill, and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal
Yeah, just
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh,
that's right.
talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's normal, because why would he remember it? It really was just a normal day.
If you go to page 24, Doug, at 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42, your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right. And then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, Looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call. Buster answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay. And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32 at 6:52:13 p.m., please. Pull that up. Thank you. So this entry says Alec Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter, 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir. He would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
And then we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 908:58. And it says, Alec Murdaugh, iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now, who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 908:58. And then at 9:10:47, there's an entry that says, Alec Murdaugh calls Buster. And it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Well, you're a bit late.
Pardon?
I don't open the door to anything else. I'm reacting to hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to.
Well, hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to
Can't make up his mind.
to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would. Yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock. We did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir. Would
Can't leave the witness.
no, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay, well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother
That's not the
always
answer
have
they
the phone
wanted.
on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a
Bad
yellow
dog.
lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was,
Okay.
on his
Just like
P's
your
and Q's.
girlfriend.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was
How big was he?
probably 6'4", 250, 260.
And now he's 6'4".
See, I can't figure out his height.
Excuse me, Buster, were you aware
All
that
this
your
6 foot
dad had
stuff is what it
um,
says, but looking at all the
opioid?
pictures next to everybody else must be.
Giant.
A little bit. I knew
True.
a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that
Get out in front of it,
that
that's
either
good.
my brother
Yeah.
and mom had found them at some
Yeah.
point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these." And I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it.
That's right. Yes, sir.
So this is important as far as establishing it wasn't a new revelation to the family.
And when he was confronted with
But he had to
about
kill his
pills, what
family
was
to
his
silence
attitude?
them.
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills, but I mean, I've never heard anything, just,
Confrontation.
apologetic and,
Right.
sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular, kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it, stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
Right.
like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that.
Once
It's not
you're,
really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right.
any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Shotguns, 12
Father.
paces.
Show patience with you and your brother.
Yes, sir, he would.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about, our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. Just people sending random messages, and
Like
I
me
would
and
talk
Joe's
to him. I know a
comments.
lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, in a bar and
You let your
there's
girlfriend
somebody that wants
drive.
to talk about it and make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The
You're just a dumb knitter, Joe.
what was
I never saw it going that way. And this comment
what
is
was your
totally
mother's
true.
reaction to all the negativity of surrounding the boating accident?
It it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, primarily living at Moselle, she quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton. Just thought that there was a real, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like she
Right.
felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shop?
She moved over to Walterboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
No response.
I don't care.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's
He really
civil
got it out there.
litigation about the boating accident has been a big part of the state's case. He's a party to the litigation.
Overruled the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But
your
before
boyfriend
she
sued?
was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
That's not
Maybe.
honest answer.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay.
Of course he was sued. Come on.
Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million. So
All right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
he didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that
supported him in his criminal case because, you know, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Bad.
I hope it's Kalila.
Gonna show it.
I hope it's Kalila.
Good stuff.
Shut
Let's
up,
now
shut
talk
up.
about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiowee with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, you know, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends.
That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you Defendant's Exhibit 123, and I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
John, we move Defendant's Exhibit 123 in the evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. Let's take a look at that.
It's a birthday dirge.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
It's good to fly.
Your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
And that was a group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day.
That's right.
Okay.
27th, maybe.
The
27.
Then the following weekend there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
Regional.
a regional?
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Day before
And,
the murders.
And then on June the 7th, we
He's
went
working
through
his way into the day
host of
murder.
number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. and he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah. My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us. And when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there. Lee Cope was there. Mark Ball was there. Austin Crosby was there. William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
Sure.
what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Almeda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What'd you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Almeda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the, I don't know. Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall. And I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but certainly could have happened.
The housekeeper testimony about
When you,
the mysteriously disturbed T-shirts.
Got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just
Did
go back.
did Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Almeda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Almeda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
You know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Yeah, Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Almeda back?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and T-shirts and stuff.
Do you think your dad killed your brother?
After you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. You remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Almeda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Almeda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
property. And how far is it from Almeda?
To Greenfield,
Yeah,
a couple minutes. I mean, not
close
very.
by. Close
Yeah,
by.
right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
You ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time,
Yes, sir.
except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday.
Yes, sir.
And then that Sunday was a funeral for your grandfather. I'm
Grandfather.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you went to. Did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed things that we're objecting on the hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'm not introducing 129 and offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection. That's the step.
All right.
But it's for ID. But I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to Hey, I want to ask you that Defendant's Exhibit 129 marked for identification purposes refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Well, tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection. When did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th through the Kiwi trip. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Right, you're losing the
Did you
jury.
have any
Wrap it up.
discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to.
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
An offer is not hearsay. It's offer.
The objection is sustained.
Did
That's a valid sustain.
Be tricky, Jim.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what it marks as Defendant's Exhibit 126. And ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release about the reward.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 to the evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug? And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, it can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's a, in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the,
Yeah, do you remember your dad
Yes,
going off
sir.
to detox, roadside shooting?
yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and then went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Almeda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi, or
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
you have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Do you have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna, do you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Your Honor, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Did
Like the blue tarp.
do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine, or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
Schuster should die for.
I have no idea what clothing my sons wear. Vineyard Vine. I have no idea. Do you know what
My
your
first
family
Vineyard
members-
Vine shirt the other
And,
day,
you can take that down, Doug.
or at least first time I recognized one. But their shoes are good, huh, Jeff?
Could be.
Are they uniquely
Sometime
recognizable?
in
That's a Vinnie
August,
Vine shirt.
did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in August of, in 2021?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Do you know if you were in was there a house that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom house right there.
And did your dad stay there?
He did.
I don't know if we mentioned that as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything where you're getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present.
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad? You know.
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sit back and today is so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did them so bad. They did them so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
Be funny.
One second,
Holy
Your Honor.
crap! He did say "I," didn't he? Oh my
But I'm
god!
lost out.
It's a weird thing for everyone to listen to an audio and have the guy tell us what he's saying instead of us hearing it for ourselves. It's a little strange. But I guess it's an opportunity for
Just very
him
briefly,
to testify about the hearsay.
Russell,
what
you've
his
heard
dad
testimony during this trial that your
said. He
dad
frequently said they did
was
him so bad.
stealing
Because always it's hearsay.
money from clients.
It's a nice
You
little
don't
end
know
around
anything about that.
Jim
No,
Griffin
sir.
did there.
And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out? You've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it, make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
All right.
Oh, great.
Thank you. That's all I have. Now.
You can see James from
Take a
court
break
behind
now,
Alex.
ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
All right.
Well,
Well, there you go. Okay. So let's pop you out here. How are you, gentlemen?
Murdaugh's testimony wasn't
No,
so much trying
I
to
don't wanna
say,
hear you.
my father would never have done this.
Stop it. No one cares.
They'll ask on redirect.
So that waters down the.
Yeah. Let me just take care of that. Pop that out. All right. So, gentlemen, thoughts?
Started to drag a bit here and there, but much more direct than anything the state's been doing. Much less histrionics, shouting, hand waving.
I mean, well, Joe, you seem to think he's going to go hard on cross-examination.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is a victim. Any way you slice it, his mom and brother killed, so that might hold him back. I think he'll go hard because this is character testimony. So just to clarify, for those of you who,
Is it? Is it? He didn't ask him, "Do you think your father did this?" That would be character testimony. He just asked him about personal knowledge, where he went, what they did. That's not character evidence.
I mean,
maybe the stuff about did they fight.
Yeah, there was enough. I remember hearing testimony that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This judge is going to allow it anyway. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I'm saying is, but he's allowed to look. The defense is allowed to bring in character witnesses. I think they definitely opened they opened the door for rebuttal about that on the basis of him being a character witness, and with those questions about the style of parenting and nature of relationships that they have, that's all character testimony. And I think that I would be very surprised if we don't see it's not going to be Creighton Waters, it's going to be that other yokel who's going to be based on who was objecting.
But what are they going to go hard on? I mean, what would the questions be? Like, do you know about your dad's financial misconduct? He already said he didn't know.
Right, but it's basically. I'm just saying. I think they're going to go like item by item. Did you ever think your dad was You said that you knew that he was using drugs. Did you know it was $50,000 a week worth of drugs? Did you know that it was? I think that they're going to go. They're going to list off every illicit thing that we've heard for the last 3 weeks. Why wouldn't they?
No, I think they will. I'm just not sure what it gets them. I mean, I would do that too, but it's not like they're going to get a shocking revelation out of Buster. This is all stuff the jury's heard before.
See, I think the defense is hedging their bets by getting all the drug information, all the crime, all the other financial crime information out there, because they're thinking the prosecution's not going to go hard on him because he lost his mother, his father, his brother, and his grandfather all in the space of a few days, and he's a victim, and they're going to look like assholes.
They'll go as hard as they can. I mean, they got nothing else to work with.
Oh, they'll make him cry.
If they had a substantive prosecution argument to make, maybe they could afford to go light on this guy, but they don't.
Yeah, and it also helps he's a man, not a woman. That's another factor as well.
Oh, I don't know. What is a man?
Enabling them to go after him hard without looking like they're jerks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you look awful, Sean. Are you okay, brother?
No, I got the Rona again. Third time's a charm.
Awesome.
Gosh, I'm
Shaking like a heroin addict.
Feel better.
I will. I'll be fine.
Look at this dedication that this guy. Look at how hard he's simping for subs. Click the link below. Sign up to this guy, for crying out loud. He's coming out here with the Rona. He's got the blanket around his shoulders like my old grandmother. he's got the little shawl going on there. Today he's potentially shawled Sean.
He's potentially Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'll be all right. I got the chills real bad, and my nose won't stop running. That's it, really.
I'm sorry, brother. Feel better.
Yeah, it's not compared to the other times.
As a criminal defense attorney, would you have put Buster on the stand?
Yeah, why not?
What do you think we got out? What do you think we got out of him? Did you watch all of his testimony, or you saw the last part you came in?
I saw the last part of it. Really, I mean, he was scared. Like he's he doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a security team, but he didn't want to say it. He's like, I was on the lam. I was hiding with my girlfriend. I was hiding in hotels. I mean, he was in fear, but he thought that was a better way, was to run and hide. So, I mean, I totally think he's, I mean, other than that, there's, you've got to put him on. He's like the nice guy in this.
I like that they used him to get all the bad stuff, get out in front of all of the bad stuff you can possibly think of. Get Buster to talk about it first.
If you don't use him, it's going to raise a lot of questions why you didn't use him. The jury's going to wonder.
Yeah.
That, I think that's a bigger. I think that's a concern.
Jeff, what were your thoughts about his testimony?
I mean, it was dull. It went about 3 times longer than I think it needed to go. But I just like that they got out in front of it. As I just said, every bad thing that they could possibly think that they could bring up about Paul, they got him to get out in front of it. He's the nice guy, like you said. He's probably the biggest victim in all of this. That's why I don't know if they're going to go.
Are they going to ask him about his cheating in law school?
Asking about his boyfriend.
I think so. I think he got kicked out of law school for cheating, didn't he? Isn't that Buster?
Really? I don't think they're gonna ask him about that, because that would just be
really?
like
He did?
that would be being douchey for the sake of being douchey. There's no upside to that from the state's perspective. I can't believe they'd ask him that part.
Well, it goes to credibility.
Credibility, yeah, that's a massive credibility issue. You're a shyster lawyer just like your dad.
Fair. That's fair. It's a fair point. Yeah. Okay, so just to recap for those of you who joined late, that we just saw the state's direct testimony of Alex's son Buster, his lone surviving heir at this point, and brother/son of the 2 victims in the case. The key points that he testified about, there was, to my mind certainly, much character testimony about the nature of Alex as a father. Talking about, how they resolved all their issues civilly, how he came to all their games, and
he always had plenty of money.
Yeah, he always had plenty of money. Also saying, one of the key issues that the state hit upon was this missing 300 blackout rifle, which was one of the murder weapons is believed to be a 300 blackout. The state seems to feel as if it was specifically a 300 blackout that belonged to the Murdaughs. And there's a question that they had: why is it that one of the weapons isn't there that's supposed to be there, and which is a 300 blackout, and believing that perhaps it was Paul's own 300 blackout that was used to kill his mother. Paul was killed with a shotgun. His mother was killed with the 300 blackout, and the state had put on witnesses to basically jump in front of the back and forth with respect to this specific gun. In that we know that at one point the gun went missing. And then there's a question, was the gun replaced or not? And the reason that this question is existing is because when they took inventory of the Murdaugh weapons after the murders, they don't see a 300 blackout. And there's a dispute as to whether, basically between defense and the state, as to whether or not that 300 blackout was ever replaced. And the state
is it in dispute? I thought Paul just said he didn't know anything about it, but he wasn't living home during this period, so he might not. But I didn't think it was really disputed that it was replaced.
I think that Nolan testified that, and Gibson might have testified, or at least one of the friends testified, that it had been lost or stolen and that it was replaced. And now Buster got on the stand and said it was not replaced.
No, he said he didn't know.
No, he said it was. No, he said definitively it was not. That I'm sure of, because I took note of that here in my notes that I etched in my brain. That basically that he was very. I'm 99% sure he was very clear in saying definitively that it was never replaced. And the reason that would be key is because, well, if it was never replaced, then we all understand why it's missing. And it has nothing to do with the actual murders. It's just it's been missing for a while. If it was
my notes say they asked him, did Paul get a replacement? Did you know that Paul got a replacement? He said, no, I didn't know anything about that until I heard it in the courtroom. Ever seen Paul use the replacement? Never seen it.
Well, Chet seems to be agreeing with you. So I guess you're all wrong.
That's lawyering, folks.
Stupid chat.
Joe is wrong. Wrong, Joe. Joe, pay attention. I evade Joe. All right, there we go. All right, well, so that's the question, which is basically, was it replaced or was it not? So my recollection was one way. That's what he said. Look, I can clean out my ears. I don't know. That's what I thought he said for sure. Anyway. Bottom line is that was one thing that he testified about. Another thing he was testifying about was obviously the clothing, and trying to explain that just because the clothing is not there, there was multiple places that the clothing could have been. What else did he cover?
So these are all credible explanations that are consistent with innocence, right?
Correct.
Alternative scenarios that are consistent with innocence. And so it raises reasonable doubt with respect to each of those issues raised by the state.
Yeah. The other thing was that, also with respect to the parking, one of the things that the state wanted to try and establish was that Alec probably parked behind the property in Almeda for the purpose of trying to hide a gun and the guns that he had used to kill the victims, as well as clothing and other evidence. And Buster came out there and was like basically saying it was normal for them to park in the general area where Alex parked on the night of June 7th. So also working towards exculpating Alex from looking shady based on where he chose to park. Although honestly, when they show pictures of the property, it doesn't look as if there's I thought it was like a real wooded area. When you look at the actual photos there, it looks like there's 7 trees, 10 trees, not like something. It's not like woods behind the property that he can go out he could walk out a quarter of a mile into the woods and hide, under some leaves or some dirt there, the guns and stuff, and then come back for it. Also, speaking of which, he would have to come back and retrieve them at some point, or worry that they're going to be dug up. And Buster is saying that for the next week he was around him all the time, and that basically keeps him from having an opportunity to more permanently dispose of the weapons than he would have had time to do, or seemingly had time to do on the night in question. So I think that was very helpful. That's something that I would anticipate that the defense will bring up in their closing arguments. If Alex killed them, where are these guns? When did he have an opportunity to do it? We heard Buster say that he was with them the rest of the week. Even according to the state, he had minutes at best to hide all this stuff.
In fact, Steve Gosney had emailed me earlier this morning saying he was not going to be able to make it today because of work obligations. But we had an exchange over the weekend where it turns out that Maggie was probably using Facebook on her phone right up until 8:55 p.m. 8:55:48, so almost 8:56 p.m. Because there was a screen capture of the Facebook app on her phone, and apparently that's only captured at the last moment you're using the application. And if she's using her phone up to 8:50, let's call it 8:56, it's only 12 seconds off, 8:56, and then Alec is driving away in his car at 9:06. We're talking he had a 10-minute window to clean himself of that entire scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dispose of the guns, do all the other stuff.
And walk.
Not get blood in his Suburban.
Yeah. And according to the state, he was walking at 9:02. So, when and where could he have cleaned himself off properly to make sure there wasn't any remaining blood and on him or his clothing, and also carry the guns, which would be covered in also presumably covered in DNA, unless he managed to clean them off, I guess, at the scene as well. That's a lot of stuff to start cleaning and get all that done between 8:56 and 9:06. That's a really important thing. Narrowing that window as much as they can is really helpful to the defense.
Well, Joe, I think, don't forget too, I know we talked about it the last time I was on with you. I think, Bronco, you may have left. If the theory is he shot from on his back and shot up towards Paul, the floor would have just been an absolute mess too. And those pictures show some blood on the floor, but they don't show some guy's skull being emptied out onto the ground either. So he would have had to have literally cleaned that whole shack for the most part as well. Not just the rain gear, not just the guns. He would have to clean everything.
Well, I'm not sure why anyone would have had a motive to clean out any of that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, in addition, he would have to have done all that because the pictures don't show it. They don't show that room. They don't show everywhere just covered in blood, which would have happened. Remember, we talked about if you shot from your back, you'd look like a blood snow angel. Remember that? We were talking about that.
I remember talking about that. I'm just trying to think, like, do you think, trying to figure out this whole...
the time he doesn't have enough time.
No, I understand that you're saying there's a lack of time. My question is, I don't know that anyone would have had a motive to clean it out. So your theory that there should have been a mess everywhere is it doesn't really comport with like.
It just means the prosecution's wrong.
Doing it.
Well, my point is the prosecution's thing is not making sense. Like that this was from an upward shot. So what else are they wrong on? Like the whole thing just doesn't make sense. The only person that makes sense is Maggie getting shot as she ran away. I took time to think about it over the weekend.
The only reason they're saying they base the whole idea of an upward shot because there's a few BBs that have made a dent a little like 6 feet off the ground on the door, which they haven't even proved that was from the shotgun shells that caused the mortal wound to Paul. They just saw the dents in the door at the top and said, there's a 135-degree angle, so it must have been the upward shot through the shoulder this way, as opposed to going the other way.
Joe, I'll try to work on making it a little more clear the next time we have a break. Sorry.
No, I'm what I'm saying is the point I'm making is I don't think anyone cleaned that shed. Whoever killed him. Whether it was Alex or whatever. And there's no blood there. So when you're saying he would have had to clean the shed, I'm like, why would he bother investing time cleaning the shed? Why would anyone invest time cleaning? You're saying, well, where's the blood? I'm like, I don't know where the blood is, but I can't believe that anyone cleaned that shed because there's no motive to clean the shed.
But that's what the prosecution is implying. He blasted them with an upward angle, and that's why the hose was there. That's why the floor was wet because he hurried and washed it all out.
Yeah, and I just don't see how you could do all of that in the time frame and wash your clothes, go wash yourself, scrub all the bits of your kid off your face, and it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay. Let me cover some super chats here. Nicholas says Vice has watched the long crime commentary and almost blew all the gaskets.
Yeah, I about stroked out a few times.
Morning, Joe. Hope everyone has their morning, Joe. Amen. First, we have an expert who pronounces rigor as Rigor. Now, a judge can't pronounce Juror.
It's Rigor.
The child's testing my will to live. Character Holding says, so the NBA sets precedents for the South Carolina courts. Apparently, I don't know if you missed it, but yeah, there was also he was freaking out about tweeting and basically referencing how when some basketball guy tweeted something out in a trial, it got him into all sorts of trouble, and I understand why the judge was annoyed. I mean, he basically tweeted out an article saying that the investigation was so shoddy that they've ruined the case. They really damaged the case here, and defense counsel retweeted that in a Twitter account that has his own name and likeness. The judge, and it pops up in the judge's feed, and he's like, "Don't rank on the state on social media. Like that's not cool." I understand his frustration there. Isaac K. So the judge is incapable of understanding the First Amendment as well as the rules of evidence. What a sped! Like I said,
you don't have an unlimited First Amendment right if you're in the middle of a trial.
Yeah,
like you can't go out and say, "Oh my God, this judge is a fucking hack" to the press. You're not allowed to do that. So it's not unlimited.
Yeah. Does this judge really have a Twitter? Apparently.
See, if I was thinking if I was the defense attorneys, like if you follow us, are you following the state? Because that's not equal,
Mm-hmm.
So paying someone for the testimony is good. Retweeting an article, bad. Got it. Look, to be fair, there's a difference between a lawyer in a different case contributing money to a GoFundMe of a witness who shares his interests, and a lawyer weighing in on social media about the merits of a case. that there's a difference, because there's an expectation as a lawyer, as an officer of the court in this particular context. You're not going to try and taint the outcome by using social media, that you leave all your lawyering for the courtroom. So I can understand the judge being more annoyed by Jim Griffin here.
And for you guys,
I get it.
And you guys talking about OJ, yes, OJ was like the first time anything like that was the first televised trial. That was kind of weird. The judge really didn't have a good grip on the courtroom, and it was kind of a mess. But that set the standard going forward. So you're not supposed to talk about your case. You can say like, "Oh, I think we had a great day," if you really wanted to. But I wouldn't even do that. I would just say no comment, and move along.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because you really don't want to tick off the judge by doing something that might be deemed to have impropriety. There's all sorts of repercussions that can come to an attorney for doing that. So,
yeah. Well, now there's oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to make there was a comment Anna S was saying. So Legal Vices thinks someone was shooting from the ceiling down. No, that's not, what the defense is saying. Is there are markings consistent on the back of the skull of a very close entry wound that could be caused by a shotgun. And at close range, the gas is going to enter into that wound, and it's going to cause the head to explode, which would account for the brains on the ceiling as well as what's down in front.
Yes. When the top half of your skull's missing, it's hard to tell what way it went.
I'm going to remind you all to hit like and subscribe as we come back in here. I'd really appreciate it if you could sub up over here. There's 6,800 of you on YouTube, another couple of thousand on Rumble. My goal is 100,000 this week. I'm at 91,000 almost. So if you could do that, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you, Don Backer, for reminding me of that. I never remember to say that stuff.
And while you're at it, go over to Legal Vices and subscribe to him too. he's only 6,000 away from 40,000.
There you go.
Do that. Get Joe up to 100,000 and just make the circle.
The circle.
Get
of
everybody.
Life. Good
Get
karma
everybody.
will come your way. Good karma will come your way.
And the quicker you do it, the quicker we stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Damn it! Get over there and subscribe to everybody.
If I hit 100,000 this week, I will stop asking people to sub up. That's my commitment.
No, don't do that, because whoever is our new fearless leader in YouTube is just going to randomly knock off 1,000 people one night for no reason at all. We need to get you up to at least 1,100.
Yeah.
Gotta have a buffer.
But I urge you, hit up on. We're gonna hear all about law of self-defense by lunch. I don't know how much longer I got.
Thank
Jeff
you.
here.
Cross-examination.
But Legal Vices is
That's
the
an
man.
unfortunately placed microphone for the judge there. It is time for the jury to take their seats. Poor Buster. Get her up.
You think he's gonna cry? You think he's gonna cry?
Of course he's gonna cry.
That's gonna be his. All right. Here's the. My poll is gonna be: will Buster cry and cross?
I'm John. And I want to first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Liar.
I'm sorry about his mother.
Jesus, dude. I'm sorry about his
sorry
fucking
about your
stupid
brother.
mother. God damn it.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Jesus.
I don't blame them for saying wait, what did you say to him, you
When I was a
asshole?
young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
Jesus,
it. Thank
that was
you.
a bit aggressive.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
What?
Thank you.
Then what are you doing?
The witness is excused.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance.
Yes, sir.
But there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or
Yeah.
entrance exit.
What the?
Yes, sir. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance.
Yes, sir.
The kennel entrance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
I didn't design it.
But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go, just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I more so tended to use the main one, the one that I say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance
Mhm.
and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick. And then where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
And just from that Y, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Almeda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Almeda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean, anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, it's a 10-minute, 12-minute drive out to Almeda, I would think, from the law firm.
I think, Mr. Duck, could you bring up 131?
Turducken.
Do that?
The caption's great. If only the chat was as funny as the captions.
Every time they can manage to get the word Jew into the caption, they do. Would Jew say it was a long walk?
So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look, no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point.
You might want to come down here if you don't mind.
Considering the fact that Judge just keeps talking about the Jew roars.
He
That
did,
doesn't
and
help.
it said it like that. J-E-W or.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Isn't Jew or gold?
And Kyrie
So
Irving
if
got
you
in
look right
trouble
over
for-
here,
trouble
this
for
is
talking
kind of
about
what I refer to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So a bit closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out.
But there was a driveway and paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
Okay.
When these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
A couple days ago.
A couple of days ago? Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay. And then that would have been
The state never asked them.
after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess. I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith.
I believe the state never asked.
Did you bring that to somebody's attention or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
State doesn't like that testimony. Makes parking there non-nefarious.
And I think you keep forgetting I'm on cross.
He can
You
leave.
testified that, how many
After
times
4
had you
weeks
been
of
there with
direct-
your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, but
I understand. And I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean, I've been out there with him several times.
would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around, please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall
I guess.
I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
You called in also then, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure.
I would just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto.
No one cares.
She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
Of course, a lot less argumentative than the state's police witnesses.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me. Just
Yes.
just for-
Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th. That's what you told in one of the interviews.
Sure.
And Mr. Griffiths asked you about the financial troubles and that have come out here. You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really didn't.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
Here we go.
And I'm not
Bring
saying
up
that
the
to be mean,
crux.
but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. Your brother is criminally charged, and then myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized.
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto.
Yes, sir.
She had to stay at her beach house. It was a horror.
It really. I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In
Just
terms
as far
of
as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself.
Um,
And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
Questions you're going to ask?
I'm
Questions, comments? What's the question?
Did you like it? He used your ID, didn't he?
Objection's over with.
Doesn't he also have some criminal liability?
Sorry, can you
Plead the
say
fifth
it
there.
again?
How is this
Did Paul
relevant?
use your identification?
Yes,
Did that frustrate you?
sometimes.
There is enough of a similarity you could probably get away with it. And the facial features. Although that shock of red hair.
You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
And who laundered the money?
So, Buster, when you shot your mom after you
Mr.
killed
Griffin
your
asked you
brother,
about,
how did you feel?
You never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after
Or did you?
if you take June 7th on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Beg pardon, though.
Big indulgence court.
Beg court's indulgence.
Okay.
You can keep begging.
You want to supersize that indulgence?
Dad tried to get you to go hunting out there again one time, or suggested?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to.
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
Because he knows what was going to happen.
Dangerous.
I've seen
Well,
that
the
episode of The Sopranos.
The state is scoring
That's
some
all
good
I have.
points if you want to be
Yes, sir.
bored.
Thank you.
What's that?
Redirect.
I don't know what we got out of that.
Do you believe your father killed your brother and
Buster,
mother?
your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually she'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady. She would take dogs with her. Yes.
And you understand, Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th.
I do. Yes, sir.
That's all I have here.
Anything further? Thank you.
Buster-
Shut down.
Buster, is it true that white girls love dogs?
Your next witness.
So
he's
the
tall.
state went a lot shorter about all the crimes. I thought they would go at him a lot longer than that. Honestly,
I'm surprised too.
Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat up there on the witness stand.
This looks like an expert.
You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to. Pull your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, Sutton.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of
Like this
legal
prosecution.
questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up
Hickory,
in Cary.
I've been
when I
there.
was young, family
Pretty.
moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. When I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University, and I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. My sophomore year, I transferred over to mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer, his name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay, and you were working with him?
Working with him, and I continued to work with him. And then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations?
Correct.
Your master's? Okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there. It helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, end of 2000. And in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary, North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with and support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting incident reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
Now, all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire, where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed
Tower
to do that.
for the win.
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun, so where he killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionist would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry. And they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. but I physically reconstruct the site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting incident reconstruction? For instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move on to.
Once?
And I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part
Why
of
he couldn't hear the
mechanical
shots.
engineering. It's a study of how sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something real important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. My master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you've got the radio on. Can you hear the siren, or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues. So the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified, again, in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Kudolakis versus CSX in state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay, the last area of expertise, all these are
They really want to make
engineering
sure
related,
this
correct?
guy's not disqualified as an expert.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is motor vehicle accidents. And again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue.
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion.
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state is admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off.
Oh, good, a PowerPoint.
Strike
How
that.
exciting.
Were you hired by myself, Mr. Griffin, to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally.
Go
So
ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle, and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22, but I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining, and then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so do we have the PowerPoint, please?
Assemble the PowerPoints.
Nothing's been entered.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself.
Pullian looks like he's aged about like 5 years during the course of this trial.
Disc of this PowerPoint.
Well, it's been a 5-year-long trial, in fairness.
No objection.
I hope the slides have good transitions.
Your Honor, we all
Are you the swirl or the swipe? Or?
I'm like that checkerboard thing that comes in and out.
Okay.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen.
I'm not typing.
Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn, the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me. And then what happened later on, it was the next month, I believe it was July.
Right. Defense is
6th.
on direct.
Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. What is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen. And what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board. little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily. And there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole. And if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. It's, if that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, when the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this is, and this is the piece of gray cardboard, there's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark. And that shows you the direction that it's coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case.
Can you put a trajectory rod through it?
Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pin and actually goes through the wall of the hangar too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend. They're perfectly
there's a
straight.
trajectory rod.
And you insert that rod through the bullet hole. And then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle. So if I was measuring the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that?
This is designed to show the
you
shooter
look
was
at,
shorter than Alex.
Close-up picture of that, and did you also
That's what
look
it
at her
feels.
notes?
That's what it feels like.
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle? You say vertical angle. The angle going into the quail pen, was it going up? Was it going down? And by I guess you gauge this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that was 3 degrees going up. So pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And we could, that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make, okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information, because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? Okay. So what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage, and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out. Correct?
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay.
More of the same.
Next.
More of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct? Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So, 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees, 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that coil pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or you do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay.
So,
Let me see the next
this
one.
is designed to establish the
And is
arm
that just a
height of
close-up
the
of
shooter to try and
the,
show
measurement
probably
angle?
that
Yes. And you
the
can
shooter
see
is
here
likely
that it's-
shorter Then
41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay, next. Now, this is the doghouse. And in a minute, we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It was pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense. Like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. Just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. Shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
Okay.
there's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so. So that makes it.
That's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's, she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90. So the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 degrees.
6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not the scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about. And you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale. But what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, well, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where
Seems
they
pretty
cross,
basic.
is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints, but that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these two lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much
It
about.
doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. Maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
Oh, I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Next, go
Oh,
ahead.
Pharaoh again. Good old Pharaoh
This is
laser
a
scan.
AVI file.
This is,
Well, I can explain.
was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we'll may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead.
State didn't have anything like this. Sled.
Okay, stop it right there for me, can you? Stop it right. There you go. So we see the doghouse. The quail, point where we just flew by it. That way, maybe she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start.
Is part of
There we go.
Harry
So
Potter
can we
legacy.
get right? Stop it right. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
not yet.
There.
Right there.
Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out,
That's the
please.
sweet spot right there.
We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
And the doghouse is right here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and start it up again. Now, maybe I'll have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
5
Let
minutes
me
of
see the
visual
next
from the
slide while
defense
he's
gives
going
us
up there.
more information than 5 weeks of testimony from the state.
Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this.
You know,
But
I can picture it.
this is called fly through
They
with
should
no
have
roof.
a cartoon of
So you've
Creighton Waters
eliminated the
holding a
roof
rifle.
with the computer
Now we
to show
know.
what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist
We've seen it in
offices,
several recent
everything.
cases.
But
The Aaron
We'll
Dean
talk
trial,
in just a minute about how you put this together. And
the
the
Sato
process, I think,
self-defense
is on
immunity
here.
trial I covered.
Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
So walking around with a protractor isn't the most modern way
You
of
see the
doing things.
doghouse?
But that part's
You can
important
see
too, as far as
quail
showing, like,
pen.
basic science that
You
anyone
can
can relate
see where
to.
Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
This is also more
Yes.
engaging testimony
Okay.
with these visuals.
How about do that one more time?
Yeah, let's do it. It looks cool.
Have like
Sort of
Star
like
Wars
Kirsten.
music playing in the background.
Yeah,
Did John
it's just
Williams do
Maggie's
the
body near
soundtrack?
the doghouse,
Yes.
and that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
Long, long ago on a farm far, far away.
And
Bubba
why
can
did
play
you do this particular
C-3PO.
visual? Does that
And
make it
Baruch
easier to see the
Kingsley can play Darth Vader.
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Next.
Raise the roof.
The barn raising.
Now, tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot, looking straight down. Like this is a bird's eye view of the scan, And the dog kennels are in the bottom right. And the hangar, the barn is kind of in the center top of the picture. And it's just, there's nothing really, of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do. And what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in this, because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points, there's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this, the state, it's been a month, so you may not all remember, the state had, this is called a FARO.
Just to lead in, Your Honor.
What is this called?
Oh my God.
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners. But a FARO scan is a laser scanner. And what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner. It gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is. And we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information to all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get sign, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. Picks up everything.
The matrix is glitching again.
Use FARO?
Yes, they did do a FARO scan. I have seen their fly through, like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, again, it is a common technique in our field used to measure things, because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a FARO scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objection, Your Honor. Fine.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their FARO scan, SLED's FARO scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their FARO scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same because it's a highly precise instrument. And
that was interesting.
The only difference would be they did it in
about
July.
The time. The objection was saying
October
stop doing
22.
that.
Now, what is this debate?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories, like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole or post and whatnot, but we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now, this FARO program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Very common. It is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is can you tell me what this process is?
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer
Put
program.
it on a computer program, And because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did which we used photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it's maybe a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements. And then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan. And then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's an example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's it is a video.
Okay,
if
go
you
ahead and
want
play
to
that
show
video.
the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen to play the video, please. Okay.
Why would you make your images so small in your PowerPoint?
What are we seeing
That's
here?
bad form.
So this is fading
The whole
back and
value
forth
is the image.
between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is, it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. Some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see it's
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out of it for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task.
Okay.
So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in. Okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those two green lines?
The two green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there two?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Object to the leading.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it determined. I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated.
Not any more
for you, but
complicated
it's
than
just
trigonometry.
Trigonometry.
I'm screwed.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program. And again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is, well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does this shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pin, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from blackout?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. Okay. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases. They go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a
mannequin.
Like a robotic looking figure. It is holding
T-2000
a blackout
run.
weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up. But it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entry?
It's a Lilliputian.
Where it goes into
the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pin to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next. And what does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay. But he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay. Next. Okay. Now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
Well, that's because we know there were 2 shooters.
So those are the 2. So the shooter, the shooter behind is the 1.5 degree the shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, can you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is
As monotone as this guy's delivery is,
about as
it's
low
still
as I
much more
could go.
interesting than anything the state had to offer.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position, you're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming.
This is visualization. You're picturing how this would
You're aiming
happen.
it to be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
More meaningful
from
than
the
a T-shirt
shoulder.
that fell off a shelf.
Where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. And so this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its
And they haven't given us
proximity
the
or
height yet.
closeness to
That's
the
coming.
empty shell casings.
He's going to put this shooter at 5'8".
Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. Maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but.
The two shots were made from very close to each other.
Right. So now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Now you don't know where Maggie was
very
when the
compelling,
shots
yeah.
were made. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, where's that image? Where's the
So we
combined
heard from,
image?
I think one of the state's witnesses that.
Law and crime?
That's right.
Bastards?
What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that? Is there anything-
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So, let's see the next slide. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you gotta be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or down low, those two
Right.
we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is, that could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots.
Here we go.
Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings.
Okay.
So what that says, it's not, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, But I find it interesting that the two shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these two shots were made, at least these two shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first,
Right.
or 2 steps backwards. But, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, the shooters from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Next. Okay,
Here we
now
go.
we're gonna don't go to it.
Told you.
Well,
We learn its true height now. Finally, the mystery is over.
based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances.
That was a brilliant
Tell
slide.
us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's
Now, when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so
You say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle? Is it
the
what
whole
is it?
barrel,
The whole barrel.
right?
Okay.
Because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
Oh my.
Versus how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings. And it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of the, and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
Well, just take the quail pen to begin with.
yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail back, then you're down to, you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that, this is as far back is basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what, did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
Why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pen. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
I mean, it could be crouching. All right. Drop to his knee.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay,
if you try to figure out how this could
some measurements.
I'm
we don't need
convinced
to
the
look
midget
at each one
hit
of these.
squad.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's in the courtroom. They measured them.
Now, let's hold on for 1 second before we go to that. So in terms of Alec Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay. And
How we know?
You took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much? What was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Now, explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap.
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
More likely that it'd be more likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So much noise and movement. Oh my God.
Not me.
Maybe. Could I have a red or black pen or something? You know. Oh, I think I'll take the red one. Yeah, that's fine. That's right there. Thanks. So I had one of these, the shot you had with the shooters and their alignment blown out. Could you step down here, please? And then the point. And let's see how we can do this. You stand over here.
You get to see the back of the easel.
And so,
I blame Joe.
explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how if this guy moves forward this way, either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right? And they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here, which certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground?
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pin, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they? How close would they have to be to the quail pin to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pin?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay. So
We got one right there.
So let's just say.
I can't believe how brilliantly Alex schemed all this out.
You need what? A sticker?
The state's going to have a very difficult time crossing this guy.
So quail pen shot,
I would think.
is right here.
How about I put a sticker right there?
I mean,
so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
In theory, he could have thrown the shell casings closer to the
She's on
scene.
maybe 5'11".
But it seems ridiculous.
So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, right? Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes. The empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body. And then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here. 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here. Like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so, can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot, or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alec is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take it.
Ouch.
Your Honor, this is probably going to go
What did
another
SLED bring in?
probably
Their
another
expert,
hour.
reconstruction
I
expert?
have to look at and see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue, or do you want to take a lunch break?
Well, we can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do?
Well, it is 1 o'clock, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will.
Wow.
Addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
I'm going to see about ordering some lunch real quick.
Oh, okay. I was about to give him his chance to pitch his thing, to do his thing. But
I'll come back for that.
All right. Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with you? Where are your thoughts on this?
I liked that. I liked that a lot. I mean, it was convincing. I thought it was very, very persuasive. It looked better than some dude drawing spots on a piece of poster board and then tracing lines with a protractor. It was all modern and technological, and it put moving bodies into a 3D image where people could, as you said, wrap their minds around what it actually looked like, not just hearing where things were in relation to other things. And the darn cool thing was the two shooters at the same time in the video, in the reconstruction. I like that.
If you're the state, how do you cross them? It's tough. It's tough, right?
You've just basically got to call modern technology voodoo wizardry that can't be relied on for accurate information when it's literally all computers, programs, and mathematics.
Yeah. I mean, there's one, there are one or two like guilty simps in my chat who think he was going to get destroyed, but I mean, impressive work.
How?
I gotta tell you, if the state manages to do much to discredit this guy, I think that I'll be impressed. Let's put it that way. I don't see what your attack is. It's like, you don't know that the shell casings landed there. Maybe the shell casings could have been ejected 20 feet forward or whatever. Okay, it's like if you're that's already a loser argument, because that's arguing from a position of it's Alex's job to prove he's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Not, as far as when we're talking about beyond reasonable doubt. Oh, it's beyond reasonable doubt because obviously it must be that whoever the shooter was, that Alex shot them and then just threw the shell casings forward to throw off the physics expert who would appear on the trial. I mean, it just sounds ridiculous.
The height thing was good.
Oh, I thought that was brilliant.
On some midget, it's like a band of roving midgets.
Yeah,
I will say that it's hard to imagine a manlet doing this. I mean, so in that sense, and it's interesting to see.
You tall people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's like, I mean, look, I'm not saying that there isn't some angry Frodo out there.
You don't think people can't
the cartel members in Colombia aren't well fed. There might be.
They recruited child soldiers from Africa to do this hit.
Yeah.
So, Vices, can you tell everyone where they can find you?
Legal Vices. That's right. It's right in the name. I'm today's alternate juror today. That's me. What you want to do is you definitely, after you've finished subscribing and liking Good Logics, his channel, every video he's ever done, you're going to want to go to Legal Vices and subscribe to me. I'm less than 300 away from 34,000. So give me 6,500 and I'll be happy. Everybody is here now. Just going over, pop over to me. We're going to be doing some O.J. Simpson. For all of you O.J. Simpson people in the chat, it seems like you've been getting all over O.J. Simpson. We do an O.J. Simpson thing every Thursday. We're watching Dennis Fung, criminologist, being utterly dismantled by Barry Scheck, one of the greatest legal minds you'll ever come across on planet Earth. That's what we're doing. And Friday, we got a special announcement coming up on the channel. You're going to have to wait until Friday to see. Next Monday is another episode of Maritime Monday, where we look at some shipping disasters. We're turning our attention to the Great Lakes.
Oh, are you intentionally going to sink a boat? Is that your... we'll make our own maritime disasters.
Yeah. When we run out, we got to start making them.
And what about you, Sean?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I was away real quick while you guys were talking. I love the fact those slides had 2 shooters on it. That was so... The jury's gonna notice that. There were 2 separate guys standing there, both with guns. I mean, I'm surprised the state. I mean, it must have been pretrial because it's an expert. They would have had the report, but I think that's very brilliant to have it set up like that. Have that alternate theory, and it's so subtle. You're just like, there's 2 guys on here. Nothing.
Yeah, he never once claimed that there were 2 shooters, but there is a subtle message there on planting that seed in your mind that maybe there was 2 shooters. I assume that the last hour of direct testimony is going to be him explaining the shots of Paul, because all we got so far was the shots of Maggie, but I'm expecting that and we come back from lunch, we're going to hear more about the shots from Paul. Can you tell everyone a little about your channel and who you are, Sean?
Yeah, sure. Guys, I am a attorney out of Ohio. I cover a lot of criminal-based things. You can see me every Thursday night. I do a weekly show. I try to release videos during the week as I can. And also, I have locals, potentially criminal.locals.com. Got a couple started the past week and a half, or actually 2 weeks now, doing some weekly shows there as well. So, are
you giving updates about what it's like being a citizen of Ohio when there's basically you're living in actual, I don't know, Gomorrah?
Yeah, well, the place
raining under a mushroom cloud.
The place that caught fire yesterday is direct, the prevailing winds come towards me from across town. So yeah, that's.
Oh my God, are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, we're fine. It's like 45 minutes away if you drive, but Ohio is not looking good right now.
No.
And then there's all these there's this weird hold harmless agreement.
And you've always had Cleveland, so it's my God.
And Columbus is no prize either.
Yeah, seriously.
Yes.
So yeah, but you're safe. Because I've had people actually ask me to check up on you and make sure that.
Oh
like,
yeah.
All right, and
We're fine.
and you're sure it's COVID. It's not anything related.
No, it's
to
not COVID.
Toxic waste.
Yeah, our water's fine.
By the end of the show, he'll have superpowers.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, no, all the stuff blew a different direction, and then a bunch of stuff went down the Ohio River. But yeah, everything's fine up this way.
People think that's a cartoon of you. They don't realize that's what you actually look like right now. So,
well, yeah.
All right, and Andrew, you do stuff with like what you do? Your personal injury attorney. What kind of work do you do?
That's what it says right behind me. Personal injury, right there. Of course, I'm a small town attorney in Colorado. I do nothing but use of force law. So defense of yourself, defense of others, defense of property. And we have our full day class coming up Saturday, April 15th. The only one scheduled for 2023, Saturday, April 15th, where you can learn how to be hard to convict, to be an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property. But you need to know this stuff before the fight, folks. And you don't get to decide when the fight happens. That's up to the bad guys. So better to learn this stuff sooner rather than later. And Saturday, April 15th is your opportunity. Full day course taught live by me, Zoom to you at the convenience of your computer. Plenty of opportunity for live Q&A. You'll get all your questions answered. And if you can't make it on that particular Saturday, register for the class anyway. You get access to the playback of the entire day's program. Even if you attend, you get access to the playback. So if you'd like to listen to parts of it more than once, you're free to do so. You can, and if you sign up for that April 15th class this month in February, you get 25% off the registration. That'll save you about $50. And you can learn more about that and sign up at lawselfdefense.com/advanced. Thank you, Joe.
No, my pleasure. So what are your thoughts as far as
found
this?
it.
Hey, great. Cool.
Found it.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best things about this gig is I get these things gratis. And I sit here and I just I pour through them. I actually just got this one from our good friend Steve Gosney, who I'm pimping for him even if he's not here because he's just
Even
a
if
good
he's
guy.
not here. Indeed.
Steve Gosney's awesome.
Wow.
Everyone loves him.
And we've all got the book.
book. Yeah, he wrote me such a nice little. I got a little handwritten thing here. I felt so loved. Anyway, God bless you, Steve. I hope you'll be on here tomorrow. So, what were your thoughts about the expert witness there, Andrew?
I thought it was great. I mean, great. He's good. He's a little monotone for my taste. I mean, if he had a little public speaking training, it probably would be better. Mm-hmm. But certainly the facts, the techniques, the expert opinion testimony that he's sharing with the jury is excellent and much more substantive than anything we've heard from the state.
Yeah. Here's a thought. Here's a question I had. Is it like when you say the shooter's 5'2", does that to me, I have a hard time believing he's 5'2". Because there's so few people who I mean, how many people in the population are under 5'4"? To my mind, I could understand some juror thinking, I don't know if I can trust this guy because I have a hard time believing that the shooter is quite that sure. You want to tell me if he'd come in, it's almost like I feel as if it's possible that his testimony would have greater credibility just as far as what people are able to envision as a likely scenario if he had actually identified the guy as being no taller than 5'7", 5'8". That 5'2", and the facts are the facts and the numbers are the numbers and the science is the science. But do you think that there would have been more credibility and it would have helped Alex more, perhaps, if in fact he had identified the shooter as likely being somewhere, 5'6" and tapping out at a maximum of 5'8", 5'9", but 5 inches shorter.
Either 6 inches taller or 6 inches shorter, either one extreme or the other.
I'm just
Go to
saying.
midget ninja assassin school.
Someone actually pointed out that women exist. I don't think anyone here is picturing a woman committing this crime, but I mean,
I think if you do that, you run the risk of them doing their own reconstruction and coming up with the numbers 5'5" 5'2", and then that makes you look like you're an idiot.
Right. Okay.
I think you just got to do what the numbers say, I guess.
No, look, you have to go. You want to testify honestly, so obviously that's an important. You can only go with what the science tells you. But I mean, I thought that the fact that he was able to eliminate different things, like even if he gets down on one knee, still it wouldn't work because he's too tall. Even and I guess you could picture that maybe it was a 5'8" guy, 5'9" guy who dropped to a knee and took that shot, which that would make sense, but it wouldn't work for someone who's 6'4". But and someone who just actually said kneeling shooter. Okay, so maybe that's what, if I'm a juror, I'm thinking, maybe it was a 5'9" guy kneeling, but a 6'4" guy kneeling, it still wouldn't work, and that it eliminates him, that exculpates Alex from being the shooter.
I mean, not much of the U.S. male population is 5'4", right? It's got to be a pretty low percentage, less than 10% for sure, maybe less than 5%. But what percentage of the
Asians?
What percentage of the Colombian drug cartel population is 5'4"?
That's what I said. That's exactly what I said while you were away.
I didn't hear you say it, so I'm going to give credit to Andrew. Sign up to Law of Self-Defenses because he comes up with insights like that.
It doesn't
Forget
matter
about legal vices. I don't know what he adds. He's just here for his pretty face. So, yeah.
I mean, they had a cooler. There was a cooler present at the scene. Maybe an Eskimo did it. They're kind of short.
Yeah. It's the height here is really short, 5'2" to 5'4", but I don't know. Maybe Colombian. I guess that might make sense. Who knows? Let me get some super chats here before I forget, because I'm bad at that sometimes. Definitely not. Brandon says, Buster on the stand, worth going back to start. Also, did I miss any chaos, or has that theory yet to be developed yet today? Yeah, so those of you who missed it, Buster, which is Alex's lone surviving heir at this point, and the one who he killed him, who he attempted to off himself for it in order to get him in life insurance, took the stand, talked about his mother and brother a little bit, about the family relationship, that they would frequently be in touch with each other and frequently be texting each other, and that everything. Another thing that we didn't discuss when we were reviewing his testimony is, and something that I think is kind of relevant, that the whole time leading up to it, all the conversations was normal. It was a very normal day. All the conversations, there was nothing indicating extra tension. There was nothing, the family all knew about the drugs for years. They had discussions. Sometimes those discussions could be a little bit uncomfortable. Sometimes they could be a little bit, but they'd always remained civil. Dad's always coming to their games. They're in frequent contact with each other. A typical, normal, healthy family, not some sort of signs of undue stress, weird messaging. Hey, Dad's acting kind of quirky. I don't know what's up with your father recently. Nothing like to indicate that there was anything unusual about to happen. And then just bam, his mother and brother are murdered brutally. And also, there's conflicting perspectives on what he said about the 300 blackout gone missing. Conflicting only because I disagree with Chat and Andrew and everyone else on the planet as to what I heard versus what they heard. But apparently, he was talking about, he didn't think that the gun was replaced. He didn't know of the gun being replaced, the 300 blackout, which the state seems to believe that it was Paul's own gun that was used to kill his mother. And he was talking about how the place where Alex parked the car when he went to Almeda was not an unusual thing. It was nothing that people regularly parked in that area, which helps to basically say that it wasn't suspicious or shady that he parked near the woods because he was looking to hide guns or clothing, but that's where he would normally park. Also stated that he was with his father physically for like the next week or so, which makes you question when Alex would have retrieved the temporarily hidden weapons or clothing if Buster's around him the entire time. He also clarified that the statement that the state says is him saying, "I did it," which all of us wondered why the state wouldn't have followed up far more on that if they thought in his interview at one point.
Either way, I or they, who are they? Either way, they should have followed up on it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
even more if he said I.
He had testified also that they said that he said multiple times that night they did him so bad, and that in his grief he was saying that, which was excellent work I thought by the defense in circumventing that, because that's really hearsay that he was testifying about, and he sort of circumvented around that to get that to elicit that testimony from him, implying that he's sitting there the night of the murder, freaking out about these people who murdered his family, which is what you would expect from someone who was not involved in the shooting.
And I saw an interesting comment fly by. It wasn't a super chat, and I didn't catch the name. I'm sorry. Whoever it was, full credit to you. But they noted that the average age for men in the U.S. is about 5'10". Well, how tall is Alex? 6'4". That's 6 inches off the average, going up. Go down 6 inches from the average, what do you get? 5'4".
Yeah.
Right? Now, only about 4 or 5% of the population is 5'4" or below. But guess what percentage of the population is 6'4" or above? Less than 1%. So the defendant himself is an outlier in terms of height. So I'm not sure how resistant we should be to thinking that the actual shooter could be a 4 times more likely outlier.
Okay, I'm just trying to put myself in the minds of
just trigonometry, Joe. It's just trigonometry.
It's just trigonometry.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, I pulled up a lot of these chats earlier. I responded to some of them in texting, but I mute myself when I type, so it was not me. Well, one time I didn't. One time I didn't.
Yeah, that one time. Yeah, that one.
Once or twice, maybe twice I didn't. I don't remember. Who can remember? But yeah, I apologize for my typing. I was typing so softly when I wasn't muted. I can't even tell you. Like typing so softly, and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, that clacking is hurting my ears." Yeah. So I apologize to those of you who were distracted by that. I will try to make sure I'm muted. Yeah, going forward.
It would have been interesting to have seen a model of the dog Bubba on its hind legs and how tall it would be fit into the barrel stand.
Seems like Alec was truly a baller by country boy standards. He was raised a baller. His father was wealthy. His grandfather was wealthy. He was raised a baller.
The term is aristocracy.
Yeah. Him and his family probably could have ridden out the apocalypse on the 1,700-acre property. He's got a lot of money. Per SOP, I'm only here for Branca, Vices, and knitting. Nice. Now I'm confused. So he's saying the last gun was not replaced? I thought we had testimony that Alec replaced it with a cheaper one, but didn't find the registration paperwork. I don't know. Who the heck knows? Let's push Joe over 100K. Sub today. Yes. Urge you, please, if you can sub up. I'm really pounding to try to get to 100,000. If you can help me out with that, it's not hurting you. It's not hurting you, and it just changes everything about my life. It gives it meaning. And wouldn't that be something? So, all right, it doesn't give it meaning. I've got plenty of meaning, thank God. But yeah, prediction: they're going to roast this guy on Cross, Jeff Ross style. That was about Buster. They really didn't go that hard on Buster. What are your thoughts about the cross of Buster? We didn't really have a chance to talk about that.
I missed the first few minutes, but what I saw didn't look tough at all, really.
No. I was surprised.
I said that too, Joe.
Yes, you did. Yes. After I said, wow, I thought they would go harder, you said, yeah, me too. Yeah. So good job there. Thank you for your contributions, Jeff. I appreciate it.
I concur, counselor.
So I'm pretty sure.
Hey, Steve Gosney sends me an email. He says, my intuition, this is Steve Gosney speaking now. My intuition is that this was a young person, maybe a juvenile, borrowed dad's double-barreled shotgun.
Ah, that's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought.
Maybe a friend of the dead girl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The friend zone is a dangerous place.
Let's face it, Paul himself was kind of a manlet. So, it's not like it could have been some young guy.
Well, Don Bacchus, right? It could be Attorney Tom.
That's too tall. The shooter.
If he was jumping up and down
on a trampoline, Attorney Tom on a trampoline in the library. Attorney Tom at the dog kennel with a trampoline.
That's great.
That's the answer. I win.
Corey says judge was pissed about a retweet by a defense attorney, but couldn't understand the problem with a $1,000 donation to a prosecution witness. As we expressed earlier, it's worse when it's an attorney who is attorney of record on the case.
Yeah,
he's an attorney for a party. When he's doing something on social media, they're held to a different standard. It should not be surprising to anyone. I do not look at that as a reflection of the judge's bias against the defense. I really don't look at it that way at all. And I understand why those of you who don't practice law would see the disparity as to how he looks at one attorney versus another when they're both doing something that would seem like it's improper. But it's not unusual for the judge to have expectations that if you're representing a party to this case, that you're going to conduct yourself with respect to this trial at a certain level of not trying to sway the jury outside the courtroom. So,
Isn't that part of the rules of professional conduct too? At some point.
I don't know.
In theory, it could be a breach of ethics.
Yeah. When did he tweet it? Was it like a 2 a.m. tweet? I missed that.
He was drunk
tweet.
But yeah, and guys,
did
I know
he take
you
it
guys are
down?
saying,
I'll take a look.
And I know you guys are saying it's just a retweet, but a retweet is saying, "Hey, I like this or don't like this. You're making a statement." And certainly, it was favorable to him and his side. So,
yeah.
It's still up. 6:37 a.m. on Saturday.
Definitely not. Brandon says, "Have you ever boated a nice young lady into a bridge on cross examination?" I guess.
Amazing,
Haven't taken care
amazing
of a
bottle of
DUI
Lagavulin
witness.
as well.
Okay, fine. If you don't hit the like button, Joe will struggle to stay afloat in a puddle of Kalila and or Manischewitz. Yeah, I told him privately. Like I would max out at 5 shots, but I sort of feel like I'm worried I'm gonna be like roasted, and like next thing you know, it's like the state calls Alex Murdaugh, and I'm gonna be sitting there like woo.
Fall out of your chair.
I'm
just
like,
never
I
clear shots.
can't do that. I can't be in that. I can't find myself in that position.
You'll watch the whole thing and have no living memory of it.
Oh my god!
I don't know.
What a disaster! What a disaster!
And bonus to definitely not Brandon for that amazing Distiller's edition of Lagavulin.
Oh, he's great.
Got me a bottle of that back there myself.
Oh yeah. Obi-Wan Jacoby says every time they show a happy video, you can tell it destroys Alex. Having a hard time believing he killed him. Much of the state's evidence, when their witnesses, seeing them talk about the love of Alex for his family when they were being crossed, led me to believe you're trying to make me believe circumstantial evidence, and there's more circumstantial evidence that this guy could not have done it. We saw a state witness get up there on cross and admit that Alex Murdaugh was incapable of putting down his own dog when it needed to be put down because he doesn't have the stones for it. And you're telling me that he shot off his own kid's head. It's like how the kid whose baseball games he went to every game the kid ever played in, and then he goes and blows his head off. I mean, come on. And I also thought, by the way, one of the things that I liked from the perspective of the defense is when Buster was up there on the stand and talking about his family, you could see a genuine look of pride and happiness that Alex had listening to him talk, where it seems so real to me, at least when I was looking at him, that he just seemed, it's sort of like the look that you have when you're watching your kid perform in a baseball game. You just sort of feel good. It's a feeling.
And of course, Buster could be lying to benefit his father, right? But when you this is what a jury does. They look at the witness's demeanor, right? To make an assessment of whether or not they sound credible, how much weight to give their testimony. And this kid, Buster, struck me as far more credible and transparent than virtually any of the law enforcement witnesses presented by the state in their case in chief.
Yeah, he seemed so completely straight up. And look, he's obviously a very sympathetic individual. I mean, everyone recognizes that no matter what happened here, he's a victim. And, I guess in theory, the fact that his father is going to go away for life, which that's going to happen anyway, his life I mean, he's basically all on his own now. That's what his life is going forward. He's completely on his own now. He probably has a lot of money. It's not like you would think, but I'm just as far as his family ties, that's gone. And when you come from such a stable, supportive family, to just snap, that's all gone. That's a tough thing for anyone to deal with. So, really hard to find time to hide those 2 weapons. Yeah, that was a great point that Albie made, that's when Buster was describing how he was with his dad for, basically from 2 a.m. after the murders for like the next week. So you would think by that time Sled would have found anything that he had hidden. Rocky says, Alec in all respects was a model husband and father, even through his 20-year drug addiction and money theft. Yeah. I got $20 that they'll make him cry. You lost your $20. He did not cry. He did not cry. I think I had a poll up about that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did.
Making a $20 super chat.
Oh, there you go. You owe me $20. Was there negative space where the shooter stood? How can there not be? I don't know what that means.
It might mean negative space from the expected explosion of blood and brains, right? So if you're being sprayed with that stuff, the area behind you, around you, would also be sprayed with blood, but the area immediately behind you would not. There'd be negative blood there because the blood hit you.
So the bloody snow angel thing.
Right.
Yeah. And I have a few super chats here. Self-loathing lib says, look at that, can pop the chat out and send you words of encouragement. Branka, you need a tie rack in that office and a cot.
I have a tie rack. I'm still trying to get a couch in here.
This man said, I've solved that Alex was duck walking when he shot them. And Jojo says it was telling libtard, EDB, MSM, WHORE, including no freedom of speech in her chat.
And Joe, it's 3:30 a.m. here. It's time for me to do my daily checkout. So.
Oh, well, I thank you for joining me. I'll be sending you a link tomorrow. I hope that I'll be able
See you tomorrow, guys.
to join us. And yeah, make sure sub up to this guy. That guy right there. That guy.
After
right
you
there.
sub to this guy,
He's awesome.
and that guy, and this guy over
he's
here.
awesome. He's fun.
Have a nice night.
He can take me like ranking on him and dish it right back. He's amazing, and you're gonna love his legal coverage. You're gonna love everything about his channels. Make sure it's down in the links below. Sub up to him.
Shut the
You
fuck
can
up.
sub to my
Wait,
channel
never mind,
if you
were
want,
saying
but-
something nice to me. Never mind.
Yeah, if you're a dude wearing a dress, don't bother because you just end up getting blocked. So.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Take care.
Take care. So no dude that looks like a lady, huh?
I don't care what they look like. It's what they act like.
Wolfram says, Buster testified the candles were sprayed to the back of the cages, thus no floor drain. So using the hose to clean it up would just push the gore around. Yeah. I think that's when we had the whole discussion about the spraying that Sean and I were discussing. Fractal Machine says, this makes no sense. His Twitter is not the court. There's no rule against that, and it can't taint the result if jurors shouldn't read about the case. Okay, but we know they are reading about the case. Like I said, I can understand him. I can understand the judge not being happy about it.
Well, let me put it this way, Fractal. Would you like if the prosecutor's out there running around tweeting shit? That becomes the issue.
Yeah.
Because you want the prosecutor out there screaming every day, look how guilty he is. We showed he's guilty. He's guilty, 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 guilty.
Well, the
guilty,
prosecutor
guilty.
doesn't need to. We have Emily Baker's channel out there.
Oh. Yes,
Yeah,
but
it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
That's where this leads to, and I wouldn't want that. And I've been asked for comments before, and I say either no comment, or I just say he's innocent. You know, there's a presumption of innocence under law, and I believe in that. And you know,
And I agree. That's
show.
the way it should be. Neither party should be doing this kind of shenanigans. I'm just pointing out that the prosecution is having it done on their behalf, so they don't need to. I mean,
100%.
99% of the media is that Alex Murdaugh is a horrible murderer.
Yes.
We're the exception in these environments. So, even if the prosecutor, there's no reason for the prosecutor to even contemplate it because all the media is on their side already.
But as a general principle, you can
Right, I
understand.
concur. It's not a good idea.
It's not the right thing for the state to do. It's not the right thing for the defense to do. It's just, it's it's cheapening. Like I can understand a feeling that it's sort of cheapening the whole role that you have here. You have a very prestigious role. You're representing someone in a trial. You're an officer of the court, and just trying to play to social media. Yeah, I can understand. I get it. The judge being upset about it. I don't take it as the judge, as if the judge had not displayed any anti-defense bias, which many people feel he has. I would still not be surprised, even if it was his own brother. I wouldn't be surprised by him chastising the defense counsel for doing that. It's a normal thing for them to chastise.
Oh, I see in the comments that perhaps I'm mistaken that Emily Baker's channel has been strongly defense throughout this trial. That wasn't my impression, but I confess I haven't watched any of her coverage. So if I'm mistaken about that, I apologize. I don't think I'm mistaken about that.
I think there's a more 50-50 type of thing there than you would
okay,
find.
I'll have
here.
to take the word of people who actually watch the show.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of them.
There are some people who are like, they come across as bloodthirsty. That like no matter what evidence, like as soon as they get any little shred of evidence, they're like, aha, you see, the murderer is going down, as if like they feel like there's a vindication that they're finally attaining by getting a murder conviction against Alex Murdaugh. And yeah, but I don't think that's the exclusive. I don't think that everyone in her chat is like that. I think there's a bigger percentage than you would find here. That's for sure. So. Arthur Burak says, "Hey Joe, can you give a shout out to my buddy Jake? We're both delivering mail while listening to your awesome stream." To Jake and Arthur, our mail carrier delivery system, I thank you for walking the beat and doing the job that few of us really would want to do, because it's probably mind numbing. And I'm glad I'm glad that we can make that job helpful. And to everyone out there who's actually engaging in physical labor to help make our lives better, I say thank you. God bless you, and I hope that can make your day go a little bit more enjoyably. Living on Love says, "Is it normal to still have this many questions about what actually happened, who did it, and when it occurred after the states rested?" In my opinion, nope. This is not very common. I don't do criminal defense work the way that Sean does. So I'll ask you, Sean, do you think that this is this a common thing, that after the state has rested that we still have so many questions?
We have doubt. We have reasonable doubt.
You're not supposed to.
No, it's not common. I mean, prosecutors at trial, typically the conviction rates are 90%, 95%.
And usually they have everything buttoned up and wrapped up. And
right.
Part of the issue, though, is usually you've told, the defendants told on themselves, done something incriminating, left stuff around. Like Alex would have left handprints everywhere, or
he would have been soaked in blood.
yeah, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. British Gridiron Film says, "I've smashed the subscribe button at least 10 times today. Hope this helps, Joe." Thank you so much. Yes. Get to 100K. Hashtag every little bit helps. I will unsub to do it again now. That's very dedicated. That's real dedication. That's real dedication. I thank you so much. Wolfram says, "The shots into the quail pen come from the grassy knoll." Yeah, it's a better explanation than Alex shooting them, that's for sure.
Yeah.
SLED stands for surprisingly lacking educated detectives. There you go. Chris B says, "Yeah, but the state's breakdown was pretty. What with all the different what with all the different crayon colors."
Nothing but the best Microsoft Paint.
I honestly don't remember it, and I've watched every day of the trial. I guess I don't have to go back and look at my notes.
And I have hit 91,000, so I thank you all.
Nice.
And hopefully I get to 92 today, and roll my way towards 100K. That would be really awesome. Cards96 says, "Happy Murdaugh, guys. Feeling generous, so hit the like button twice. Much obliged." Harpulian, when would a prosecutor not prepare these demonstrative for a trial? Sutton, if the evidence doesn't support their theory. Yeah, it's very weird. It's amazing. And one of the first comments I made when Sutton took the stand is, we have a better visualization of the location 10 minutes into like the state's, second witness than we got in a month and a half of testimony. I mean, whatever, 4 weeks of testimony from the state. The whole idea is, and people are saying, why do we have so many questions? It's because they haven't really laid out their case in any sort of coherent type of fashion, which, I think at this point, it's safe to say that's part of their legal strategy. And this all supports what my theory has been for weeks now, which is that the state itself has questions. They don't know what shirt he was wearing. They don't
know where the clothes are.
Well, they don't know where the clothes are. They
So
don't know
much
what
of
the
their
guns are.
purported
They're not sure
evidence
if it was
is
Paul's gun. They're not sure if it was Paul's gun or someone else's gun. They don't. I'm saying they literally don't know whether he was wearing a blue shirt or a white T-shirt at the moment that he allegedly shot them. I mean, how do you not have this at least a direction and to present the jury so they could picture in their mind this is the way it went down, and this is what I believe beyond a reasonable doubt is how it went down. You sort of almost have to marry one position and just go with that the whole way through. Whatever you feel is least likely to be refuted in most cases, and I think that they were reliant on the fact that they felt likely that they would get a jury which hates Alex, and that the jurors themselves might have different theories as to why it is or how this thing went down. And they said, we'll give you whatever evidence you like that will help support what your preconception as to how this story went down, depending on which Murdaugh podcast you watched or theory or documentary or whatever it is, because they know what their jury pool's looking like. They know what the sentiment in South Carolina is about the Murdaugh family, and that this is, Alex Murdaugh is one of the most hated people in state history. So that's why I think that they felt, I believe that their legal strategy was, we have a jury that's looking to convict him. Let's just give them whatever we can to help that, even if some of the evidence we're presenting seems contradictory if you look at different pieces to put together.
So in a prior career, I used to do a lot of corporate consulting work, a lot of it very data-driven, science-driven consulting type work. And here's the dirty secret about consulting work for big companies. They're not actually hiring you to discover an answer. They're hiring you to give them the answer they've already decided on, but they want an outside third party to affirm the decision they've already made. So we would do a study. They'd hire us. I knew what answer they wanted. We would do a study. We would collect a ton of data. And the more data that you gave me and the more ways I could slice it, the more certain I was that I could come up with whatever answer you needed to make that corporate decision at the board level. Yeah. That's what the state is doing here. If jurors want to convict, they're just making sure they provide them with all the stuff, little bits and pieces, maybe weightless in terms of evidentiary value, maybe completely circumstantial and immaterial, but enough little pieces that the jurors can justify to themselves that they've stitched together some kind of narrative of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And every single juror might have stitched together a different story, which is not how it's supposed to happen. But no one asked them after the verdict of guilty exactly how they got there, and that the state gets what it wants.
Self-loathing lib says, stop ignoring the Rumble rants. It's not my fault I was born an Irish Catholic. I read your Rumble rant already, self-loathing lib. I responded to it in chat at the time you made it, and then I covered it like 15 minutes ago. So I'm not ignoring any Rumble rants at all. I have my little pop-out chat of Rumble rants, and yeah, I mean, I'm not going to read it in the middle of testimony, but I'm getting to them. I'm giving them the same level of attention as I'm giving the other. I would pop them up here on the screen if I could. So, but unfortunately, Rumble's system doesn't synchronize very well with StreamYard, so they don't pop up here for me to be able to share them and show them to everyone. B says, to me, it's more likely the shooter was kneeling, prone, kneeling, standing is prone, kneeling, standing is military training. Yeah, but you could be correct, but based on the testimony of Sutton, the forensic expert, he would still have to be shorter than Alex Murdaugh.
But I mean, the kneeling might make sense in the context of what they've determined the height of the shooter would need to be, but it doesn't make context from any tactical perspective. You don't kneel to shoot at a target that's 8 feet away from you. You just shoot the target.
Yeah.
All right. And someone in the chat just said, get James from court on, and you ask and I deliver. Bam. Like that. How are you, James?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's a warm day here in South Carolina. How about you all?
Thank God. Thank God. Doing great. I noticed you. You got a prime seat there, and
I
the
did.
angle over Alex Murdaugh that we all get to see you. And I also noticed that as soon as they broke for lunch, you practically gasped, "Thank God."
Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. I was ready. It's been a long morning. That last witness was killing me. So
Yeah. So you're saying that that you were not enjoying the testimony?
no, I was not. I didn't find it interesting. But maybe it's also because I've had a long morning and I'm ready for lunch as well. And I didn't love Buster's testimony. I'm just irritated because they're taking. I thought the defense was going to be a little bit quicker, but they're taking their sweet old time.
Well, they did say they're going to wrap up by Friday, which means that they'll last basically a quarter as long as the state went. So,
That's true.
or less.
Yes.
So, in that sense, yeah, I mean, I think the jury might take a while deliberating. I don't think that the jury is going to come back like the next day. But, yeah, I expect that, but what's the feeling overall there in the courtroom, if you can share that with us?
Yeah, I mean, exciting today, obviously, because Buster testified. There was a lot of energy. There was a line outside of the door again today, and the courtroom was packed. Also, not just the immediate family of Buster and Alex was here, but the entire family. So you had both his brothers and his sister, all of their, well, I don't know about all of their children, but their children were there as well, their spouses, and then other friends and family. It looks like they brought like a priest with them, I think, maybe a minister or something, because he was there too. He looked like something like that. That's why I say that, the way he was dressed. And yeah, I mean, I think people are ready for it to wrap up. I think they're ready to see what the defense has. The energy kind of deflated after Buster, of course, but I did talk to people after this last witness, and not a lot of people are buying the whole 5-2 shooter.
They're not buying the 5-2 shooter.
No, they're not.
Why not?
I don't know. People in there just don't believe it. One of the women I spoke to, she said, well, I'm 5'2", and she's just like, the idea that I would, I guess be able to shoot both of them in such a short period. I don't know, just the idea that these, the whole Murdaugh family is tall. It's not like Maggie Murdaugh is like 5'5" or something like that. She's a tall woman too. They're all very tall, so I think, that short.
Paul wasn't though. Paul was pretty short.
Are you sure? He must have been, I think he was at least 5'9", 5'10", which I'm not saying is tall, but I'm saying for his age, wasn't he only 17?
No, he was 20.
Oh shit, I don't know.
No, those pictures could have been old. They could have been older. Actually, I think at the time of his death, he might have even been like 20, 21. And people are saying he was 5'7". So
Paul maybe not so much. If he wasn't, he was done growing.
But you're saying that the overall attitude there. It's interesting that you're saying that, because I said that I thought 5'2" is not what people picture a killer looking like. And that perhaps if he had said 5'8", 5'9", but definitely no way more than 6 feet, that would have been a more compelling testimony. That was just my take when I was listening to it. And that you sort of think to yourself, maybe the guy got the science wrong, because it can't be that the killer was 5'2". Do you think has anyone expressed anything like that, or is just like we don't believe, like how many it sounds like you might have only spoken to like 1 or 2 people about the whole height thing, which I understand that if that's the case, because this testimony just was elicited 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't speak with a lot of people in depth, but I went around to a bunch of people to get just general. I didn't get any yes responses, even from the media representatives, who tend to be a lot more neutral. And I would say even some of the media that shows up tends to be more on Alex's side. Not that I guess they believe him, but they just don't believe state either, I guess. And that's a lot of the local news people. But everyone seems to not trust the 5-2 science. I don't know if it's just that they think this witness might just be, someone that defense brought, and that maybe, just as you said, they got it a little bit wrong, or they just think it's far-fetched. Someone said, oh, was it a leprechaun? I thought that was funny. Some other people said, just because also South Carolina, I know that Paul was shorter, but people in South Carolina tend to be a little tall compared to the average, like people like New York or New Jersey. So I think the idea that this was a man that was 5'2", it could have been a woman or a child, but a man that was 5'2", I think is puts the probability at like less than 10%. You know what I mean?
Well, about 5% of men are 5'4", which is within the range of this expert. Fewer than 1% of men are 6'4", which is Alex Murdaugh's height.
Yeah.
Okay, this is someone else I saw made a comment, Joe, like facts don't matter if I don't like them. That's the point here. Is not what I believe. It's not what I believe. It's a matter of what you would expect a juror to believe. And that's one of the reasons I'm asking James these questions, is because I care about like what people in the area are thinking is likely. And if they know about the 5% on 5'4" versus 1% on 6'4", I don't know that they know that. I mean, you could be. I assume you're correct in that, Andrew. But as far as like what people's perceptions, they're not envisioning. I don't think they're envisioning a killer being a small little, being a little person. I don't think they're picturing that.
Exactly. And I don't mean to say that me talking to people that, the people in the gallery know 100%, and that just from my poll that means anything. I'm just saying I like to talk to people because these are people that live in the town and represent possibly what the jury might be thinking. You know what I mean? Who, they're locals. And if the people in the gallery feel like this, I feel like and I saw the jury members, some of them made like kind of faces, like smirks when he said 5'2". I just find every person on the jury is taller than 5'2". Every single person on the jury is taller than 5'2", even the women, all of them. I find it very hard to believe that people in South Carolina are going to take that seriously. You know what I mean? Just as you said, and it's not fact. I don't want anyone in the, the audience to think that what I'm saying is fact. It's just opinion and personal, I don't know, but I feel personal bias, and I feel like a lot of people's biases are going to be like, well, a 5'2" person can't be a killer. You think of this big, tall man, who's scary with a bunch of guns. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to think of, just as you said, in the jury's heads,
Yeah, yeah. Let me ask you this: you were there on Friday when the state wrapped?
Not Friday, but Thursday. Yeah.
Okay. No, because I'm curious, like whether people in the area that felt the state presented a sufficient case to convict.
That's hard. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I will say there are definitely biased people, and I want to talk about this later at some point, like about the podcasts and the different people that have been involved in this case, because it's a little bit different than like the Johnny Depp trial, where you had a lot of people sharing just information and the court documents. And of course, the investigators who have covered this trial have done the same thing, but there's a little bit more of an opinion slant to their coverage, and it creates, I think, this false idea in a lot of people's heads who show up to court expecting him to be found guilty, because that's what they think. However, when I talk to the media people who have been here the entire time, they have a different image. They see it more so as, okay, well, the state didn't, I mean, they gave great circumstantial evidence, but didn't really have a smoking gun, and they didn't really have a lot to say, well, without any doubt. You know what I mean? All that defense has to do is sow doubt, and I think that's what I'm getting from people I speak to, that the state wasn't as strong as they probably should have been.
Okay. Wow. That's really helpful. Anything else you want to add on any other topics about this whole thing? Because I know, look, you have a short lunch. I don't want to keep you here. I appreciate you popping in here and sharing perspectives from the area. And, I guess the last thing I have to ask you is, your malaise that you were feeling at the end there, is that was I assume that was the ambiance of the room, despite the fact that you had all these cool visual effects that were being shared there. Did that wake you up at all?
It didn't. The part that woke me up was the objection by Harpootlian at one point, and then something else with the judge, I think. But no, I found the jury also to be waning at this point, especially with the visuals. It's not like, you would think that the visuals wake them up. It's hard because they don't have screens in front of them. So when they're looking at visuals, it's a poster board 6-7 feet in front of them. So some of them have to lean in. Some of them are like, don't even bother looking at it because they don't really, you know what I mean? They just lean back in their chair and listen.
Right.
I don't know about this specific. I was bored during this testimony just because I felt like, maybe they were offering forensic information, but it to me, it wasn't enough to be like, oh, wow, let me like jump in and see like, oh, this really makes a difference. I think we already saw that there could be two shooters, two perpetrators, that there could be a number of reasons why it wasn't him. I don't think this does anything specific. I did hear he will be the witness for the rest of the entire day. I just yeah, they're also going through it very slow.
Yeah.
Some of this part, and I get why for technical reasons, but as far as like being in the court, you kind of have to drum up the entertainment factor a little bit, and they lack in that regard.
I concur with that.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, you guys check out James in court. His link to his channel is down below. He's putting in long hours to try and provide perspective from down in South Carolina and the courtroom. And if you want more coverage on that, I urge you, make sure you click the link below in the description where I have James in court, and look forward to hearing from you. If you want to pop back in later, that's cool. And I'll send you a link for tomorrow as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I can pop in during a break and definitely tomorrow at lunch for sure.
Beautiful. Take care, my brother.
All right. Great talking with you both. Have a good day. See you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. You too, brother. All right. A couple things I want to... Let me take care of a couple Rumble rants here. Self-loathing lib says, well, pop them up on the screen. I'm out of jokes at the moment. You owe me at least one glass of wine at this point. It's really hard to pop up on screen because they don't... That's not the chat doesn't, for Rumble, doesn't scroll through on StreamYard's system. So I and Nick, we both use StreamYard's system. He never pops up any chats either for either Rumble or YouTube. I prefer to just pop them up there. But yeah, it's not something that works. Yeah, it's not something that works. You can't do that for Rumble. I mean, I guess in theory, if I showed my screen, everyone would see like a tiny little thing of your chat, but I don't think that's going to do anything. He also says, can we please get Farron on here to comment on height and size? Maybe she can do some insightful live analysis for us. Yeah, okay. And one last from him. Can we get James back later in court and off stream? All right. A testy crowd today. I also want to address this $100 super chat that came in while James was in here about EDB's chat. So this was from Jacob's Proud Madre. I really don't get all the hateful talk against EDB and her quote followers. I follow all of you. EDB is not at all saying he's guilty. She's actually dogs on the prosecution more. I wish people weren't so mean, especially when they aren't even watching her coverage. So I will note a few things here. I think you're correct. I think it's unfair. I know that Emily is not just a very bright attorney, and that her coverage is excellent. I sent her a super chat, telling her that I thought her coverage is something sets the standard. I think that she's smart. She knows what she's talking about. She's entertaining. And what more could anyone be asking for? As far as people having hateful talk against EDB or followers, most of that comes from chat. And I think that there's sort of like people have their different tastes. And when they have their tastes, they're going to be expressive. So, yeah, there you go. Anyway, that's my thought about the whole EDB. There's certainly no personal... I certainly have no personal issues with Emily. I love her. I think she's great.
And I haven't looked at any metrics, but I would expect that EDB's channel is probably outperforming everybody together. in covering this trial.
Oh, she's phenomenal. She's great. So, well, God bless. And she's a good person. So I'm happy for her. She's everything. She deserves all of the phenomenal success she has. I think she's worked her tail off to earn, and she well deserves, because she delivers a great product. So, Rocky says, I was in special forces and taught to fire that way in close combat. But there's not combat. No one here seems like they're armed and shooting back. You don't need to take a defensive position to avoid getting hit from return fire.
Maybe he means when he was taught to execute women and children. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Close combat. That's not what's happening here. Street gang hit, not so much a classic mob hit. I don't know. The state going to accept 5-2 or suggest 2 shooters? Well, once you start getting into now we have evidence that there's a second shooter, I think that already raises reasonable doubt as to why we think that he's one of the shooters. By the way, I actually came up with another theory that I haven't shared with you yet, Andrew, which is I'm starting to believe that perhaps he was there when it happened. And
you mean at the shed?
That he was at
or in the house?
That he saw them getting killed. And that would be consistent with all the evidence without him necessarily being guilty of murdering them. That perhaps, and that if it was a mob hit, that he basically knew, I can't say anything about that to the police because I'm going to be forced to answer 1,000 other questions that I never want to have to answer. And that would be consistent with why there's no blood on him, why he doesn't have the guns, why he didn't have to be hiding the guns, why he perhaps felt that he couldn't report this to the police, why he's racing back and forth because he is under stress and acting like a little bit like kind of loony, even at a time when he, hasn't officially learned of their deaths. And I think I think a lot of the evidence supports this perspective far more than saying he pulled the trigger.
But so he saw his wife and son killed. He didn't want them dead. Is that what you're saying? He just happened to observe the murders?
What I'm saying is, if let's say he saw a mob hit go down,
right,
and he knew that he couldn't, that he knew for what it was, and basically wasn't in a position to defend them.
I get it.
And then he basically, he's like, now I'm a suspect. I'm going to try creating some sort of alibi. It's consistent with Maggie's phone going in a different direction, number of steps than he's going. It's consistent with, and I'm not saying, I know the steps evidence is garbage. I understand that. But if we give any credibility to the steps evidence and this timeline, everything, it fits neatly within the timeline. It fits neatly with all of the evidence that's come forward. Everything. There's nothing in the evidence that refutes that I can recall seeing that refutes this perspective that he actually saw them being murdered and basically, then tried figuring I can't talk to the police about this. I can't give them names of anything because otherwise they'll kill me and or Buster.
He did go to the police about it. He just waited 2 hours.
He can't go right away at a certain point, but that basically that he felt like he couldn't report it. That that maybe he was under threat of you need to if we don't get an hour, we don't want to hear the police coming in here for the next hour, and
I think I saw that movie.
I'm just saying. To me, that's consistent with all of the evidence. Every bit of evidence we've seen, even though the flimsier evidence, it's consistent with all of that. And why he would act in the sus way he's been acting, with not remembering he was at the kennel and then remembering it when he sees he's forced to. I mean, it just sort of is consistent with everything here. So it's just a thought. It's obviously highly speculative, but it's just a thought that popped into my head. The state's going to accept 5-2 or suggest 2 shooters. When you got to monetize this thing right off the bat, get all these ads clicking in and out. Is Sean shotgunning today? Why you got to monetize this thing right off the bat? Get all these ads clicking in and out. I don't do anything special. Go yell at YouTube.
It must be my ad.
I have no idea.
Only one.
No, that came in before. I don't know. MS Krim says that was a mob hit in my opinion. Nana XB says they don't have a weapon is the shotgun a double barrel pump action? Without a weapon, you can't know where the ejection location is. That's true.
For the
you can't.
Well, okay. Most
No?
300 blackouts are going to eject to the right, maybe slightly rearward. That would be normal.
Kelly R says, please bring in a photo of local gang and show the maximum height of 5'5".
Bring them in the gallery. All shackled together in orange prison suits.
Let me standing there, arms locked, shoulders locked with Attorney Tom.
That would be funny if the whole time of the trial we didn't know, but the defense was having the jury's lunch served by waiters and waitresses who were 5'2" to normalize the exposure.
All right. Tara says, you're assuming that the 5'2" shooter is a male. As for the parking spot at Almeda, AM was on phone with Chris Wilson, then called to be let in. A man in his shape then wasn't moving to ditch weapons and close under 2 minutes. Yeah, I agree with you. To me, I don't even understand how it is that he could be the killer at this point. It's beyond. It's not. It's like I'm fairly convinced that he did not pull the trigger. I still think it's possible he was there. I think that's possible, but I'm fairly convinced that there's no way he could have pulled that trigger. There's just so many problems with that theory that he pulled the trigger that I don't even understand it anymore. It's beyond me. I'm on the same page as you there, Tara. Self-loathing Lib says, why are we creating EDB drama? Go get a drink, Joe, a.k.a. the Raquetta trial sniper. The Raquetta trial sniper. I apologize for the James comment. That was unnecessary, but you ripping some booze is necessary. All right. I will...
$100.
I assume that people do that to me for the purpose of making me feel as awkward as possible. And I accept that. I accept being put in that awkward position. Let me have you hate on EDB, James, and Farron. I'm just going to have you just read off like the nastiest stuff in the world about each of them. And, I'll pay you your 20 shekels and just make you suffer through this and stammer through it, Joe. Oh God. I do owe him a shot for that. So let me take care of that.
The jury should be back in 15 or 20 minutes, folks.
Yeah. So I'm jury should be back in 15, 20 minutes. I have a whole bunch of alcohol here. Let me see what I got. I could do like a balloon. All right. Definitely Not Brandon says, how are we only at 3,000 likes? Grift harder or I will end this stream with a hail of booze drinks. Click the like button, folks, or go to LNC. Thank you. All right. So.
I tried to like it again, but that just unlikes it, it looks like. So.
Yeah, apparently that's one of the drawbacks. So to you, self-loathing Lib, and to Definitely Not Brandon, trying to help me grift. I appreciate that. God bless you. Hope you're enjoying the trial. Hope we make this day go a little bit more enjoyably. And looking forward to seeing more of you guys throughout the rest of the week. Salut, l'chaim, and to life.
No Vegas for you, Joe, or Vegas? I can't remember.
No Vegas for Joey.
Okay.
No. Which means I will be here all week while you guys are getting drunk and wasted and gambling away in Vegas.
I don't gamble. I can't promise anything about the drunk and wasted, but I don't gamble.
You don't gamble, really?
Nope. Well, there was that first marriage, but that taught me my lesson.
Renee Collins saying I missed her super chat. It's possible. Let me see if it might be queued up here. I haven't finished my super chats yet. Let me take a quick glance down to make sure. No, I still have it. It came at 142 here, which was, and Alex would be deafened by this shot, right? And I haven't gotten to that yet. And I don't know. I don't know that he'd be deafened by the shot. But yeah. All right, where are we at here? But no, I don't assume. I'm on my timeline. I'm at 112 on the super chats. So that's where I'm at. I believe I covered all Rumble rants so far. All right, definitely not. Brandon says, oh, we got that one. He also says, what if it was a female? That's not abnormal. They're shooting, not physically overpowering them. Could be a friend of Beach. This is true. Dun, dun, dun. And it makes sense. It's very possible, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt of possibility. I'm just asking myself, does the jury really think that that's what happened? Do we expect that the jury's really going to think that? I'd hope that they would recognize that and say not guilty or no proof beyond reasonable doubt. But I think the state is correct that they're starting with a massive advantage that's not normally built into their case, in that they have the entire state of South Carolina hating Alex Murdaugh. And it sucks that that's reality, but that is reality. So, and that's part of what the defense has to deal with. Knife check. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means? Because I seriously... Oh, that's you? Oh, there. Whoa. All right. Do not mess with Andrew Branca. Seriously, he looks like this innocent... Do not mess with Andrew Branca. I'm just going to say. Tina Lewis says, brown people, teenagers, two separate examples of 5'5", maybe. I don't know what this means. Oh, I guess you're trying to find short people. All right. O'Keefe would have figured it out, that's for sure. That's for sure. Have you been following that drama?
I mean, yeah, what's on Twitter that comes across my screen, I see it. I'm not personally invested. I've always liked James O'Keefe and his work. I'm not sure what the politics around the whole board thing are. I presume he'll go on to bigger and better things. He seems to be a resilient guy.
Same. I agree with that. I will tell you that after reviewing his video and then seeing the response from Project Veritas' staff, I was unimpressed with Project Veritas. He did a great job eviscerating them, like making them look terrible.
Hey, it looks like Alec Baldwin got a lucky break. You heard about that?
They dropped the knife charge.
Not a knife charge. They dropped the gun sentencing enhancement.
Right.
Which, by my reading of the statute, they didn't need to do. That was total. It was, listen, full credit to the defense. It was a good scam. They pulled it off. That was the biggest weight hanging over his head, was that 5-year mandatory minimum, and they managed to make it go away. But they did it through political pressure, not through legal merit. There was no reason to dismiss that charge.
Interesting. Self-loathing lib says, you're asking yourself if you should take the next shot. I'm really not. I'm really not.
Come on, somebody put up $100.
My normal minimum.
Now you know Alec's not going to testify today.
My normal minimum is 200. Right? That's my normal when it's not a drinking stream. A drinking stream, I say 100. Normal minimum is 200. If I'm feeling cash strapped, sometimes I'll say 150. But I'm real with you. If I'm like, you know what, this has been a very slow month, I'll do it for 150 today. But yeah, I mean, he's giving me a bunch of Rumble rants, so I was like, all right, he's really bought that job.
I would end up in the hospital, man. If they were paying me $1,000 a shot, it wouldn't be worth it.
Look at this. Self-loathing lid now sent me another $100 saying, Alex isn't testifying today. Let's get to it, Joe. I must have sent you 4 more shots worth of crappy chats. I'm telling you, you can look at my history. I go at 200. That's seriously what I do. And I also told Brandon. That I can't do this. I can't do this today. But I'll probably end up taking another shot at some point. So I'm not ignoring you, self-loathing liberal. Dean, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Tara Rayner says, I can see a woman doing it. Someone seeking revenge is gender neutral. This is true. It's a good point. Especially when it's to avenge, say, a harm to their child. It's possible. Then we need to look into Mallory Beach's mom. It's possible hired help could do it for any reason. That wouldn't be consistent with him not reporting it if he was there. So, because it was a revenge murder, they probably would. If he was there, they probably would have killed him too. So, that's the mob hit explains why he would be there and not be killed. And not
Maybe it
tell
was
the
a
police.
burglary gone bad. Maybe it was a couple teenagers. They know the place is not, during the day is unoccupied most of the time. They go there. They know there's guns all over it because all of Paul's friends knew that guns were everywhere. Even the guns in the gun room were not really secured. They were just in a rack. They weren't locked in any way. Let's go steal a bunch of guns. But then they stumble over Paul. They shoot him, and then Maggie appears. They shoot him, and they're like, "Well, this burglary's gone bad. Let's get out of here."
Yeah. Chaos Coordinator says it was a normal day until it wasn't. Definitely not. Brandon says, did you pull an Alex and blackout during the grandchild festivity? Clearly not trying to get you off on a tangent. I did not black out during the party for my newest grandchild. I did get under the influence, but did not black out.
Yeah, so I mean that's why we treat burglary as seriously as we do, folks. We treat burglary like a crime against persons crime, even though burglary is technically a property crime.
Self-loathing Lib says, Joe, what does 2 + 2 equal? Now take a second and ponder as to what Brandon's Rumble name is. Okay. Gosh. He's so persistent. He's very persistent. Brandon, you SOB.
I knew I should have hosted the stream.
Tara Rayner says, I am still stuck on Rogan saying he was sleeping when Alex was calling, but placing 9 calls during the alleged time of murders as well as his girlfriend. Just a feeling in my gut. He was miles away, like miles and miles away. I don't think he's in the zone of. He was like in a different city, based on. So let's not start thinking it was Rogan, because he would have needed basically a Star Trek type of transporter to get back and forth there. So my recollection, do you remember where he was? I remember him testifying. In fact, he was talking about the
I thought
reason
he was at his girlfriend's house.
Yeah, but he was on Snapchat and he left the dog in the kennel there because he was in a different city. He was living with his girlfriend. His girlfriend, he couldn't have the dog there in her apartment. My point is, he was very far from them. That's why the dog was in the kennel. So, definitely not. Brandon says, is Branka live streaming again today? Make sure to bring the webcam for the ladies. Pro tip.
We're live streaming right now. You mean a second live stream after the trial day? I'm too wiped after that, folks. Sorry.
Yeah, it's. Did I call him
I don't know how
Rogan?
Nick does it. I mean, Nick does all day, and then he does a nighttime show too, and it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing a stream tonight also, although I'll probably do a little bit shorter stream than normal. But yeah, Self-Loathing Lib says, is this a gay cam show? What the heck kind of shot was that? What?
Did seem a little stingy, Joe.
I'll top off. I just filled quickly. Here, I'm topping off, okay? Man. All right. You heard it, folks. Joe's pounding isn't hurting you. Yeah. JC Chappie says, how tall is Cousin Eddie? Ooh. These are good questions. Did he have a motive, though, Cousin Eddie? I don't know. Judge says, Tinsley bribed a witness? Judge, Tinsley bribed a witness? I don't see the issue. Wait, Griffin made a tweet? Now we can't be having that. And that is a fair point. There's a difference between bribe and just a tweet. But again, different standards held for a lawyer who's representing a client in the case. DCV Titan says, how would the state call Alex at this point? I said state call Alex. No, I think I said state call Alex. The state could never call Alex. It would be the defense calling Alex.
Right, of course.
Right. It would be the state. Self-Loathing Lib says, I really hope Alex takes the stand now. Okay. Okay. Duly noted. Duly noted indeed. Fractal Machine says, then why isn't there a rule against it? Why isn't there a rule against... I don't remember what he's talking about.
Context.
No, he said something before which you responded to. I don't remember what it was.
Was it
probably,
the tweet?
It's probably about the tweet. Yeah, it's probably about the tweet. Volpe Fox says, sorry about your ma. Why no Paul? That was the funniest thing. Why not Paul? That was the funniest thing when he's like, sorry about your mother. What? Sorry about your mother. Oh my God. Best donation spot for Ohio? Anywhere in Cleveland, that's for sure.
Not vacation, folks. Donation. No vacationing in Ohio right now.
There's no vacation. My God. Seriously, that state is cursed. That state is so cursed. Oh my God. Apparently Maggie was shot by the Lollipop Guild. Apparently. Colby says, it's an odd strategy for the defense to start talking about murder in the middle of this trial about financial crimes. That's a good point. Touch to the Riot says, Branca's self-defense law regarding Baldwin. I read a news item that the defense argued, okay, this guy is a law student because he knew that a triangle means defense. Well done.
Fair
well
enough.
done. I see through you, Touch the Riot. It is true. In law school, they teach us to think of that when instead of writing out defense or defendant to make a delta sign, which is a triangle, whereas a plaintiff is a pi sign. Self-loathing lib says, I thought we had implied consent on what $100 chat means. Drink up. Let's get to the bottom of that bottle.
Yeah, so the news reports about the Baldwin thing are very misleading. They're suggesting that the statute for the sentencing enhancement was not in effect at the time he shot Helena Hutchins, that it was being applied retroactively. That's not true. The 5-year sentencing enhancement was in effect at least the prior year before the shooting. What did change the year after the shooting was they added some language about brandishing in the title of the statute. Didn't even change the statutory language. That arguably would be an argument for relieving the armorer from the sentencing enhancement because she was not actually holding the gun when it went off. So you can't argue she was brandishing the gun at the time. But Alec Baldwin clearly was. So so what I expect to happen is the prosecution realized they had a relatively weak argument for applying the sentencing enhancement to Gutierrez Reed. So they were going to drop it against her. And then they just, for political convenience, decided to also drop it against Alec Baldwin. But there's no legally meritorious reason to drop the sentencing enhancement against Baldwin, which is why I say congratulations to his defense team. They made it go away without even having to get to legal merit.
Indeed. Squizgar says, okay, crazy theory. Maggie was firing the 300 Blackout from the hip at whoever shot Paul. Maggie was firing the 300 Blackout from the hip at whoever shot Paul. Missed her shots. The shooter rushed her, wrestled the gun away, knocked her down, and shot her. That's interesting. There's so many ways to look at this thing. That's an interesting one. Could be. Who's to say? Not bad. Not bad. Although Maggie was pretty tall. She was taller than 5'4". So.
And by the way, they could get all this like percentage of people who are 6'4", percentage of people who are 5'4" into the record by just asking this reconstructionist as part of your reconstructing this scenario. Did you look at government records on how many people would qualify as 5'4" in the U.S.? And you could say, yeah, 4 times as many as qualify as 6'4".
JFC Joe don't know the difference between state and defense. Clearly, I don't. You caught me. I've been exposed as a sham. This whole parading around as a lawyer has basically been a very clever ruse that you just uncovered.
You're not a real lawyer, Joe. Yeah. I used to get that one all the time. You're not a real lawyer. I'm like, well, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts bar registry is public, and just go look it up.
Tish in Tennessee says legal advice is entertainment value. That's definitely true. He's great. He's a good person. MS Krim says, how we know what height if we have no murder weapon?
We're presuming the weapon.
We're presuming the weapon based on ballistics, and also the trajectory is telling us if we work in a straight line backwards to where the shell casings were, we can sort of figure out how tall the person has to be. And based on an angle of where they have to be able to pull the trigger and hold the gun on that angle, on that plane. So if they're holding the gun on that plane and they're pulling a trigger, you sort of get a feeling. Look, is it possible that it wasn't resting against his elbow and that it was just in his hand and sort of his hand was sort of straight down? That's possible. Who shoots like that? You got to sort of deal in the realm of reasonability. It's interesting. I want you to know something. I felt pretty good about the fact that James said that the fact that they said 5'2" hurt them rather than saying 5'8". That people were rolling their eyes at that, because to me that was the first thing when he said 5'2", I was like, I got a hard time buying that. That doesn't mean it wasn't true, or up to 5'4", but I can understand people being skeptical when they hear those numbers. They're like, yeah, I think you're in the tank here. You lost me when you went that to that level. I covered this one. How tall is Mallory's boyfriend? I don't know. These are good questions. I don't know how tall she was. Her boyfriend was. Although I don't think she was short. So who's to say? I don't know who her boyfriend was. How tall was Paul? Well, it's hard to say. He really shot up there at the end. Oh my gosh, that's so wrong. That's so wrong.
Hey, is court back, Joe?
Court just came back. Yes. Thank you for calling that to my attention.
I mean, the chat wasn't going to do it.
Yeah. Thank you for doing it. Someone has to do it. I owe you a shot, self-loathing liberal. I know.
The jury is present, sir.
And we are back.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm not finishing this bottle, Lesko. I'm not finishing it, but I do owe you a shot. So I'm catching up here.
With the quail and in the doghouse. But I got to tell you, over lunch, I was thinking about
Are you gonna do
how to
another 100?
demonstrate
To double this up?
a little more graphically what you're saying. John, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hunter, can I load the weapon?
Okay.
Make it as realistic as possible.
Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or weapon like this,
Welcome
that
back.
the shooter would have had.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of. How about come down here so I don't point at you?
Oh, there's someone who's held a gun
Or
before.
maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay. Why don't you get here? I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you should 5'3" or 5'4". But
Yeah,
position
better
me
to say 5'4".
tempting, but I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to do is come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how would the hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist.
This is a lawyer who learned from Binger not to aim a gun at a jury.
Right. Like this?
Yeah, and obviously you could crouch in some sort of a shooter's stance, but that's
How much lower than that?
That's going to be variable. Yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like that.
Slightly down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About like a little bit lower, about like that. So,
That's the quail pen.
that's 12 pen. So you can see, if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down
Or get short.
to put the barrel on that green line. So
If I'm 6'4",
good point,
and you
Professor
measure
Logic.
Alex's to knee,
right.
so where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches. This will be about right here. It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
Oh my God,
And
this
how
is
far
terrible
away.
testimony. It's so disordered.
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more.
What's your goddamn point?
Right. So then, if you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here. Right, you can shoot from the hip.
Have to shoot like that.
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
If I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it'd have to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming.
Right.
Or, a basic shooting position, you need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be, maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" or 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally for me, where would
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the 2-shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand.
That looks comfortable. Finally got there.
They have to find a way to make this more entertaining.
Based on the
I
angles.
really think there's a way to do that.
And basically trigonometry is what you're saying. You say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You can mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
Right.
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, cage. They would be
Jeez,
somewhere.
did you drink at
between
lunch or
5'2"
pull in?
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower
Maybe
part.
he knows Let's Go Brandon too.
Almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Now, let's move on in our presentation. And I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this. And it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh
Drinking
first
hour.
shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside.
on,
the
Long Crime.
south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was,
Next picture, please.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about, Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room I set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay,
and then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was at the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it, obviously because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
And at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
that's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some, talk. Well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh. And what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And
with
those are the bloody footprints.
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the stream going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was?
Objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees, and then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete or below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reamer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further.
Correct. It doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay. So now tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay. So I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise, it's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now, when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So it's going to have at least a normal a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called military standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection. How many rounds can they fire in a day? That sort of thing. So I just set up the testing. And in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, the same ammunition involved in this case. We got 12 gauge shotgun. We got bird shot. We got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
is decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. And the reason is because we can hear, the threshold of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical. So we make it a log scale. And all you really need to take away from that is if you have a sound that's 50 dB, 60 dB is twice as loud. That's how we perceive it if you have normal hearing. And then the idea is that, like the background in the courtroom here, there's a little bit of noise going on, but when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound is like 45 dB, we may not hear it at all unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it. It's just the same thing as you could be at a rock concert and the person beside you is trying to talk to and you can't hear them, even though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high. They're talking in a voice like I am. Without the microphone, it'd be about 70 dB. But your rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing and also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January the 5th of this year, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing on June the 7th, 2021. You have to take into account humidity, temperature, pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle from the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle. It's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay, next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels?
Yes, so you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry, because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble, right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. And eventually it goes away.
Next. What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that if you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
All right, that is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots, because you're talking 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise. And you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it. And that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had. So I was recording the weather before and after the testing, because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night, but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. Humidity was different.
But you've got tables and charts, calculations.
The temperature was the same in June.
For the results of this, all of these
South
modifications or
crazy.
adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference, because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house, it really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
That just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument set up. Next. So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, and so I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun, and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at one meter, it's 165. At 2 meters, it's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on, because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's
This is
basically what
to
happens.
ensure that your response is, you're recording your calculations are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the mill standard here.
What standard?
It's a United States military
Yeah,
standard.
you talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you used?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next. Is that a 300 blackout
Yes.
bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout?
Yes.
Next. That would be the shotgun?
Yes.
12 gauge?
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used?
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot?
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house. And what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Do you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to. We put a movie in, and I just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is, when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next. So what is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse, and then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot? The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. It's not hard to understand, but the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casing was found?
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay. Next. Not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay,
Same.
okay, next. And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels. And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature. If there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55. A dishwasher in the next room is 50. And on and on. From,
Okay.
Loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles, and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore. So basically your rifles all the way down to a 22, which is like 143 decibel. But if you're shooting a rifle with a decent size cartridge, then you're looking at something from 160 to 165 dB.
Okay, next.
This is a similar chart of other people's work doing the same thing, and for shotguns. And basically your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB, so not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter, but obviously 12 gauge still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people
have been doing. Okay, next. Okay, so you want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot. And I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please.
What? Oh, this is a demonstration.
2, 1, shoot.
Okay, all kidding aside.
Stand by.
Right after he said shoot, I got an alert from my Gmail. Like I heard bleep.
So it was about 1 second before I said, all right.
What?
So
the point is
we could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening for it. So what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on. There's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen?
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yeah. There were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
I would have thought that shotgun would be louder.
A few more questions.
But that's just
No, there's a lot more powder in the blackout round.
Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides.
No,
but I think
shotguns for
we've
short
covered the
range.
acoustics, unless you want to get more.
I know that.
I can. No, keep going.
Oh gosh. I think this puts me half a shot ahead of you, but this is my double for you.
Keep going.
Let's go.
Keep
I
going.
see your super chat, and I'm not reading it later. So
That's
there.
it? Nope, good. Your Honor, I'd like to
Here's your
offer into
double.
evidence a printout of that. I mean, so, yeah.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Take $14 just one moment.
I still think I'm 100 ahead of you.
I just went back and rewound that. I could not hear the gunshot.
No one
Now
can
let's
hear
go to
it.
one
It's
last matter.
ridiculous.
And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, I guess, mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This is the, from your. Any objection?
Just a question.
This graph you created under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, which is 142.
As a lawyer, I'm going to critique Harpoolian that he's putting the jury to sleep here. This could be very helpful testimony, but the jury will never know it.
Yeah, here we go.
Because this
So
has
we
just
offer
become
141
so.
and 142 into evidence. Any objection?
No objections.
That's my take on
Admitted.
this.
And that's 142. Okay. Hold on to both of those. So 141 is speed from Moselle to Almeda, which I guess maybe we don't have that on the computer. Do we? No. Let me put this on the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please?
Elmo! That's louder than the sound of that shot inside the home.
And
Me typing is louder than the sound of that shot.
Apex, you're saying shouldn't the jury just pay attention? It's really hard to do this when you're actually sitting.
so what does this depict?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th.
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay. So, two things. You look at 141, and you look at the time.
Yeah, they needed this.
You look at this correlated.
State was drawing a lot of innuendo from the
As Mr. Murdaugh left his home.
He's going to shred their black box experts up.
Well, actually,
Because
the
they made
one
it
that you
sound like
got
he was
up
driving
is
80 miles an hour for the
is
whole
the return trip, I
Mhm.
believe.
Yeah.
Right, they did imply that that was what he was doing the whole time, when he might have tapped out at that for like a second or two.
Right, like this graph shows.
Mm-hmm.
It's my point, Joe. What are you, drunk?
I'm good.
Apex, all I can say is until you just go sit through a trial in the gallery. It's hard.
Is that better?
Stay on this when it gets boring.
Yes, that's 141 there.
Right, and at 9:07, has he left Moselle? Have you independently checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07?
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be that first rise there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a dip, but then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there. Right. It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over. Back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 9:07 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. And they have not passed.
Oh, sorry for typing.
So this graph starts at 9:07, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 9:07?
Yes.
Okay. The questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid 40s.
Didn't slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road.
Correct.
Was actually accelerating a little bit.
That's important.
Just like, I think 42 to 44 or something like that. I'm sorry.
16.
Is that about right? Okay. So as he drove past, I think you testified that, where Maggie's cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road. Tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he stopped or slowed down?
No.
So he's calling his
Now,
wife. If you believe the state, he's calling the wife, speeding up while throwing a phone out the window. That seems hard to
study
accept.
physics, or you actually testify about physics. If someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle, and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Expertise.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Physics is not kinetics.
Physics.
But yes, sir,
talk
he
about
is a
physics the whole
mechanical
time.
engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck.
Overruled.
And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car?
Sustained?
He didn't even hear the guy's answer. He's asking for his expertise.
I don't understand anything about what this judge is doing.
Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. Though low beams, modern low beams, which will be on you, you're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
What about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around it, maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alec Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents.
Okay.
It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes.
You do it all the time?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alec Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for
He's
that
allowed
line
to
of
speculate.
question.
He's an expert witness. Oh my God.
Okay. You looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie at that GPS location?
Again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Same thing. Calls for speculation.
I overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
What?
Yes, they would definitely be available to be seen.
That's the right call. Why not
Can't
make it
say
the
what
first
Mr.
time?
Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of his Suburban and directly in front of his Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels and the kennels. So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank you, questions open.
I don't understand this judge at all.
It's bizarre. I don't know why he sustained the earlier ones.
I mean, overruled is the right call, but why did you first sustain it twice? It's ridiculous.
Let's go. I don't know what you're talking about. I caught up to everything.
In your career,
you caught up to
in
me with your
investigating
last
motor
one.
vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and
Oh, of
flies
course.
through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory. And then also what happens once they strike the ground? How do they slow down? Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55. So it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off or whatever, on a car that's going, whatever the speed limit, they're 45 miles an hour. And it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found. Would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation, no foundation laid.
He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what, which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. Question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Your Honor, permission to approach. Permission to approach.
What the hell?
Approach.
Let's all stand for a moment. Yes, you can come forward.
Harpooling has a tremor in his hand. I don't know if you noticed that.
He's mad.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre how
You're both great
shush.
trial attorneys, and I'm dying here.
Oh my God, what a
Krista, I'm here.
Oh my gosh,
what a shrew.
It's going to go to 45.
Those are some Karenista glasses.
I mean, this man doesn't even know how much a cell
I'm
phone
having
weighs.
fun.
We haven't even answered these questions. Talk to me, Krista. Talk to our viewers.
Oh my
You're worried about
gosh.
this expert. What about the other
Lay a
expert?
foundation, step by step, the questions on which you base your opinion. You
Okay.
can't just ask the ultimate
Okay.
question.
Oh my
and that's
God.
what Dick
Oh, look, she
Harpoon
pays
is
for
doing.
the-
At least we can be
Saying,
confident none of
would
these
the
women are
cell phone
married.
rotate?
Oh, and look, she
Boom.
pays for the "I'm an important attorney" plaque.
I want to hear their legal arguments. I want to hear what they're saying. If you guys want to respond, that's fine.
Look at the
But-
pictures, the daughter pictures in the background. No husband pictures.
Oh,
Okay, but let's
hashtag don't need no man.
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle, like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble, unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees?
Sure.
And when you say tumble, it would tumble, correct? It'd move head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen to it doesn't have to be a phone, but
Any object.
a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble. Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might even slide.
One last question. One line, I forgot this. You looked at the data on, the speed data on the Suburban returning on the night of the 7th from Almeda to Moselle, correct?
Yes.
And the state mentioned that there are a couple of times where or at least one time where his speed goes up to 80, comes back down, or tell us what's happening with those peaks, the 70 and the 80.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 142, this graph represents the speed. So the higher the peak, the higher the speed. The sharper the peak is the smaller amount of time that he spent at that speed. So like the one in the middle that goes to 80 miles an hour is just for just a second or so, a couple seconds, because each one of those blue lines represents 3 seconds. So what that shows you is that he does reach high speeds on the return trip, but it's not for a long period of time. And that's why basically the average speed of Mr. Murdaugh coming back to Moselle was about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back from Moselle.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Right, not from Moselle.
That's important. That's very important.
Beg the court's indulgence.
That's why the state was objecting so much.
Good point. Now you all know why Andrew gets the big bucks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Afternoon break. Time for a shot, Joe.
Well, I don't even know what I just want to be clear on this. I don't know what Lesko's talking about. I've caught up on everything. He's calling me shot dodger. He's blaspheming against my character. This is just wrong. It's completely wrong. I'm just gonna say that. I still have a ton of super chats. Do you guys have any thoughts you want to weigh in with before I start reading through some of these?
Yeah. Can I mention something besides the trial? I was chatting with someone in the Rumble comments.
Of course.
Neodas, was that the name? Neurodas? I forget. Anyway, Neurodas found it. So he was suggesting I might have been incorrect in my analysis of the Alec Baldwin situation, whether the relevant statute was being applied retroactively, and he may well be right. So I took a closer look at it. I may have been misled by Lexis when they summarized the changes from one version of the statute to another. The only proper way to do the analysis is to look at the actual versions of each statute, which is what I should have done from the start. So just want to acknowledge that. I'll take a look at those this evening and maybe do a short live stream on that just to clarify where things stand.
I tip my cap to you for opening a possibility that you were mistaken. Well done.
Yeah, certainly I will say this. If the applicable statute, in fact, is limited to brandishing, which is what Neurodas is suggesting, what I'll have to confirm, then it would not be applicable to Baldwin or Reed. And so it would be appropriate to drop the charges. Because neither one of them could realistically be alleged to have been brandishing. Reed didn't even have a gun in her hand.
Yeah.
So to clarify, brandishing is when you're trying to threaten someone with a weapon?
Right,
Yeah,
correct.
Like
So you have an intent
you
to
better
threaten.
do what I say or something.
Right.
Yeah.
So the more current version of the statute says if you're even using the gun, which clearly Alec Baldwin was using the gun, he was holding and manipulating the gun. But if the relevant version of the statute for his purposes is brandishing, he wasn't brandishing. I don't believe there's any evidence of that.
Because there was no evidence of him trying to threaten Helena. And
Correct.
Doesn't even it's not even logical to believe that he was trying to threaten her. In that
Well, it could be. I mean, I can imagine a scenario. You could imagine, he's prone to anger, this guy, right?
It's not likely. It's not likely.
But I haven't seen any evidence of it.
And the probable cause doesn't support that for what they filed.
Right. So you wouldn't file a case like you said earlier. Like the state wins 90 to 95% of their cases. If you don't think you're going to win on it, you're not going to bring it.
Oh, it's not just that. I mean, if it's inapplicable, it's only appropriate to drop the charge. They shouldn't have brought the charge in the first place. No matter what you think of Alec Baldwin, we're all entitled to due process of law. We shouldn't be charged with statutes that are ex post facto.
Amen. Okay.
Well, I like how St. Kyle's on there in their background clip.
Yeah. Okay. Shooter's height is based on the top of Paul's head being an exit possible shot from another angle. There's no evidence of that. So, and from what they say, his brain splattered off of.
There's somebody on the internet, I forget their name. They did this weird reenactment of the shooting where Paul was, I guess his body was leaning 45 degrees one way and his head was like his neck would have to be broken for his head to be flopped over. And something, I mean, it was crazy. But they were really excited about their theory.
Yeah. I like that the defense focusing heavily on the actual murder scene rather than, well, everything else. Joe, if a drug cartel was involved, it's common for men from South America to be short. Is this really a thing? That South Americans are short? You guys were all
they're pretty
saying
short.
It, but I thought you were joking, but like
No, they're pretty short.
Is that actually like a thing?
Yeah, when I worked as a diesel mechanic in New York City, most of the other mechanics were from Guatemala, and they were tiny.
That's cherry picking. All right.
There's a lot of them.
What's the state's theory on how he got rid of the 2 guns? This is the biggest hole in the story. Reasonable doubt in itself. I agree. Especially when you have Buster's testimony that he was with him physically for like the next week or so. Yes, Joe, I agree complete with your analysis. Here. Thank you. Finally, someone in the chat willing to stand up and say Joe is right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you hear fourth choice on Kennel Vid? 15 to 19 seconds.
Not
fourth voice on Kennel
I
Vid.
thought part of his acoustics talking was going to say whether that was the phone or a voice. So I didn't.
Yeah, it did seem like he was going down that road. Yeah. But that never came. So, agree with Jacob. There's been a bit of EDB defamation in chat. She's done well and not a stand for the state. I love Emily Baker. I personally like her and have deep respect for everything about what she produces. There is no but to that. She's just great in all respects. Did I miss something here? It was a $200. Oh, that's what he did. That's what he did. I thought it was $100. He did $200. Sargon. All right. Self-loathing lib says, did you pour a half shot and not even take it? Remember, you're not drunk as long as you can hold onto a single blade of grass to prevent yourself from falling off the face of the earth. That's not really true. And it says also, you can do it, Joe. All right. I didn't realize that. I apologize to Lesko. I thought it was $100. It was a $200 Rumble rant. Okay. By my account, I owe you a half a shot. Terry Rayner says there's no way he would have kept quiet all this time and covered for someone else when he would get protection from the state or spill?
To spill, to talk?
Yeah, to spill, to talk. Yeah, unless he worries that he doesn't trust the state to protect Buster from the mob, which every movie I ever saw said you should not trust the state to be able to have that capacity. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if some people don't trust the state. Mike P says no hunter would shoot from the hip. Is that true?
You wouldn't shoot that way
hunting.
Yeah.
While they're hunting, but it doesn't mean you wouldn't fire off a couple of rounds when your person
That's no true
when your people
Scotsman. Like,
hunting.
how many of us experience executing a hit on somebody? So,
yeah,
anything's possible.
Bad Weather Biker says a pump or semi-automatic shotgun will leave marks on the brass part of the shell from the feed tongues and ejector. A double barrel won't leave the same marks. I defer to my far more knowledgeable gun experts here on the panel.
That's
maybe, and if anybody bothered looking.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even know that the shot shells that were found were the ones that killed Paul.
Yeah. There's spent holes all over the place, so I mean, this is correct, but
with the amount of guns on property and the level of gun usage from this family as a whole, the idea that every shell they found necessarily came from the night of the shooting seems hopeful at best.
I mean, did SLED even look at brass marks on the shotgun shells? I don't remember testimony about that.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they bothered, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think technically that's correct. The way a double-barrel shotgun ejects rounds is different than the way a semi-automatic extracts and ejects rounds. So I would expect the marks to be different, but I don't know that anybody even looked.
Who built the pyramids? Joe? Well, these are good questions. It definitely was not the Jews. It was not the Jews. That we know. It was they predate the Jews' appearance in Egypt. So.
Yeah. Plus they were over budget.
I thought it was because they whined too much.
You guys are killing me here. All right. Guys, it's 5-2 to 5-4, not just 5-2. Big difference. Yeah, okay, fine. If the jury... It's like he finally conceded 5-4. Okay. Ace says, here's an interesting take. Oh, my God. I hate you. All right, let's go. We're done. That's it. I'm tapping out, okay? Here's an interesting take. Ace says, here's an interesting take. Maybe Dirty Cops off the 2. That could explain the ruined crime scene, lack of detective work, and the fear to go to the police. Maybe. Maybe?
I mean,
Could
most
be.
of the time when I see cops like this get dirty, they get dirty because they're trying to cover up their own incompetence and they're just embarrassed. So they're
Yeah.
willing to lie about it, even if that means putting someone in jail. That doesn't make them not dirty, but that it's some great organized, orchestrated scheme by the police. It's hard to fathom.
Yeah.
Self-loathing lib says, now you're defaming me. A half shot? Fill that double to the brim with the alcoholic juice and set yourself free. All right, this is the last one. This is the last one. I'm taking one more shot here. Not this second, but I will take it soon. God willing. All right. Liberty and Freedom Mindset says, Branko theory and Joe's theory together make most sense. Breaking Bad style hit and leave Alex alive and pay debts. All right, there you go. Thank you. Cedar Stuff says, a hog on his hind legs is 5'2". Revenge mode. It's pretty funny. Watermelon says, the fact that the state rested without a realistic timeline to the crime and everyone's still speculating is enough for not guilty. Oh, you're not going to get any argument from this panel.
Well, they pretended to put forth a timeline. They spent a whole afternoon talking about a timeline.
It just was a pretty crappy one. So
Yes.
Lux Lobo says, how tall is the dead boat girl's mom? Someone else asked that same question. Jacob Brown said, I've seen plenty of Hispanic men that are under 5'6". If defense can plant the seed that drug gang did, if the defense can plant the seed that the drug gang did it, it could be more believable for the jury. Perhaps, hopefully, maybe, if you're rooting for Alex to get past this.
But again, keep in mind, this family kept $20 or $30 or $40,000 worth of Rolex watches just laying around that property, you think it wouldn't be tempting for someone to come in and do a burglary? But they had $20 to $30 to $40,000 worth of guns hanging around.
Yeah, well,
even the shotgun that Alec
kennels.
grabbed, that's a $2,000 shotgun. All these guns are expensive.
Okay.
Yeah, it could have been any meth head or piece of crap in the county.
Everybody knew they had guns everywhere.
Well, any meth head named Frodo, but yeah. So, Tara Reynolds says, Alex called him because he lives so close. Alex called him because she wrote that at 2:16. I'm not sure. That was like over an hour ago. I'm not sure who him is. Called Rogan, I think this is what she was talking about. This is when I had a debate with Tara earlier where I was telling her that he was too far away to have committed these crimes. He's in the kennel. I don't know what that means. He called him because he lives so close. That doesn't even make sense to me, to be honest with you.
Canadians.
Look, I like Tara. She's put forward some great super chats. I just don't really see how the evidence supports her take on this thing. Gates of Above says, it's odd to me to just dismiss a 5'2" person killing them, but like Branko said, brought up Alex 6'4", which is the other end of the height extreme. I think it's good evidence to prove Alex didn't shoot. I am not disputing the validity of this evidence. I think it is good evidence. I think it's great evidence. But if the jury doesn't believe it, and they think somehow or another this guy got it wrong because his number is too extreme, imagine he come in there. Imagine this is what he had said. He said, the science proves to us that this person was exactly 2 feet 3 inches tall. Who's going to believe that? No one's believing that. So similarly, if they're dismissing the credibility on the basis of the fact that in their minds, rightly or wrongly, probably wrongly, but in their minds, it cannot be someone who's 5'2", and he keeps professing that that's what it is, and they say, we can't believe you. It doesn't matter whether you and I believe him. You and I agree with his science. It matters what the jury says at the end of the day, right? I'm not mistaken on that, am I? So that's what I'm really fixating on. You answered $2 questions. Glad to see. I will.
I think that's a knock on me because I don't answer the questions unless they're $5.
Oh, is that it?
Might be.
Pledging 200 pennies. You weren't specific. Shot. Nice try. All right. Richard Thebaud says, it's idiotic to think a short person can't commit murder with guns. It wasn't a beating. Short people are already mad anyway for being short. Stop. Okay. Yeah. I'm not saying that it could not be a short person. I'm simply saying what will the jury accept as being a likely sufficient to get them below reasonable doubt? Now, what do I think? I think we're ready. I don't think he did it. So all the more so for me to say there's reasonable doubt. Okay, I literally don't think he killed him. I think that this was just not him who pulled the trigger. You're not trying to convince me, but the question is, what will the jury believe? And understand, chances are at least several members of the jury probably walked in here saying he killed his own family and believing that. And looking for justification support.
You almost first have to consider how disinclined would he be to do this, or how inclined, right? Was this family he hated or a family he loved? Well, if he loves them, he's disinclined to kill them. So if he's really disinclined to kill them, I need a big reason why he would overcome that disinclination. And I've seen nothing like that from the state. Amen.
And all the more so when his temperament is one that he doesn't have the cojones to put down a dog that needs putting down. So if he needs someone else to put down the dog for him, how the heck is he putting down his own family member who all accounts say he loved them dearly? And now we only have circumstantial evidence, and it's circumstantial evidence that's very easy to explain away and contradictory in some cases. To me, I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't even know why he's being charged. Just standing in a purely, if we were standing in a purely logical type of world rather than dealing with human emotion, but we are dealing with human emotion, and we have to recognize that a lot of people in South Carolina really don't like him specifically. You're hard to come up with anyone in South Carolina who's less popular than Alex Murdaugh. So that's what he's going up against. Is that right? No, but we have to deal with reality, whether we like it, whether it's right or wrong. So Charles Argos says, surely it's hard to fire a 7.62 from the hip. The kick is severe. Are those 7.62 on the 300 Blackout?
Well, it's the same caliber bullet, but there's different 7.62s. I mean, there's kind of long distance rifle rounds, and that's not what a Blackout is.
No, it's a 308 bullet shoved into a 5.56 casing. So, no, this is not like some monstrous battle rifle cartridge. You could definitely shoot that from the hip.
No. Professor Logic says, I can't wait for prosecution rebuttal demonstrative showing Alex riding Bubba to make the angles. This guy always makes me laugh. He always, like, without fail. I look forward to his super chats because he always makes me laugh. Ryan Knowles says, read that sentence enhancement statute in New Mexico was passed after Rust shooting ex post facto.
It was passed before the Rust shooting, but the language in it was changed. That's the question. So it's unclear to me if the language that was present in law at the time the Helena Hutchins shooting happened, whether that would qualify against Baldwin. It appears not. Then they amended the statute. They changed the language, and that later language probably would apply, but it can't apply retroactively. But that's the confusion. It's not like it's one statute that they just adopted after the fact. That's not what happened here. It existed already. It's the changes in the language that have to be looked at more closely.
One quick rumble rant. Old man Marley says, Branca, can you share the CCW safe code for one of the chatters here again? My dumb state doesn't allow me to have one of their policies.
Well, if your state doesn't allow you to have it, what good would it do for you? But yeah, if you're interested in CCW safe, go to lawselfdefense.com/CCW safe. Discount code is LSD10. Not the drug. Law of self-defense. LSD10.
But the drug helps you remember it, right?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I've not done acid.
Jury is present, sir. Point at the judge.
Cross-examination.
Max says, caveat, I also smirked when they said 5'2", but that's because I thought he was a clever little trick they did.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony.
Why?
Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would
They
say so,
approved
and
him as
failure
a
analysis.
expert.
And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on the website, we really don't advertise, but definitely on my CV.
The website.
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does, company-wide, is civil litigation. And so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good.
Physics different.
And
criminal?
your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you
How much are they
were
paying you?
retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
All right. And what's your how much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
Wow.
And how many hours have you worked
Physics
on this
pays.
case?
Oh, Lord. A lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here. I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents.
100,000.
Studied pictures forever. Got ready for trial. Of course, that took a while. I would probably say that I have, somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50?
$150,000.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yes. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Of course.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases, I have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant. But I've never worked for them directly, like say, a personal injury case or a wreck case.
50 times 3.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? Which one? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship collisions before, so I do a lot of
where's Jeff?
Maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably within a few months of that accident, and I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would be in line with your what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree? Engineering is a field that is based in science. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is, you form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you might say, well, I think this, and then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Okay. Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the context of giving opinions.
It sounds like he's setting.
And do mechanical engineers, when whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms or firearms, how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Those are very disparate fields.
It's what
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case, it was a murder case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum, and the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors, and I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar.
This is all a reflection of how damaging this
I
guy
had a
was to
case
the
one
state.
time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long-range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock. And then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
And those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course, people in my office.
With your office?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
Yep.
Any certifications along those lines
Remember
whatsoever?
how frantic
No,
the
I'm not
ME
a
got on
firearms
cross? Look how
expert
calm
or a
this guy's being.
pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay. So is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then
We're gonna
yeah,
go
you
through
can
it.
certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about
Nice try, kid.
wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
All right, I want to start with
This kid has a lot of papers to flip through.
the
pen
cell
to
phone.
click.
I think we ended on the last slide, the charts. I don't know where those are. Showing you Defense Exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Sorry.
Elmo.
I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data. So it's just the raw data that was presented to me.
All right, well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right, well, can you tell me, I think you testified before that well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I can show you in general. It's up to you. I mean,
Well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
You want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
Just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification, we're looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this is speed, and then that's time. So time's going that way. And as car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right, well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right. I
Sorry.
don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get my laptop.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider. So I prefer to work on this.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific data on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at this. That's what it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
What does that mean, cross-examination?
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right, does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
All right, now you're reaching.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you
Objection,
identify it on this
badgering.
chart?
This is a really big file.
You're all right,
And well, I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized, so let me just look at it for you. That way you know the answer.
Can you point it out on this chart without
This reeks
without
of desperation.
reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop?
No.
Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered it. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank you. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
This is really dumb.
Well, hold on. You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
Can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Thank you.
That smell is desperation. And he thinks he's winning. I'm positive he thinks he's winning.
As defense, exhibit 142, and same thing, there's no numbers, there's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis.
Because you can't identify it right here and now, this second, it means everything you say is untrue. It's so stupid. Nothing you say is trustworthy because you can't tell me which of these 2 lines that look almost exactly the same is the one
You gave an
that's
opinion on
903.
objects being thrown,
Just
ejected, traveling it.
Pure
What was
nonsense.
posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember
idiots.
that
Yes.
opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer
Like
with
it's
math
hiding
background, what are some
information.
variables you would need to know before determining
It's
the
trying to
distance,
win on style
trajectory,
rather
and
than
speed of an
substance.
object?
Like is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of the window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of a car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like, let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road. And then 57 feet later is the phone, right? So you could make a pretty good determination the phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G. That's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but just
Answer the question, interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably
All
enough.
right, next question.
all right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Well,
Variables.
right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. So for instance, it's going to have a different trajectory if you throw it straight down out your window than it would be if you throw it up in the air or throw it sideways. Those are all what's called initial conditions. And so, but you know, if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way, but you would need more information. So it's, you know, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different information to get like a, if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone tumbled down the street? Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
So you need to know the energy thrown, the energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yeah, so the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
That wouldn't matter?
No.
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? It's a completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
Bam.
While this may be obvious, I'm going to show you.
He just punched this kid in the face.
What's been entered into evidence as
This lawyer never took a science course.
Exhibit 230. I'm sorry. I keep doing that to you.
Factors, you know, folks, only help you refine the answer.
Is this the side of the?
If you have fewer factors, you still have an answer.
Is
It's
this
just
the side
less
of the
refined.
road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States, sorry, I'm showing you states 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
What the heck is he showing him? What are we looking at?
The landing site of Maggie's cell phone.
They had
where
all
it was
these leaves
found.
around in June?
There's always leaves there. It's woods.
I guess.
No one's going in there to rake, Joe. It's not New Jersey.
In New Jersey, they would.
You know, I'll just do the field fast. And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Moselle?
Yes.
And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of it.
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then near at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered as 232.
None of this was
Different angles, that
the
look at
question.
the
The
same
question was, would
road
it
to you?
rotate?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right, on the side of the road.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
Somebody take Joe to the zoo so you can see some leaves.
When you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily
Zoom
for
must
like
still be
OSHA
open,
related
right?
things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the sound studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now. because
The sound studies?
yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms where, say, somebody gets backed over with a truck, audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory. Like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance? So
And would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work and it maybe relates to OSHA?
no, this was a murder case.
Oh,
So
the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
no, the other ones, typically are going to be civil litigation where, you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible.
The sound waves
alarm
work
that's,
differently in the civil and criminal
loud enough
context.
or-
Don't you know?
Yeah,
Or
obviously.
just
very
plain-
Throw the
different.
engineering out the window. That
Sometimes
was
what
civil
happens in
engineering. That
car
wasn't criminal
accident,
engineering.
Car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint of your defense exhibit. For the defense exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143. All right, if you could please to page, I believe 75 or exhibit 76.
Hey, Joe, check your private chat for a moment.
All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh, yeah, no,
1,000.
it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, please continue over to exhibits. If you just fast forward for me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1, just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition, what kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay, and do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right, if you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a lawyer, the lawyer, Jim Griffin, provided the two weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office, his name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert, but
That's fine. All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you
What
go.
difference would that make?
All right, this, reverse one, please, thank you.
In terms
All
of
right,
how much
this
noise
picture,
it
what are we
makes.
looking at?
that's the ammunition. That's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but this is a similar load.
So similar but not the same,
That's correct.
and not the same manufacturer.
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have
it's
to go.
clearly
So,
the
but
3-inch
you
Federal
concede you
would be
didn't use the
booming
same
loud
gauge
in
for
the
buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
No, it's probably slightly different.
The state
All right, if
doesn't
you would
know what
please
buckshot was
continue.
used in the murder.
Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
Do you know? Do you know which shot was?
The state doesn't know.
How it was used? Yeah, I know.
All right, if you would, please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Moselle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
That we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
In a
that's
room?
right. Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And we've
If it's
heard
10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you got the radio on a little bit. The train horn could be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, and then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it. Because again, that's twice as loud or twice as soft.
And if sound's relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert, how did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background. So it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense, are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound
trees,
tests?
in the
The
year,
sound
the trees
tests were
got big enough
January
to
5
stop
of
the
this
sound?
year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures. If you wouldn't mind backing it up to Exhibit 14. It's the closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture Exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically, this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later.
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
So it will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up too. It's like I said before,
because
it's
the
like
cheese
a big
grew.
half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably obviously did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make correction for the trees, but it was only, I think it was 1.7 dB, if I recall. But so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there and whatever the tree height were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's two. Let's just call it 2 decibels. And what I'm talking about is, background inside the house, if you had the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity,
somehow this kid
wind
is
speed,
making the expert seem more credible
the trees,
than he was
all of those,
before he
even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 25.
Right, let's drop that line.
It would be toward the end. Forward.
But what about those extra 2 decibels? What about that?
Like a pin dropping on a desk is probably not 2 decibels, folks.
Next one, if you would.
Joe, check. I got another private chat to you.
Oh my God!
I know.
I just sent him a link.
Oh, you did? Okay, that's what it's about. So,
what's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner at 3 meters and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel rating on that?
70.
Be 70?
Yes.
And you said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
He got this one.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower.
Well, the lawnmower is what, at 30 meters, which is, that's, 100 feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to? Extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me? So at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that?
Such a mistake to attack
to
experts on their area of
feet?
expertise.
Did you do the math?
Yes.
This lawyer didn't do better math than this expert did. Now he's allowed to do extra work, and when he wanted to go to his paperwork and give him an actual answer, that wasn't already
It's
enough.
actually a slide.
I almost started to feel bad for
But I've got the
this
chart.
lawyer.
Give me a second.
He's like being Paul Murdaugh right here in front of everyone.
So what I did was when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet.
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, so
Indeed.
So because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up for, I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels.
But you need those
beginning
factors.
At, 3 feet or beginning at 3 feet, and then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet, and those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
But you'd have to know the rest of those factors to know if it would matter.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house, it's in my other report. Inside the house, it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet.
Relevance.
You extrapolated that out for distance. What would the decibel be? Just lab setting. What would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it, but if you take 3 feet.
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
That sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number you did.
And if you wouldn't mind, what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Let's see.
That's in a lab setting. Objection relevance.
It says
We're
jet
not a lab
flight
setting.
at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Thank you.
You should object on the relevance.
Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly, if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards? Yeah, you have to keep going. Just the first part of this.
They made the young lawyer do this cross.
All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with the a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45.
This shot would be super attenuated.
It's going the other way, towards the end of it.
Fired
Right
into
there,
an
44
enclosed room.
All right, so I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
I ran a rope.
You said you, correct me if
That's
I'm
what you see in
wrong,
the
like,
picture.
you can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right.
You
And
lowered
I
yourself
didn't
down.
do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Well, not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also
No in-house
tested
training.
shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the
Every 1
ammunition,
inch.
but for this one, it's
Now
pretty
you just
clear
can't
that
fuck-
He
the
doesn't know
spread is
anything.
about the size
kid
of a
doesn't know
window
himself.
because the
He's
muzzle
trying
of the
to test him.
shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3
Spread's
feet
about an
inside the
inch
door.
every
It's a
yard,
10-foot
folks.
long
That's what he's
room.
trying
So
to
at
say, I
7
guess.
feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window may be 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun every yard? How much it spreads, the cone? Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge?
That's
I don't
Do
know
you
the
know?
number. I don't know the number off the top of my
You
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up. Okay.
And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know?
What's that
Or
even
inches?
mean? That's not English.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what you
read
tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this
I've
particular
forgotten
case,
more
then what
physics
you
than
would
you'll
do,
ever know.
You would go to the literature and find those answers, but I don't have that
That's a great
memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up,
What do
and
you
we see
think the
this
bullet
line.
made a right turn?
Are you not
somewhere?
giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a
Cone's got
shotgun.
nothing
How
to
can
do
you
with
get that
a single
opinion?
pellet.
You don't need to know that. So because what you have
Tell 'em.
here, you got a
Tell 'em,
hole in the
son.
window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There is a impact mark on the tree.
If
That
you're only
pellet
concerned with
traveled
one
straight
pellet, you're
distance
not talking
between
about
those 2
spread.
points.
Spread is
Right.
And 2
multiple
points
pellets.
forms a line. You don't
Yeah,
need to
he's-
know
he's
the
following the
spread.
trail
I
of
mean,
one
that's
bullet.
actually what happened was a
That's what
pellet
he's saying.
came out of that
fucking
gun.
answer.
It passed through the victim. It
Crush
went
this
through a
pot.
hole in the window and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun.
Mhm.
Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right, so how do you know that?
I beat Sled.
How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets. Or
He's
that
admitting
went
he
through
was
his
not
body.
bad.
They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
Oh my God.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went
kicked
through? Did you
Sled's
analyze
butt.
it?
That's what he just said.
Well,
Did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
Allow him to answer.
I didn't hear the but.
He did say
Go
but.
ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big. And so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there was 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many-
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window in my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
Two slides forward.
Wow.
What's this big thing here at the bottom?
That's your
Big
ego.
opening. Exhibit 47.
You talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I counted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the.
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Oh my God.
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot and there's one missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions?
No.
Yeah.
That you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
You're gonna sound like a dick here, man. Slow down.
We're
The
going to
line
get to
here,
them.
we got.
I object
Sorry.
to that question. We're going to get to them? That's what he said?
Of course, sustains objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
Is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right, is it your opinion that it
Do you have
can
formal
only
training
be
in whether
that
that
pellet?
tree
There's
was
no
harmed?
other possibility.
But
No
do you
other
have any
possibility.
Formal training in trees?
Is that your opinion?
I'm not saying
Are you
that
a
there might be
botanist
some
now?
highly lower
He hasn't had
probability,
in-house
but
training, he's
if
just a
you
low-
stand in that room
Oh my
and
God.
we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're
I'm gonna have
scattered
to
all
stop
over that
taking notes.
window.
Spoiler alert.
And
the
you
lawyer's
look in the
name is
direction
Tim
of the
Braden
damage
Hobbs.
to the tree where
Hey,
Paul
Joe,
was
pass me a
injured.
shot.
That is the only one. And
This
it's
is
just,
Did you ever
it's
receive
just,
homicide
I don't think it really matters
This
one way or
crosses
the
a
other.
reminder that I owe Let's
All
Go
I
a
can
shot.
say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today. It
And
really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training.
Asked and asked,
Correct.
third.
I am not a pathologist.
But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms,
Oh my God. He
no
hasn't need
shotgun
pathology
specific
or
training other than
or
anecdotal
firearms
shooting a
training
shotgun?
to no physics.
None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
You are sitting
Right?
here
But
opining
it's
about
so-
pathology.
Just count
Is
to
that
9,
correct?
are you?
You got to
I
let
don't
him
see how
answer.
that's pathology. That's simple math. It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Oh. You see, I feel bad for
Exhibit-
this lawyer
I don't know
because
what page this is,
Alex
exhibit
won't do
81 or
mercy
80?
kills because he doesn't have the cojones to do it. And he needs a mercy kill right here.
If my tail was broken, would you kill me?
It's only gonna get worse from here.
And he has a lot more ground to cover. We have a lot more time with this.
Oh, he's probably gonna get to the 2 shooters on the,
All right,
on the video.
reverse it. We'll
too.
start
It's gonna
there.
be great.
Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right there. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's
Well,
taken.
what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
We need to know how tall he is. How do we not know? This should be like an easy. Can they
Like
stand up and
6'4".
measure him?
They have
Like,
other
why would this be a
images.
mystery? Why is his
All right,
height a
I'm
mystery?
going to ask you
Can they not even figure out how
about
tall
use of Faro. Are
the
you
defendant
are you the
is?
one who actually operates the Faro equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did
Have you
your
been formally
equipment
trained
has it
in
been calibrated recently?
handling
Yes, we
heavy
calibrate
Oh, he's going
machinery?
to do it like a DWI
Every what?
case
Sorry.
now.
every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael
Or this
Whitley,
day?
who's a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described Faro as the time as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say though it's not actually a time of flight laser? It's a phase-based laser. Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
So you don't know.
I don't know.
Ooh, ooh.
All right. Beginning at if just
But this
toward the-
lawyer
just the very
knows.
beginning of the slide.
He should have said, "Can you define that for me?"
No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1.
He needs to take a deep breath and slow down.
Yeah.
He's
Did you
getting all
do
fired up.
the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Faro report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud. And Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
And next exhibit, please, exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now, this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you tell me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right. So that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
Do you, and I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience, my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. If you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
What a tool.
What's the air velocity of an African sparrow?
How much pressure treated was put in
How
those
many times
panels?
does it beat its wings per minute?
Oh my god, if he has it, that'll be hilarious.
Objection, relevance.
Relevance. What difference does it make?
Hey, John Diaz. Hopefully the jurors are as irritated with this prosecutor as we are. My 10-month member,
Probably
John
going to be
Diaz.
about 4 feet tall.
Member of the following.
What are you relying on when you say that?
Brother.
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your Ferroscan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. If you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward.
I did not memorize these precise
And I
dimensions
think
of
we
every
saw
object
here, this is
in
the
the area.
this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this.
How
in
many
this case
blades
is
of
much more
grass,
firm
not
than,
lawn?
The quail pen paper
Except for
product,
Bermuda
right?
grass.
Yes, it's thicker.
You don't know off the top
And
of your head, sir. You don't know.
The bullet, which appeared to have gone through
You know
the
that grass
doghouse
grows
and
in
is
the
recovered
dirt?
from
Got it,
inside. Is that your
sir.
understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training,
Lawn maintenance?
or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
I do think that there is
Well, again,
relevance
it's
to the
the
question.
same
as
line
to
of questioning. It would be
whether
based
when
on
it
my
goes through
experience.
something,
I
the
can't
angle
say
might
that I've
change.
ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly
But
reviewed
the impact with
papers
an
and
object like
literature
wood
concerning
could
such,
affect
but
the angle.
typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
This kid is such a
His
doofus. I
answer-
can't.
And I'm
The
going to
answer should
fast
be,
forward
I didn't go to school for a bullshit degree.
to
That's
some of your
how-
Pharaoh images. If you wouldn't mind.
I'd like to question the lawyer. Ask him, "Did you ever test this by shooting through a human being yourself?" It's like, oh,
No, you didn't.
not that I'm willing to talk about.
These,
That was in Mexico, sir. The rules are different.
the body that's laying there covered in a sheet that was added after the fact. That's not part of the Ferroscan. Is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
I don't remember this picture.
Do you have any
All right.
special
And,
training in paper
I know
flipping?
the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to
I
merge
challenge you,
kind of
sir,
what the
to a
placards
paper
were with
flip-off.
the Ferroscan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right, if you would mind scoot forward to where we start with these green lines.
Would you agree there really are green lines
All
floating
right,
in the air?
we're looking at exhibit. It doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out.
You used Pharaoh.
Is that
Pharaoh
the
enslaved
representative
people,
of the
didn't
two
you?
different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
At least
Well,
didn't use
3
Pharaoh
degree
balance.
is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line, and then the 1.5 slopes less. It's more gradual slope, so it would be the top line.
Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's
Going
possible,
back to the fact
right?
they didn't cover it.
I think it's very unlikely.
This is where the state's
This
is where the state's at.
Usually when a
Yes,
bullet
Not
I
beyond
would've been-
reasonable doubt. Is it possible he killed him? Is it possible he killed him?
So
Every
the shooter,
incident
according to your
had
lines
slipped
here, the
under
shooter could have
job
been
fully.
anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line.
Yes.
All right, if we keep going.
Not consistent
This
with
is
the
just
brass.
another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line,
No one said 11-year-old.
it could have been
Objection.
accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have
Yes,
been that
and-
shot.
Yes. and
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line by definition establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits
No
with
one
what you're
said
saying,
11-year-olds.
your mathematics is saying.
You're the one
Lines
who's
up.
saying
Is that correct?
objection
That's
assumes
correct.
fact, not evidence. No one said 11-year-old. It's like he's like asking. It's like this lawyer is
And-
worried that his friends are going to be implicated by this extra
You didn't do
testimony.
you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings perhaps kneeling, did you?
No, you did.
Repeat that.
Did you miss
Didn't
that?
do any
testimony?
other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay, so what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. It's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up,
That's
then
if
it
he
just
shouldered.
gets more and more
Well, it was on his
improbable. So
knee
then
shooting
what
from
I
his
said
hip,
was
though.
this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand,
This was a
whoever the
trap
shooter
question.
was and whatever posture they were in, was between,
And he can't stop him.
assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground.
Lots
So
of
that's
decimals.
basically 2 feet above the ground.
Look at the
So
precision.
That's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How
Ooh, that's
far
an
off the ground
O.
is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's
Holy
hand?
shit.
Which one? 12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
That's bullshit.
Which
That's not a
shoot?
12-year-old.
What the
Doesn't
hell?
matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
What the
Let's
hell's
go with
wrong with this
see the
judge?
back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
12-year-old. How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pin. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, he's gonna, the bottom of his hand is gonna be
12-year-old
like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's
trying-
the line located? Right there. The line.
To discredit
barrel,
the expert.
according to you,
This attorney is
By
a
making
big
him sound
33
ridiculous.
feet the muzzle,
the muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. Uh, 39.6.
39 inches.
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have
No,
a
he's
tape
39
measure? Oh, here we go.
Man, this guy's obsessed with 12-year-olds. We need to check his hard drive.
39 inches right there.
Yeah.
If you back it up 10 feet. Back it up 10 feet. What's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
No.
My finger. That look about right?
5
Yes.
is half.
Right there.
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
How tall are you?
Yeah.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here. Okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right. And the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
Object again. Object.
Objection. Who says little youth? He said
Pedophiles do. This guy's a pedophile. Well, I could work for the state of
8.4
North Carolina
feet.
agency's office.
And how high off the ground is that
Bullshit.
green line where he's standing? Little guy.
This little guy.
This guy needs a
The
battle
muzzle is
pack on that
29
guy.
inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close, right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back? I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet. What happens?
Let's see. So that would be about 47.4.
47.4. Let's see. Is that about right?
Yes.
I can bring it closer.
Yes.
40, you see it?
Yes.
Finger? Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
He's like, I won that one. I won that one.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you.
And one of these shots, if we backed him up to way behind where the shell casings fell, that it could have been someone.
It doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5 slides. Right. Right. Yeah. Right here's fine. That's good. That's good. Now, and I just want to be clear. You talk about casings. It's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing and the charge, the gunpowder inside the casing. But I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right. So and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle.
No cartridge casing.
But you have no training or experience.
The cartridge includes the casing along with the bullet, the primer, and powder.
The studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but
now we can use common sense.
The night of murders.
Do you have any training in common sense, sir?
And so, is it possible that cartridge casings were
Now we're
removed?
speculating.
Yes.
Is it
Speculation
possible
is
that
okay now.
cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge
Guessing
casings
is now okay for the
were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings.
Nice recovery. Nice.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
Right. Is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. That's kind of the whole point. It's like, for instance, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training. Is that right?
Neither were you.
Or certifications. Or crime scene training or certifications. Is
Neither
that right?
were you.
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it
That
couldn't be.
is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives. But you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think as I've tried to get across today is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that two 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that
Finally.
5'2", which we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals.
No, we can't.
That's your
What
best.
the hell
That's
is
your
that?
best guess of what
You
went
can't
on.
guess age
that
of
night?
individual from
It's
a
not
height.
a
What the hell's
guess.
wrong with you?
And again, it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
Let some redirect. This is what the state has, folks. This is what the state has to work with to try to convict this guy beyond a reason.
Maybe someone threw the shells or they ricocheted off of something, and that's why they all fell in a place that doesn't look good for them.
Who still thinks
This is
that Alec
flailing.
Murdaugh killed his family after this cross of this witness by this attorney, by this prosecutor? If they had a case, they wouldn't be doing this.
The words coulda, shoulda, woulda should never
Exhibit
come out of their mouth.
50, I believe it's 53. Right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door. So that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours.
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination, where the gun was held physically.
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference.
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think
All
I've
right.
explained that.
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable.
No, it's not.
Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
It's a variable on how tall
Again,
the
No,
gun is.
barrel of the
because
gun
it's a
was on
straight
that
line.
shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a
The party
variable
is,
if
doesn't
the
matter.
party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a
None of that
variable if the
happened
party
here.
was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
None of that
Not
happened
for
here.
what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
It's something that the coroner established as already a fact. He was not doing any of those things.
It's not relevant to the height
Well,
of the
they should
person who's
object.
shooting.
These are facts,
this-
not in evidence. Paul was doing none of this stuff when he got shot. He was shot straight on.
What if there were backflips? What if backflips were happening?
Yes, what if a battalion of Chinese paratroopers dropped in?
If there was a trampoline involved, would that be a variable?
We're indulging.
If I was touching a 12-year-old's penis, would that change it? Oh, God, I hope that doesn't.
England DDG says, law of self-defense needs to get drunk on a stream. If a shot equals $10, this is 5 shots. I'm willing to subtract 1 for the pellet in the window because reasons. Get his book for the low price of free plus shipping and handling. I think this is a fair offer. I think that every one of us would agree that it's a more than fair offer. That for
And you can get
shipping
that
and
book
handling.
at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, lawofselfdefense.com/Joe.
All right, and further to the variables, I think you just said is it not a variable to you? Trying to ask this as clearly as possible. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
It's not
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
I would think that
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
Redirect.
So they're going to rebut with a witness who's expert who's going to say all this matters. But all they can do is add uncertainty to the evidence.
Yes.
So much to straighten out.
Oh, Dick's getting
Let's
riled
deal with
up.
his last questions. About these variables. You're an expert. I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick.
Don't do that.
Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
The bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So all the, well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so, did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any.
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line based on the SLED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angle, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
The judge is objecting for the state. Oh my God.
If he's not objecting, it's not your job.
What the hell is happening?
That is not your job.
What the hell are you doing, Judge? My God, that
You were
is
asked
the
a question
worst display
about
of
the
bias
number of
that I think
pellets.
we've seen this entire time.
Did you review Agent Worley's report of
That is
her
the
notes
worst display of bias.
based on her visit to the location on
The
July
sua sponte
16, 2021?
objection from the bench. My
Let me
God.
hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those.
I mean, of course, the state's not objecting because that prosecutor is now dead.
That's really a bad reflection on the court for the
And also,
judge to sua sponte object.
Foundational. A little bit, at least.
Right. That was terrible. That was embarrassing. That's embarrassing for the
Any
court.
objection to putting this in evidence?
Maybe I hope the judge doesn't object for them.
Hey, why not just render a verdict, Judge?
That was really just wrong. I don't know if this is true. I don't know anything. I'm simply saying I don't like that conduct from a judge. That's wrong. To me, it feels terribly wrong.
Elma. Opposition to evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Let's go page by page. This is page one, and then we'll go Okay, how about take it down a little bit? Oh, no, that's okay, that's fine, that's fine. So, what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page, okay? What's there, that shadow? What's that about?
That's you.
Okay. So tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets?
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can, what happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G or projectile entered the interior side of the window. Defect K is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information that you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean, there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence. The evidence been listed. So there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be, what is that? What does that cover?
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Yeah, the doghouse was, there was the entrance defect, then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered, and then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I1.
I and I1.
Yes.
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the. I'm just reading. I'm not leading him. I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor. Protractor and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle. I think was off a degree.
A degree,
Right.
based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective. Could she had a better perspective than you did and what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop, the wall, defect J, and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2, was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and then
that's 3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again for the reasons
and that's
I've
why we
stated.
see the 2 paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about I'm not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. But about a ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated pass through a person or a wall or anything. Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that pass through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one. What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay, one's from inside, one's from outside? Or
Yes.
What? Okay. So there are 7 buckshot, and which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
Yeah. Maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1,
What does
which
that
would
say
be
at
the
top?
upper leftmost.
Exterior side, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of
22.
22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leaving room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected because.
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and?
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not. And then also went and took a look at the physical evidence, and I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alec Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you use for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, did it make any difference?
No.
Objection, no basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
None. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to answer? I'm sorry. Was he able to answer that?
Objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All of the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house, and I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters.
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but at that level, you would just. I don't want to. It's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. In other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes. As long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SLED, that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a
Objection to the leading. Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any Faro did they do? Faro computer generated? Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that. What if any trajectory computations did they do, SWED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you. And as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable. Sort of, one last question. Was there anything to prevent SWED, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did, anything preventing them? Do they have any, what if any obstacles were there to SWED or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So,
That's Mr. Stain.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out. She's 22.
Objection to commentary.
Objections.
Apologize to the court, Your Honor.
No, he doesn't.
Based on your calculations.
It doesn't matter. The jury saw that she's a short woman.
And based on the assumption that somebody would be holding the rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you could operate that weapon. What, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alec Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
Great way to close. Perfect. Excellent. It can't be, right? I loved it.
Hey, Steve.
How are you doing?
Good.
I'm ready, man.
Yeah,
I've been listening.
He addressed all that. That was great.
Yeah.
The prosecutor's got nowhere to go now.
That was terrible, Franz. That prosecutor was flailing.
Yeah.
I know you just answered that question, but it could be on anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 Blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
You step down.
The prosecutor was terrible. I've been listening kind of in the
Ladies
background.
and gentlemen, that be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
That was still some
Looking
flailing.
at it's almost
after
5:30
flailing.
now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave, since it's taking you a while to get up.
Great witness for the defense. What did you say? Oh, what happened?
Absolutely monstrous.
Monstrous witness for the defense. I mean, I'll tell you, just with that one witness, I have reasonable doubts. I have a lot of reasons. In fact, I think it's exculpatory
I was muted.
of physical evidence. I mean, that is just crushing. And and the state had nothing.
9:30.
I don't know how anybody can have confidence in this prosecution after that cross-examination. I mean, it just strips everything away. And by the way, Steve, did you ever hear a trial judge object on behalf of the state when the state wasn't objecting?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I hate to say, I mean, I know that everybody's jumping up and down about that. I got to tell you, I've been in some judges that are way worse than this guy.
Yep.
I mean, and I'm this, Sean knows. Tell him, Sean.
especially if the judge is like a former prosecutor, they will jump in and they're so obsessed with protecting the record, they'll protect it, they'll intervene themselves at times.
Yeah, it doesn't make
It's
it right.
ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. That's right. But no, I've had judges so far out of bounds you wouldn't believe it. But so this guy, I disagree. He was absolutely wrong for doing that, for jumping in and doing that. I don't think it had an effect on anything. It does show somewhat state bias, but it's very, very common for judges to do that, even though it's wrong. They shouldn't, but they do. Did we lose good logic? Are we? I've got notes here, man. I've been taking
Joe's
notes.
sleeping it off now.
Okay. How's it going, guys?
It's going pretty good.
It was good. Frankly, ironically enough, another good day of fairly interesting testimony, at least in terms of substance, if not style, when Nick's not hosting the stream. Nick got screwed again.
Nick has got screwed again. Oh, my goodness. This poor Nick.
Yeah.
He's missing all the best stuff, and he has to do the financials.
Yeah, instead the TSA is grinding all over his balls. It's got to be a fun trade.
I will tell you, before we get started here, I want to tell you that, this is the final draft.
Oh, nice.
Minus the forward.
We wrapped up while I was, so I stepped out for a minute.
I object. I object. Leading.
I assume we're done for the day.
I got some
Done
notes.
for the day.
I got stuff. What are you guys doing, man? How you doing, Joe? Thanks for the invite.
Did he? My pleasure. Did he finish? Let me just remove
What's
this
that
here.
Noise?
That's the background noise, but I just removed it.
Okay.
That's why you can't hear the gunshots, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I assumed that he wrapped up his redirect, and we're done with this witness.
Yeah, redirect was like 2 questions.
Yep, but it all focused on you only.
Oh no, redirect was good. Sorry, I forget we're in the case. The defense case in chief.
Yeah, he hammered all over the fact that a lot of your information is because of what SLED did or did not do.
Oh,
Yeah, I
first
was here
thing,
for that part.
on the variables question. Okay, here's the problem with that whole line of question.
Yeah.
The variables question, he was talking about positioning of the bodies and all these different things.
We already know
A variable, when you have an equation, you are solving for something. The something is the position of the firearm at the time of the shot. It is not a variable. It is the solution. Does that make sense? I mean, your solution is not the variable.
Okay, Mr. Science and Math guy.
No, but really.
No, I get what you're saying.
And so, then the second thing is, that is absolute science about a straight line trajectory, about the position of the barrel when it fired the gun. That's the first thing. The second thing is the position of the shell casings relative to that person. Those are the 2 items that you need to know in order to come to the conclusion of the position and the height of the shooter as he made. And those 2 things are established.
Well, what about the variable of relative humidity, Steve?
Yeah. Has nothing to do with it.
Coriolis effect.
What about the imaginary ricochet off of something imaginary that might have been near?
What about the tidal effects of the moon and the Coriolis effect of the spinning of the Earth? What about that? Those are variables.
Do you know how many hairs were growing out of Paul's head at the time that he was shot?
This is where.
Do you know? No looking at your notes. Let me know.
Yes
Do you know?
or no?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
All these, was the body doing this or that? It's like. Are you saying the prosecutor did not? Is the prosecutor was the coroner wrong?
You
he was standing up when he took that shot.
Training in metallurgy.
Yes.
Yes, I have formal training in drawing straight lines off of trajectories. I mean,
you weren't in-house trained, were you, sir?
Very coherent.
You went to a fancy book learning school.
Oh, the other thing. Oh my God, that whole 12-year-old thing was weird.
That got me mad.
That was weird.
Because he was trying to discredit the expert testimony. This is why it got me annoyed, because he's desperately trying to discredit it as being a joke because of the height, which is so stupid. I mean, it's so ridiculous.
God,
as if there's no short people, as if short people are incapable of murder.
Oh my God! If I was Dick Boone, I would pay to have a bunch of short people try to show up in court the next day.
Well, they might have done that. They might have sent for that clerk after he started those comments.
Yeah, well, no, but in the meantime, I would try to find like every short person. Like, here's $50, come sit in the gallery.
But fine.
Yeah, I would hire a bunch of little people to serve lunch to the jury.
5'2" and 5'4" is not really short. I mean, my wife's
Yeah.
5'2", my mom's 5'2".
And
You know?
honestly, they should be out there protesting like that was a discriminatory thing. It was so mean.
No.
ADA.
Oh, yeah. Oh no.
ADA claim.
This is a trial, man. This is war.
No.
You gotta.
I would say
you gotta
that
go.
I also posited to Andrew. I sent him an email early in the morning that my intuition, and this is me speculating. Of course, they're coming here for hard lawyer stuff, but I'm going to shoot it out. I think this could be a young person. I think it could be a juvenile, because it could be because he goes in. He's somebody who's close to the Paul, the victim of the boating accident. He's young, male, stupid, which is typical when you're that age because you haven't figured it out. Everything's black and white and you're crusading. Grabs daddy's double-barreled shotgun out of the cabinet, drives over there on his restricted license, hides in the bushes, right? He's 5'4", and he's got his double barrel, and he goes nuts. Very consistent. It smells to me like a juvenile crime. I don't know. I know that's strange, but I did juvenile prosecution for 3 years. And it's consistent when your brain does not fully develop until 24. And the size, the orientation, the hip shot, which is very, the hip shot to me is very youthful. I'm just speculating here.
I can buy that.
I got some other things. I want to direct everybody's to my locals, and I'm not promoting. I mean, Joe, thank you for letting me on.
Everyone, he's going to leave unless you sign up to stevegosney.locals.com. So please make sure you go over there right now.
Steve will stop the stream.
I'll stop this. No. Here's the reason.
Otherwise, we'll all be forced to leave. It's going to be very awkward. You're going to be staring at a black screen. Please make sure you sign up now.
No. Okay, look, I got purpose here. Here's the purpose. Okay, my Rumble channel, I only am on Rumble, and Locals links in with Rumble. But on my Rumble channel, I have posted, number one, the timeline that we're working off of. I'm posted also, number two, a whole list of questions that Andrew and I went through. And I've posted some additional questions regarding the step data on the phones, as well as questions regarding the movement of Facebook, of Maggie's phone, from an expert on Facebook and iPhones with Facebook interactions. So if you really want to do a deep dive and get some details, go to my locals, and I've posted all kind of my background work on developing reasonable doubt. Now, that was before today, in which case we've got a whole new barrel of reasonable doubt. So
what is your locals in case people want to find it?
Shoot. Yeah, I knew you were going to ask that. Go to stevegosney.com and scroll all the way down, and all of my links are on the bottom.
Oh, come on.
Really? You need a link tree, Steve.
I do. It's in my stevegosney.com.
stevegosney.com.
So, is it also firmly established by this witness, uncontested, that if Alex was in the house, he could not have heard gunshots?
Yep.
Uncontested, right? So the state is speculating that if he was outside, then he might have heard the gunshots. But there's no contest that if he's in the house, could not have heard the gunshots.
We're at this is what I'm taking from today. Mm-hmm. We're at a place in this trial where the state has firmly established for this jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that some people might think it's possible, if you discredit some of the defense's witnesses and ignore their physics, it's possible that he might have been able to be the killer. That's where basically I think we're at this point.
Well, I must say, at this point,
unlikely,
I'm even doubting the state. I have reasonable doubts that he's possibly the killer. And because my first reasonable doubt was the 9:06 time frame in which the phone was thrown and his car was starting. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, so that is exculpatory, and I have not heard that adequately explained. That's a reasonable doubt that he could have even done it in the first place.
Yep.
And now we have this trajectory evidence, which to me also, if believed, says that he could not have been the shooter. So that's two reasonable doubts as to the state's theory. I mean, I really am very I'm very dissuaded by this witness that the state has anything.
So the state's case was weak when they rested, and it's just getting mauled now.
I think so.
Is your locals really Daytona Beach area.locals.com?
I don't know how to change that. Yes, it is. Well, the reason is because I used to do radio. I did radio with a fellow named Mark Bernier for years and years and years. And so I'd go on there and do political commentary and stuff like that. And after the Limbaugh show, and he passed away. And after he passed away, it left a real void in Daytona Beach. And I thought about doing a podcast related to local stuff. So about a year, and so I was looking around for something to do, and Bronca gigged me.
Yeah. No, because you sound like a great tourist place for people who are visiting the Florida area.
I have suggestions.
And I just,
sounds like Craigslist.
Yeah, that's
I
terrible.
got more
that's
comments.
terrible, Steve.
See, I write
I want your comments. Yeah, seriously, you need to just change it to Ghazni Law or something like that.
Can I change locals once it's? I don't want to lose all my subscribers.
How many subscribers do you have there?
I don't know. I just.
But do you have more than 300?
I don't know. I don't even.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. What are you losing already? You know what I'm saying?
My people, my people that are following on locals, who I love very much.
Just open up another locals and tell them you're all moving and leave both active for a week and then flip over.
Talk to locals and see if you can fix it.
What you do is give them
it's all my spare time.
Give them free membership for 2 months to GhaznIlaw.locals.com and then just transition them over. Anyone who was there for a year, you set up a link and a promo code and you basically let them get their free access and everyone's happy.
So much work.
No, it's not that much
I just
work.
got home. I was working all day.
It's much better than sounding like you're selling them some freaking timeshare in Daytona, which is what your local sounds like. I'm sorry. I'm trying to help you, brother.
Okay. I'll work on it in my. I don't know.
For a low price of $20,000, you could stay in Florida for a week every year. It's no, that's what it sounds like you're selling on locals. I'm looking out for you because I'm looking out for your grift, and here's why: because I like and respect you and your legal work and your legal analysis that you provide, and I just feel like you should actually have a name that's reflecting it.
All right. Well, you're absolutely right. What I want to do is to change the name. You're right. Well, you're right. Okay, I get it. I've just got so much. I mean, you know what I've been doing? This book is just overwhelming. My new book is now available for pre-order. It's called "Prepare: The Handbook for Individual Freedom." It's for everybody, and that's my penultimate gift to the world. And so, I don't know. Okay, enough of that. Hey, look, I got another question or another point. Did you notice that the experts for the defense said that he did not do his report until the day before?
Didn't finish it. Yeah.
Why is that? You guys know. Tell him why that is.
He actually said he always does it like that. And what's funny is that the kid attorney was like, "Wow, do you usually do it like that?" He's like, "Yes, always." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
Why? Why do they do that? Come on, down. Let's do the chat. You got to do it. It's because once he writes it, puts something in writing, and puts it down in writing on his report, he then has to disclose it to the state. So he tells the defense what he is doing and what his results are verbally, right? And then does not write the report until the day before. So then they disclose it. So that's why he didn't do the written report until the end.
It's why lawyers like phone calls.
Right. Isn't that sneaky? It's wonderful, though. But like he says, what prevented the state from doing that? Nothing.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about my new book too. You don't know how excited I am about my new book, because the first book is an in-depth analysis of very specific legal questions. Oh, Joe got the book. All right, Joe,
I was
man.
pimping this before you even showed up.
Oh, thank you.
I was. And I was even saying how I got a beautiful little inscription here from you.
You did.
And not everyone, but you have to pay extra for the inscription. I know
No,
I
you
had to pay,
don't.
at least I had to pay extra for the inscription.
No, you didn't. You did not.
Totally kidding.
Come
it's
on.
A joke. It's a joke.
You're picking on me. You've been picking on me, man.
Second edition Ideas and Answers. No, not at all. Quite the contrary. I'm very glad that you joined us.
Thank you.
So overall, how do you seeing as how you're the new one to the panel? How do you think this day went for the defense?
Oh, it was knock it out of the park. I thought especially this last expert, the boy, the son, the younger son was very sympathetic. I don't know how much he really added. He did get in that there was no violence in the family, which I think was a very important point. Of anything that I could extract from that, it was that.
But if he had not testified, the jurors would have wondered why.
Right, but I still think Alex is going to be testifying. He's going to be our last witness, which is going to be spectacular. And
I'll be in Vegas.
Nick is going to be in Vegas. I'm not going to be in Vegas. I'm going to be here, man.
When are you going? Aren't you going?
Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, yeah.
Yeah, the defense, in case you missed it or didn't notice it when it was said, because it was said pretty quickly, the defense plans on wrapping up their case in chief by Friday.
I did hear that. Yes,
Yeah.
I've been listening in the back.
Well,
Actually,
I'm sharing with the audience, not just you. So.
I've been working in and out and had it on 2 times speed. And the southern accents are pretty listenable when you get it at 2 times speed.
Do a doobie and just relax.
But when Joe starts commenting, it's like New York speed. I'm like, oh, wait a second, what did Joe say?
Yeah, that's
I thought it was really remarkable how calm and transparent, despite all the goading and sarcasm of the prosecutor, this expert witness was compared to the state's expert witnesses. How flustered they get when they're challenged. This guy kept pretty cool.
If I was a defense attorney and my closing, I'd probably mention that. I'd probably say, look at credibility. Look at the things you're supposed to weigh. Were they answering the questions directly? Well, let's examine the two. You've got the defense expert here who is being yes, no, sir, thank you. Well, let me explain. And the state's expert, which was pushing an agenda.
And everyone saw, along the same line as what you were just saying, everyone saw how, when Special Agent Owen was on the stand and being crossed, he turned bright red. He's swallowing. He's all shifty and nervous and being exposed that he lied to the grand jury and looking like an idiot. When this
And how about their cell phone expert?
Which one?
That wasn't Owen, right? Wasn't that a different guy?
That was not. Owen was the lead investigator, the one who was who lied to the grand jury about the coat and lied to the.
They had a later witness. Another sled guy was talking about the cell phone data, like the step data, and suddenly the steps didn't matter because the steps could be, they're just somewhere within a 10-minute window. So it's not 10 minutes of walking. It could be 2 minutes of walking and 8 minutes of doing nothing. He was very, very uncooperative with the defense, quite hostile.
I had another. So I'm reading from my locals page some of the stuff that you can go check out my locals page, which I'll change the name soon. Okay, and that is it's amazing. The chat is amazing. The people that are out there, the wisdom that's out there. I had a fellow who's a real expert on iPhones and Facebook and understood the internals of it. Send me a very detailed and complex email, and which I posted pretty much verbatim on my locals page. And he says, based on his analysis of the iPhone app of Facebook, that Maggie was Facebooking all the way up through 8:55:48. So that further narrows the time. They're trying to make it so that the murder occurred directly after 8:44, but my person says that no, she was on Facebook all the way to 8:55. That's 11 minutes after he was at that, which is, even if he took a couple minutes up there, walked back 2 more minutes, you still have 6 minutes unaccounted for. You still have that narrows the gap so tight for the state. So, and the state expert basically misled on that bit. Oh, yeah. Mimi, thank you. Mimi told me how to change my locals. I'll do that after the chat, after we get off here.
Oh, that's awesome. Yay. All right. So, and if you want to find me on locals, I'm at goodlogic.locals.com. I got an active chat going on there as well. People who are watching trial, including Mimi.
Mimi's awesome. I love Mimi.
She's a regular in my locals chat. And she's even there right now, I believe. In addition to being here on YouTube. And if you could please sub up. I am marching towards 100,000. You'd be able to say when I hit 1 million, you'd be able to say, wow, he hit 1 million. I can't even believe it. Why?
I knew him when.
And I knew him before the dude even hit 100,000. I
Well,
was subbed up
I have-
before he even hit 100,000. You'd
I
be able
have
to say that.
3,000 precious Rumble subscribers. I got to do a 3,000 scream. So I thank you very much for the 3,000, my precious Rumblers. You're awesome.
Rumble is awesome also. Yeah.
So thank you for that.
So I'm urging you all to I'm gonna, before I get to the super chats, I'm gonna give I gave Steve a little chance to self promote. I'm gonna let potentially criminal Sean and Andrew give you some background as to where they're coming from. Are you here, Sean? Are you okay?
Yes, I'm here.
How's your COVID, Sean? Are you all right?
It sucks right now. It's getting bad.
He's dealing. This guy has been here all day, all day, and he just comes out and he just like with COVID, and not just he's all day with COVID in freaking Ohio, where it's raining chemicals on him. Do you know what kind of toxicity he inhaled during the last 8 hours that he was sitting here on this stream? I can't even imagine. He's basically going to be growing like three fingers.
Show us your webbed hands, Sean. Show us your webbed hands.
Out of the back of his neck. As Andrew said earlier, he's developing superpowers. He's glowing. Half the time when he's got the cartoon image up there, I think that's like what his skin is actually looking like. All this kind of sacrifice and dedication for just to provide commentary to you. So I urge you, sign up to Potentially Criminal, who's about to tell you what it is that he's been doing on his channel.
Yeah, guys, covering all kinds of criminal topics every week. We do a Thursday show, 9:30s. Have a couple weekly shows on Locals, which is potentiallycriminal.locals.com. I'm also on Rumble, BitChute. Unlike Joe, I don't discriminate against the Irish or Rumble users. So if you guys are Irish or Rumble user, show me some love.
All right. And yeah, and I do urge you. And you're not doing me a favor, you're doing him a favor. So, and to everyone else out there, if you haven't heard of Andrew Branca yet, before he gives you his pitch, just
how
so
could that be?
in case you're not familiar with who he is, I just will let you know he is the preeminent expert in self-defense on the planet.
What's that whistle?
Yeah,
I don't think that's on my
by
end.
me. I think that's by me. I don't know why.
Another grandchild. That's what happens.
So, hopefully not. God, no. But I got so hot before that I had to open a window, and I don't dare close it. But I'm going to let him make his pitch and open his window up here while I mute myself from that whistling. So,
all right, folks, if you don't have it yet, get it now. Best-selling book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. 5-star rated, well over 1,200 reviews. People love it, but do not buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. I'll give you the book for free. I only ask you cover the cost of shipping the book to you. Real physical book, not just some PDF download. You get the book for free. Learn how to be hard to convict, to be an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property from criminal predation. Learn it now. Easy to read book. Most people read it in one afternoon, folks. You get this book for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. And if you'd like the super handsome hardcover version of that same book, it's really lovely, makes a beautiful gift. You can get this book, the hardcover version, at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
There you go, everyone. I recommend that all of you get his book. You're gonna appreciate the results.
Everybody get hard tonight.
So there you go. And all kidding aside, I'll point out to you that if you have a gun, presumably one of the reasons you have it is for self-defense, if not for hunting or other reasons, but one of the reasons for self-defense. And if God forbid you ever find yourself in a situation that you need to use it to protect yourself, your family, or others, you want to rest assured that you're not going to not merely preserve your life, but preserve your freedom from being convicted. We all saw over the last couple of years how people who were in clear situations of self-defense still had to defend themselves in the eyes of the law. So make sure that if you ever find yourself in that position, you're taking the appropriate steps and not making mistakes. Because I'll tell you something. Here's another example. You know, we always joke about that Texan and his whole "I doubt it." Well, I'll tell you this: if you ask me whether he ever read Hard to Convict, I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Because
I get
there's no way
letters
he
from
would have taken
prison
the steps
every
he
month.
took.
Yep,
There's
I get
no
letters
way
from
he would.
prison
Yeah.
every
Go
month.
ahead.
People saying, "Man, if I had your book then, I wouldn't be in jail now."
I get
Yeah.
letters from prison too.
No. So don't find yourself short knowledged when it comes to how to handle yourself in that situation. Make sure you can protect yourself and stay out of jail after the event is over. So
Right. And again, we have the book in both the 5'2" edition, lawofselfdefense.com/Joe, and the 6'4" edition.
Oh, I got
lawofselfdefense.com/get hard.
England DDG says $25, gives $100 and says $25 less fees to the drunk New Yorker who just wants more pizza, but not from Jerry's. $25 less fees to the man with the free book. $25 less fees to the Florida cool nerdy autist. And $25 less fees to the bearded dude who rarely speaks, so is a wise wizard. There you go.
You always have to watch out for the quiet ones.
And $100 to the Jew who's not sharing that $25 with any of his folks.
Typical. So typical, Joe.
I'm a be real with y'all. Nicholas Dowd says they had great testimony and now they ruin it. Jesus Crisp says, what if the shooter fell on the ground while chasing her and unloaded into her back from prone? I think they even covered that situation and said that would make sense.
That's not consistent with the evidence. He'd have to be like 70 feet away and then pick up the shell casings and run over to the body and drop them next to it. The shell casing
But what if it
location.
ricocheted? What if it ricocheted off of those blades of grass that you don't know how many blades of grass there were?
The only thing that matters is where those shell casings landed, which show a clear trail, a path of chasing down Maggie with a gun and shooting as he's chasing from a hip shot, and the trajectory angles establish the position. Game over, man. I know that the jury could still convict him. I get it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that this physical evidence is exculpatory. As much as everybody hates this guy, I get it. He's a financial schemer. He's a thief and all that.
He's a bad person. He's a jerk.
But
Let's face it. He's a jerk.
What is the state answer other than stupid mockery about a 12-year-old, which is a stupid? There's no 5'4" men or women or people or juveniles?
No, they're all 12 years old.
They're all 12. Everybody that's 5'4" is 12 years old.
They might be 11.
Oh, yeah. Well,
or they're Martians, or they're 5'2" Martians. So maybe, I don't know. Berserker says they keep assuming the shooter was standing and shooting from the hip. That's ridiculous. It isn't the Wild West. If the shooter took a knee to aim, wouldn't that hit the trajectory?
Okay, I got
They addressed this. They addressed this.
Yeah.
He specifically addressed this, and he said even if he was, if you look at the length of his knee is 25 inches off the ground, still wouldn't be that angle. It wouldn't make any sense.
But there's another problem with that, and that's a dynamic situation with an active shooter who is moving. And why do we know he's moving? Because the shell casings develop a trail of shots. So what we're saying is that he's firing and then dropping to a knee and then jumping up and then dropping to a knee.
Yeah.
In what scenario does that ever happen? That's a ridiculous theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
it's as if they're basically portraying like he's like duck hunting and on one knee and planted there. And for one reason, one shell is going like much further forward than the next one, and just coincidentally, it's very silly.
So basically, when you're trying to account for these trajectories by saying the shooter was on his knee, you are not accounting for the fact that the shooter was also moving, and the trail of shells show the shooter was moving. So if you're thinking that theory, you're forcing your theory into the facts rather than letting the facts drive your theory. If you say this guy is a dynamic, active shooter, he's going bang, 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 and shooting her down, he's moving. So what you're saying is he's been bang, bang, and moving, and then he drops the knee so he can get the angle, and then comes up and does this.
Maybe it was like a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, and he was doing backflips as he was firing the gun, and that's just
you don't know. You don't know. Could be.
It's a variable. Did you consider that variable? Have you seen a John Van Damme movie?
I'm not on YouTube, so don't sub on YouTube. The only thing I have YouTube is to point you over to my Rumble channel. So people don't promote the YouTube channel. I want you to promote the Rumble channel. So I'm sorry about that. I just saw YouTube promotion. I'm not on YouTube. I don't post on YouTube. They could buy me. They could pay me.
I sent them to SteveGosney.com.
Yeah, that's for everything. That's it.
Right. And I sent them to Daytona Beach houses.
I know.
.locals.
Timeshare.
Daytona Beach timeshare. .locals.
Daytona,
We're good. I got you covered. Don't worry. I got you covered. You're good.
And
You're
how
good.
much? Tell me, explain to me. I know you're from New York and you're a city person, but how much does a tree grow in 18 months?
Well, I haven't accounted for that variable. Wait, are we? Do I need to account for the weather temperature and whether it's a warm winter or a cold winter?
But that was the dumbest attack.
You're not.
How tall is the doghouse, Steve? How tall is the doghouse? You can't handle the doghouse.
The other one was like, it's like asking him, he's like, what's the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? And he's like, well, I'd have to check my notes. No, just answer the question.
You can't answer the
It's like a
question,
memory test.
can you?
Yeah. How dare you consult literature to figure something out?
Yeah, he's not. I'm not just going to spout off BS.
You know what? Why don't you have in-house training? Instead, you use your fancy books.
Right. Imagine if they could answer questions back. You'd be like, well, what's the acronym for adverse possession? It's like,
all right. Lucas says the pellet path would change going through glass, and this is a fair point.
No, it's not. It's not a fair point.
So tell me why it's not, because I thought the same thing. That was like, you know what? Maybe it does strike something, and that changes the angle when it's hitting the tree or whatever. So you tell me why it would not theoretically change a little bit, like 2 degrees.
Okay, here it is. Everybody get a pencil out and get a little piece of paper and on the first piece of paper, draw a little point. Okay, draw a little point. And then draw another point someplace on the other side of the paper. Now, with that, draw a line. See, now you don't draw a curve. If the deflection occurs, it deflects from the point 1, which is the glass, to the tree. But that just changes the angle that it departs the glass. It does not change the point from point A to point B. That is a straight line. So this trajectory change.
But it could deflect from point B to point C is the difference. So,
I understand,
you'd have 2 straight lines with an angle.
But we also have
Paul's another point.
We also have 1 pellet recovered. So the spread does not matter because 1 pellet travels a particular
Right, spread's irrelevant.
Spread's irrelevant.
That was
Second is
ridiculous.
The trajectory of the pellet, we know the position of the shotgun. We know the position of the window. That limits the range to a very small window of where that shotgun barrel is. And so the trajectory, any reflection would be very minor. So that is an insignificant variable of glass breaking trajectory or even body breaking trajectory. That is insignificant given the calculation. This guy was right on the money with his calculation.
Especially with a heavy round pellet like buckshot going through a thin pane of glass.
And again, just like when the state pushes these stupid theories, I question, basically they're saying he's completely right. When they say, well, have you accounted for, all this stupid stuff? That means they have nothing better to cross him on. So they're basically admitting that he's 100% right when they are so weak on their cross. And also, I got so many notes.
Well, and the other thing is, though, at that point, too, we established from the state's experts, they never accounted for any of this stuff either.
They didn't even look at it.
Yeah. They couldn't find it.
No, they didn't care, or they knew it and they didn't want to know it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. The Rumble Rant from Touch the Right who says, hat tip. I hit this guy a hat tip earlier for using the triangle for defendant. I was very impressed with that because that's reflecting being at least going to law school. Indeed, hat tip indeed. You mean the media didn't tell me the truth? No, say it ain't so. However, we do still need a Baldwin exception as he gets charged anyway for aggravated assholery. Well, there you go.
I think you missed that last word there.
I think I got exactly as I wanted to say it. All right, self-loathing lib says, while you're pouring that shot into a baby bottle and fastening the nipple, question: state throwing entirely new team at defense case in chief. Lead prosecutor got in the legal crimes they wanted, and I guess they ran out of room, but I guess said and bolted or something like that. Yeah, it seems like we got new people in there today. It's very exciting. Very exciting. Especially, I hope we have this kid the rest of the week because he's a lot of fun.
He's been there before. He's been there from the start.
Oh yeah.
He hasn't done much, but he was there early on.
This was
he was wearing some kind of brace on his
moment
wrist when the trial started.
You would think that somebody that could do basic addition would be the guy you'd want to cross the engineer.
I don't think anyone wanted to do the cross of the engineer. I think he was a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, it could be. He's a low man on the totem pole. Yeah.
Yep.
Who's the young guy? Oh, get on the case, buddy.
Yep.
All right. Zman says this is ridiculous. You need these variables to get the numbers. How can the state really say you don't need these variables? He also says firearm position is a constant, not a variable. It doesn't magically change the line of firearm. That's exactly correct.
But see, there's two variables: the trajectory, the line, which is determined by the angle of penetration, and the location of the shell casings. Those are the two variables. Draw that line, that barrel of that gun down that line, and then look to where the body was. He couldn't have been in front of the body, right? He was obviously shooting in that direction, so we know the trajectory. So we know that the pointing direction, and then we say, okay, now where are the shell casings? They're around in a particular circle. All of those are very reasonable assumptions, and that to me is, I mean, I don't know. That guy was phenomenal. Great job.
Yeah, he was. By the way, before any more of you leave, because I understand as this week go on, people start packing out. I will be streaming the trial tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, as Nick is not going to be here. So instead of joining his panel, I'm going to be hosting it here, and I'll be inviting back this esteemed panel as well as others. So I urge you to make sure that you're able to find me, which Susan's going to try and hide me. So make sure you can find me. So if you can sub up, that would probably be good. That would probably be good. With Jockey, and also, and by the way, I'm talking to you Rumble folk too, who I'm reading Rumble Rants right now, and that is, sub up. You know where the button is. Just hit it and follow. I know I don't have a face picture there. I'm a little bit incognito. All the more reason you need to sub up if you're going to ever find me again. Well, Jack Hole says, thanks for the stream, Joe, and got your book, Law of Self-Defense, in the mail today. Branka seems very excited about it. There's an exclamation point at the end. Yeah, there you go. Rastin says, forgot the trial. Did I miss any bombshells? I think the biggest bombshell really was this physics expert coming in here and testifying about that the height of the shooter could not possibly be someone nearly as tall as Alex Murdaugh.
Everything.
I mean, he covered a lot of different things.
And that he couldn't have heard the shots in his house.
Yeah, and that the car wasn't going 100 miles an hour the whole way to his mom's house.
Now, I do think there is a little hole that was left there, because I would like to have seen a recreation. Maybe it's coming. A recreation of the flight of Alex down that road with those speeds to see where he ends up at the time of the cell phone throw. I mean, I want to know the time that he passes where that cell phone. I would like to see that. Nobody's done that. Why not?
Yeah.
I have another point, and that is that prosecutors are notoriously bad cross-examiners, I will say, especially career prosecutors. Cross-examination is where you get at the truth. And defense attorneys are generally much better cross-examiners because they do it all the time. That's what they're doing. They're playing defense and they're trying to poke holes. That's why, I mean, this kind of incompetence on cross is kind of typical of your average prosecutor. I hate to say, you shouldn't be, but it just comes because they don't practice it. They're not usually having to be in the position of play defense because they got all the facts. So when they're having to try to blow it up, they're failing because they aren't used to it. So I just wanted to make that point too.
Yeah, and thank you. And Laura the Ree wants to make a point to you. I wasn't mocking. I was serious.
No, I know. You're sweet, but some of the chat they always like, shut up, Gosney.
No, everyone loves you. You're like the most you're easily the most popular person. You're like the Paul of our group here.
The what?
Okay, you're not the Paul. You're like the Ringo of our group.
Oh, I love Ringo. Ringo's my favorite Beatle.
There you go. Everyone's favorite. That's what you are. You're Ringo. So there you go. Laura the Ree says, Steve, I'm telling you, lawyer reacts to metal. You'll thank me later.
But then I have to deal with copyrights. I've been playing a lot. I've been playing my bass. I got to do some more of that. It seems like people want to hear my legal stuff more than my music stuff. I want to hear the music stuff.
Yeah, I had a chat that just popped in here a second ago, but in case I end up losing Andrew at some point before I get here, I'm going to ask him now. England DDG said, I had a question for Branka. Does your material cover UCMJ?
Yeah, it's a great question. So UCMJ is a Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's the criminal statutes that apply to soldiers, sailors, Marines, all that. My materials don't cover it explicitly, but I've done consulting cases involving the UCMJ, and the self-defense law principles in that are not different than what are covered in this book. So what I would encourage you to do is read the book, learn the fundamental principles, then you get the UCMJ just off the internet. It's free, and you'll understand it perfectly based on what you learn in this book.
There you go. All right. Nancy Jennings says, without knowing if an active shooter might be on the property, wouldn't he say, stay away? Not sure how safe this property is.
Well, that's just he's thinking about, wouldn't he say, stay away?
Wouldn't who say?
Alex.
Like, would tell the cops to stay away?
Yeah, nobody come. Nobody come.
Leave me alone here with the shooter.
Yes. Don't risk your
the most dangerous game.
I don't know.
He's on my territory now. This is Moselle.
Dear God, please stay out of my way.
Josh Coward says mob hitman would have brought his own gun to cover himself and to make sure it isn't pinned on Alex so he can earn future money. Well, that's true. Mob person probably would want him to continue earning. I don't know that their first concern is let me make sure Alex isn't getting charged here.
Not all hitmen are smart. There are some dumbass criminals out there.
Love Yasmin Thomas. Don't know who that is. Let's Go Brand says, no shot dodging, Joe. You can wave the white flag, but you can't flaunt it. Pony up. I have ponied up. I'm not a shot dodger. And oh my, did you read my $200 Rumble? Put the lawyer brain to work and then the lawyer liver. I read them all. I read them all as timely as possible. Rocky says, I worked. You're muted, by the way.
Go back. Definitely Not Brandon. I want to shout out to Definitely Not Brandon. It's because of Definitely Not Brandon that anybody who pre-orders my next book, which is going to be out in about a month, as soon as Rackets gets done writing the preface or the forward, that I'm going to upgrade because of Definitely Not Brandon. I'm going to upgrade that quality of that book to the best quality first edition I can possibly make. So the first printing, and that's only the pre-orders, will have foil
gold
cover.
Paper.
Gold foil cover, raised,
nice,
high quality paper, everything. And that's I've chosen because Definitely Not Brandon was very generous, and he's the one that's going to allow me to do that. So I've decided to kind of reinvest. So get the pre-orders in now on my next book. Thanks, Definitely Not Brandon. You're cool.
He is awesome. He's awesome.
And the pre-orders come with one little blue pill.
All right. I worked Negritas and the Hmong, and none were over 5'2". Okay. I don't know what that is, but that's where he worked, and a bunch of pygmies there. Definitely, Brandon says, you don't even have blue face paint on yet. Fire it up. Tara Reyna says, Alex called Rogan. Oh, Uncivil just sent people here. Uncivil on the view has just joined. Hey, Uncivil. How are you, brother? And thank you for sharing your love over here. So, yeah. If you want to pop in here, can one of you send him a link while I'm reading through these? Can you do that?
I wouldn't know how to send him a.
Oh,
I don't
Can I send him a guest link? I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, it's the same link.
Yeah, you copy and paste this out of and then you can tweet him.
Got it.
Yeah. I got it, Joe. I got it.
Thank you.
I don't have his email.
Thank you. 2007's calling and telling me that we need to send this by email. Okay.
Well, what do people do instead of email? What's the big thing now?
Twitter.
No, I don't want to do Twitter.
I just DM it to you on Twitter. You can listen to me, Steve. You can create an account. You can call the account Brilliant Florida Dude. Don't tell anyone it's you. And just tell us, and that way I can DM you the link on Twitter. You see what I'm saying?
I don't want any more technology in my life.
Oh,
I've got my little things. I'm already overwhelmed with technology.
If you're gonna be successful selling timeshares, you're gonna need to get a Twitter account. I'm just saying. Kurt, how are you, brother?
I'm good. I enjoyed that last witness very much. I felt his frustration. I felt his frustration on levels. I have a computer science degree, so I speak a little engineer, and I felt his pain.
But did you have formal training?
As how you qualified.
His pain was my pain. His pain was my pain. It's like, okay, how did you know? Well, I did math. 9 minus 1, 8, and so forth. It's like, this is just.
Yeah, 9 minus 1. Did you get training in 9 minus in subtraction? Do you have formal training in subtraction?
You're right, and I loved his answers, and I did. It's like, does the prosecutor not getting it? Because when he was asking about what assumptions were you making, all of his answers were correct, right? I'm like, the gun is on this line, so it's like, what variables are you making? Is the variable the way he's holding it? No, it's not a variable. Which it's not.
It's not. It's the solution.
It's not a variable.
It's what you
because
are
it doesn't matter
for.
how the person's holding it if the gun's on the line. That's all I'm trying to say. And it's like,
Yeah.
how are you not getting this? And the prosecutor went like through 8 of these things. Does it matter if he's moving, they're moving, kneeling, crouching, the other guy's moving? Like, none of these things are. How are you not understanding this?
Yeah. Yeah, and this kid basically was like, "Oh, yeah, that doesn't count either." It's as if like he seemed like he felt he was winning. Like, "Oh, you're obviously like some sham. You're a hack."
Definitely a lawyer who's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, for sure.
Oh.
Yes, that was the whole vibe I got from him. That was the vibe. Like,
I see a hard life, a hard legal profession coming his way.
Yeah.
No.
I'm giving a little preference to red super chats. England DDG says, I want to know why this panel didn't cover oral arguments today over 2:30.
I will be covering
My
it.
excuse is I was covering
it.
a trial.
I'll be covering it. I'll probably cover it tomorrow. I usually like to wait for the sync between oye.org. They do a sync between the transcript and the audio so that you can see the words in real time. It's kind of nice. And it usually takes them a day or two to do it. So as soon as that's available, I will do oral arguments in that case because it's what I do on my channel.
That is. And
I have a
by
real
the way,
job, so I didn't do it because I've worked.
Check that out.
Yeah, but like to me, if you ask me as far as covering the Supreme Court from all of the law tube genre, I definitely defer to uncivil law here in that realm. This guy's knowledge of Supreme Court citations and case law is exceptional. In fact, I should actually throw a link in the thing here for him, just so you guys who care about Supreme Court law and covering Supreme Court cases have no problem finding him and stepping up to him.
Did the prosecutor realize how many times he said 12-year-old? Did the prosecutor realize that the prosecutor himself has put into the mind of the jury this is a 12-year-old? Because he said it over and over and over again.
That was the goal.
It's like, well, apparently, because now as a defense lawyer, if I want to, I, in my closing argument, can say, well, the prosecutor even themselves suggested it could have been a 12-year-old. I can now put that into my closing argument because you said it repeatedly.
That's a turnaround. Oh, that's a good strategy, actually.
I like that. I do like that.
Well, I was even speculating. I told Andrew that my intuition tells me this might be a young person. Like somebody under 24, like maybe even 16 or 17. It's possible because they haven't fully grown. Their brain's not formed. They're full of hatred and spite and haven't learned to discipline themselves.
Well, the brain not being fully formed might be the prosecutor's problem too.
Yeah, okay.
It's like I felt this guy's pain. It was so painful to me. And I don't know what point he was trying to make, but it just felt like this. He was trying to nitpick him in ways that just doesn't work.
He was trying to make it sound like it was, if you think it could have been a 12-year-old, 12-year-olds aren't running around conducting hits.
I found this buckshot lodged into the windowsill. But do you really know it was from the shot that night? What kind of question is this?
Yeah, well,
what's the range of other possibilities, counselor?
Yes, how many other times you find bullets just lodged into parts of a house?
Please tell me the universe of other possibilities I was supposed to consider as I was considering it against the universe.
Let's add more uncertainty to the criminal prosecution.
Matches Burton says, Gosney, check legality of Admiral Wilson leak, in quotations, found in Edgar Mitchell, the moon landing astronaut possession after his death, government avoiding oversight with UFO tech by giving it to private companies. I don't know what
I'm not a UFO guy, so I can't. If that's UFO related, I'm not interested. There's one of my chapters in my new book is called, is basically the moral imperative of using your time wisely. And so I would just defer to others who have interest in that.
I got this book in the mail.
How do you like it? Have you checked it out? Look at it.
I have not yet read it. I'm planning on reading it on the plane.
I assume from the insight you just dropped that you already read it front to cover, front to back.
Oh yes, I read it front to cover, and it's a brilliant book that's worthy of all your considerations. So
No.
make
I
sure
want
to
your
get
honest
this immediately.
I want your honest opinion. I really do, and
Okay.
especially you, Kurt. I really want you to give me some feedback if you have any, because I mean, you are a very smart guy, and I'm sure you're tried. You don't have to be. You don't have to be nitpicky. I don't want you to be nitpicky, but I
I'll
want
break
you to
out my
be,
highlighter and everything. I'll
Yeah,
break
yeah.
out the multicolor highlighter like it's law school all over again.
But I would
500
respect-
colors of highlighter for my different notes.
but I would respect your honest opinion on these, on whatever you have to say. So
I have to test Steve's theory about the brilliance of uncivil. Uncivil. Can you even tell us what the surface tension of that doghouse was? Do you even know? Oh god!
Do you know the exact height of? Do you know the exact height of the doghouse? I'm like, I guess 3'3". He's like 4 feet. I'm like, yep, that sounds about right. Okay.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you. Yeah. Tara Rayner says Alex called Rogan after the murders to come to the house. He lived close to the ranch. He only took dog home on weekends, likely due to work hours. I keep fighting with Tara over this one thing. She thinks Rogan's the killer here. I keep saying he lived way too far away. I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree at
How
at a
tall
certain point,
is
Tara.
Rogan?
Yeah. Alex
Well,
called Rogan after the murders to
Rogan
come to
is
the
the
house.
friend?
He lived close to the ranch. He is one of the friends, Rogan Gibson. He is one of the friends. He did call him. I do recall him calling, but that doesn't mean he didn't live 3 hours away the same way Buster was living 3 hours away. So, that doesn't really tell us how close he was. I mean, he was close emotionally, but I think his proximity wasn't that close. So, Kyle Bogue says, and the Great Minnesota Snownami has begun. Has anyone going to Vegas from here hope anyone going to Vegas from here gets out soon. Good luck. And the people going to Vegas from this group here include Andrew and Steve and Kurt and Sean. Are you going?
I think
he's got COVID.
No, I'm not going. No, I'm not going.
No. I was gonna say it's gonna be lonely here. I'm gonna be sitting here open my lonesome. I'm gonna be like, help me.
It's not too late, Joe. You can still book that last minute flight.
I so wish I could come. Yeah, I so wish, but I'm not
It's a
gonna
mitzvah.
join you guys.
Come on.
It's definitely not that. It's definitely not that.
It is going to rain the whole weekend.
How about that?
He's a
It's supposed to-
juror. A juror.
Yeah, I'm a juror.
Juror.
Jew-roaring. I'm a roaring Jew. All right. Radioactive Llama
We'll
Pajamas
FaceTime you
says,
from there. We'll call it even.
Yeah. 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 Well, I will be streaming here every day. So help me God. And I really mean that. Please, God, help me. Radioactive Llama Pajamas says, make takeaway from the expert testimony. I guess probably my takeaway from the expert testimony is not that the shooter had to be 5'2", 5'2", but rather that it's absurd to think someone 6'4" could be the shooter. I reasonably doubt a person who's 6'4" would make that shot. All right, and I think that's what the defense wants your takeaway and the jurors' takeaways to be. Definitely, Brandon says penguins are getting taller and more honorable. Soon they will be taking Joe's shots again. All right, okay, I covered it all. State experts get paid. And look at that quality level. Yeah, that's true. They get paid too. David Case says, a little behind, but I think he answered the assumption question wrong. Some of the math requires assumption.
Yes, I actually agree with that, because there are assumptions in all things, even math, but those assumptions you can lay out and be very direct with. For example, you're assuming that firearm, well, math is based on assumptions. There's a lot of assumptions, but yes, that's true. He could have been a little bit. I mean, Kurt, what would you say on that? Because I'm stumped here.
There's a million variables. You can't make them all concrete. You assume the majority of them, but they're the ones you're assuming are not decisive. They don't fundamentally change the outcome.
But
all it affects, the more variables you can make concrete,
By the way,
more
did
precise.
you know that trees grow?
Right.
Trees grow.
Wait, no, I'm not asking you as an
from the
expert.
ground.
But would you agree with me that trees grow?
Yeah, well, and it's like those trees are 18 months old, I mean, come on. It's like what, they grew a foot or 2 foot in a month. I mean, it's like that. What kind of point was that? That's the dumbest point I've ever heard. It's like, well, they were tiny little saplings, and they did when the shots were fired, and now it's 18 months later, and they're huge trees. That was stupid. Waste our time.
England DG says $10 less fees to the pizza Jew, $10 less fees to the free book man, $10 less fees to the silent wizard of law, Lonia, $10 less fees to the Skoda mage, $10 less fees to Saint Autista of Factius Maximus.
I think the last one's me. I'll take it.
All right. Well, thank you.
But I think the Skoda's mage is pretty cool too. Hey, let me ask you this, because all science has assumptions. And like, for example, when we look into the universe, you assume that the physics of the Earth, we project that those physical laws also exist in faraway galaxies, so that when we observe them through our telescopes and we see what's going on, we say, okay, the same physics applies. So when we're looking at light diffraction from a star, and we can tell what elements are in that star by its spectroscopy, then we are assuming that that's the same physics there, and they have the same elements as we do here. Okay, that's an assumption, but it's a scientific assumption. It's a reasonable theory that has not been disproven. It is grounded in science. It's reasonable.
You just reminded me another reason why Einstein was a fraud. Thank you, Steve. Thank you so much.
Why is that?
What? Because he's basing all these assumptions. He's basing all these assumptions. The fraud. Oh my gosh. Everyone thinks I'm going to stand up for him because he's Jewish. That's not happening. I stand for truth. Matches Burns says, I live in South Carolina. What is this snow you speak of? This is coming from someone that grew up in Pennsylvania. Our family moved here about 22 years ago. Saw 12+ foot snow drifts. Never again. Oh my God, 12-foot snow drifts.
Here's a good example. I assume that the laser light provided from my laser will travel in a straight line, and that the make and model of the laser generator does not have a curvy laser. Does not, that is an assumption. So yes, he's basically assuming that his little laser device fires a straight laser, and that so would every other laser device in the world.
Do you know a lot of curvy lasers, Steve?
Exactly. But that's an assumption.
I've seen some curvy lasers in my time. I don't even know what that means.
Got to get them in Harbor Freight.
Definitely not. Brandon says, can we get Lady Logic to drive that shot glass closer to your hand? I don't get it. It's over my head. Buffalo Reaper says, so the state thinks that casting reasonable doubt on the expert testimony removes reasonable doubt of Murdaugh's guilt.
It wasn't even reasonable. The things that we're talking about were completely unreasonable. It was unreasonable. It's like it was such an ineffective attack.
Yeah,
what a waste. What a waste. I'm not sure what you were trying to do. It's like, let me nitpick this guy to absolute death and ask so many questions that just don't go anywhere.
I think we have a new word for this type of crossing.
Can you tell me exactly where on this timeline? Can you tell me exactly on this chart where exactly 917 is? Well, I can look at my laptop. But can you tell in the chart? Can you tell me which line is?
Without looking at the chart.
Are you assuming? What kind of bullshit questions are these?
Exactly.
Without looking for the answer, can you tell me the answer?
Horrible cross.
Matches Burn says Gosney actually lasers in light curve in high gravitation fields.
This is true. They do.
Fair.
So yes, if there was a black hole that suddenly emerged in the middle of the field at Moselle, then sure, fine.
Right. Maybe a really dense prosecutor.
We have a knife check here coming from Melissa Unbreaded. I don't know if you guys have your knives on you, or we're all gonna have to rely on Andrew to defend us if we get attacked. So that may be. Tara Rayner says this guy is photo Chad De Bruin of decibels. It was great. He was great. Grim Wolf, this is just another trial that makes me believe better to die than be tried. Can no longer trust the system in any way. Woody says patiently awaiting the Johnny Depp trial moment where this prosecutor objects to himself. Della Sanders says, so I'm Alex Murdaugh. My son shoots guns all over the property whenever, even by back stairs outside. If I'm him, why would I care? Even if I heard distant shots? Great point. Great point, Della. Indeed, I agree. To him, hearing a gunshot, he probably hears, if his window's open and he hears the gunshot, he probably hears gunshots all the time.
There goes another hog.
Yeah. Yeah, like, oh, okay, I guess we got dinner. It doesn't mean anything to him. It's not like it's like, in some suburban little town where you're like, what the hell's happening? Why we hear gunshots? It's not like it's the streets of Chicago where you're like, oh, okay, the Crips are out again. It's this is a place that guns are going off. That's a great point, Della. Thank you. Tracy says, why did whoever took Maggie's phone not take Paul's also? So this is something the state, I think, has been trying to figure out. And they're saying that his body might have fallen on top of it, but whatever. There was more evidence on Paul's phone. If Alex is the one disposing of phones, why leave one behind with the more incriminating evidence? Yeah, that's a fair question. It's a fair question, considering the fact that by the time he's finished looking at the body, he finds the phone, and it leaves it on his butt.
Yeah, if Alex is the one disposing of it. But what if it's not Alex? What if the murderer is someone different? What if they were surprised by Maggie, who had her phone in her hand, and they thought, oh my God, maybe she video recorded me. After they kill her, they take her phone. Then it lights up while they're escaping because Alex is calling it. They're like, holy crap, I forgot I could be traced with the phone. They throw it out into the woods.
Yeah. Yeah. Lauren says the intracranial decibel level of this prosecutor is 0. The typical level for the empty space or void. Fire Red Podcast at Stephen Gosney in the chat. Are you joining the panel? I think he is. Christopher
Prosecutor might be worse than 0. He might be one of those specially acoustic treated rooms that somehow have negative decibel levels.
Christopher Violante says, I once had a negligent discharge in my urban third-story apartment with a supersonic 300 blackout cartridge out of an 8.5-inch barrel. No one called the cops or even said anything. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, I bet it woke you up, though.
Aiden DG says, I don't like Alex, but the look on his face the past few minutes, I felt for the fella. It's either remorse, amazing acting, or he really didn't do it. Derna says, how many times did they shoot their own window from inside the room before the homicides? This lawyer is one of Jerry Lewis's special kids. England DJ says, I thought they believed in science. Perhaps if they got a CNN anchor, scientists, why wasn't the pellet wearing a mask? Tara Rayner says they didn't mind the pellets going through the window as long as it fit the expert's analysis, but not when you're bringing in a tree. What an money hole. So, yeah, I agree with you. They're very selective as to when they like the angle of the pellets. Very, very selective. Science only works if it favors me, basically. That's the only time we can trust science, if it's proving what I want. Drink up, bad logic. I drank! I caught up to you. Tina Lewis says, it's obvious Mark Sutton sees the bias going on in this court. Kudos to his ability to maintain a cool head. Why isn't the defense objecting more? Well, when they objected on the whole 12-year-old thing, I couldn't even believe it. And I got to tell you something.
That was bad.
Well, we're going to come to a super chat on this topic soon. So I'll wait for that.
I think at some point he had said 11-year-old, right?
Yeah, many times. Yep.
Yeah. So, okay. So 12.
Then the kid got older.
Close enough for lawyer work. 11 and 12, same thing. That's fine.
The kid had a birthday.
He's trying to mock the he's trying to mock the defense. I got an echo. Do you have an echo? Does anybody hear an echo?
Not me.
Just you.
Okay. It's just me.
Yeah. Did the prosecutor talk about any of his evidence in detail? Not the level of detail I think that we got today. So I thought they were great. I thought this was a great day for Alex. Jonathan Drennan says, even if you assume that this cross completely destroys this expert, which it hasn't, I still don't see how his inaccurate opinion proves Alex's guilt. Yeah, they have a problem with that they're not going to be able to present any more evidence. Probably because they don't have much evidence. That's a big part of their problem. Definitely not. Brandon says, you wish you could have chalked the chickens. You chalked the chickens. Didn't you, sir?
Oh, yeah. I just saw on chat with like all the short ladies freaking out in chat. I love that moment in the courtroom where he's like, he has his assistant step up, and my assistant's like 5'3", and the prosecutor's like, objection, facts, non-evidence. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Really? Can you just take my word for it as an officer of the court that she's 5'3"? Really? Do we have to do this? Seriously?
Yeah, I mean, well, even saying something just simple as, that people grow to 5'2" and 5'4", that is not a child.
Dolly Madison was 5'3".
It
was Dolly Madison who did it.
We're gonna get a bunch of
anybody.
super chats on that. No. including this: if the height don't fit, you must acquit. State objects this cross-exam is completely destroying our case. If Alex is not 12, you must acquit. John says, you may have covered, but how is Alex Murdaugh paying his legal fees? Due to financial crimes alleged, wouldn't the government free his assets? I guess he means freeze. Yeah, he probably sees his assets. Just curious how he's able to pay. I assume top dollar for his defense. P.S. Let's go 100K subs all. Sub up. Hit that sub button. I don't know how he's paying for this. None of us really know that. It's all speculative.
Sell Moselle for $4 million, so he may have just deeded that over to the defense team.
I think someone said he had like some sort of money and like some sort of retirement vehicle he was allowed to withdraw from by the judge.
You know, a guy says my wife is 5'2".
Took $600K from the 401K. That sounds right. Yeah, in chat, that sounds right.
My wife is 5'2", definitely not 12. She's 35. Short adults exist. I think we covered this one. Uncle Joe, make this make sense. I wish I could. Bear Ashby says Alex will be found guilty. He didn't pay his dues. Frenchie Irish, who signed up as a signed up today. I welcome you back to the following. I noticed that you had subbed up there. She says, "Have coffee, Joe." So I say thank you. I did. Kevin Dorr says, Andrew, Emily, and her chat are most defiantly pro-prosecution. When the judge objected, she said he objected because it was so leading. It is what it is.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that
that's not his job.
It's not his job. The state is the one that objects. He is acting as a prosecutor when he objects. And sometimes you want the other side to leave. It's like, just let him go.
Yeah.
Why is that his call?
And if there may have been a reason for that, or they got caught sleeping. But you know what? You snooze, you lose. It's not his job unless there's like clear error or something going on. Like
I agree. I do also agree that that prosecutor got caught sleeping. I think he was wounded after that cross, and he was seething on redirect and not really paying attention.
Yeah, that doesn't excuse the judge, and this
no, of course not.
To my mind, no disrespect intended for Emily. Maybe it's different in her look. Maybe it's different in some jurisdictions and others as to what's considered appropriate for a judge to do. I haven't seen that. To me, that's weird. It's weird
just
to see.
To prove that we're not all of the same group think. Do you mind if I offer a dissenting opinion on this issue?
By all means.
Yeah, it didn't really bother me that much. The reason it didn't bother me that much, I think, when I was explaining it to my own chat, is that both sides have been objecting on leading. The defense has not been objecting as much. The judge seems to have been saying, don't lead the witness, which I guess is his version of sustained, to even measure to both sides. I don't think he's been unfair in that respect. For whatever reason, this particular prosecutor was objecting a lot more on leading than they have been in the past. And I just saw it basically as a point of frustration from the judge because it was happening so much, and the judge was just basically just did the sua sponte objection. I didn't think it was wholly improper. I'm critical of the judge for other reasons, but this one didn't really bother me that much.
I would say, let me push back a tiny bit, but kind of split the baby there, because I think that the objection that the judge made was improper. He shouldn't have done that. However, I've seen way worse out of judges locally being in front of him. Well, this is so minor. And, the defense attorney you can work right around those type of stupid objections. So it didn't really affect anything. So it was wrong, but it didn't blow my mind. It was like, okay, I get it. I'll just move on. Right.
I guess for me, it's not just the individual things he's doing, but it's
the collective.
He's building a wall, a wall's built of many bricks. And this is just one more thing of him acting improperly.
I mean, if we want to get into the scope of the financial stuff being way too broad to be proper, I'll go down that road, but we don't have to go down that line of argument again.
Yeah,
so I have definitely have criticisms of the judge.
Look, we all have different experiences with different judges. To me, this was very bizarre. It was very. It was very. This one bothered me almost as badly as anything else, because it felt to me like he's looking out for the prosecution.
Well, I think the prosecution, one of the reasons that they were objecting more on this basis is because I think they find that this judge, this is one of his areas that he's really interested in. So he has a style about his courtroom, and he doesn't like leading, and so they're pushing that button more because it's working for him.
It Moves says he said mass does not matter. Major mistake.
No. You got to be careful because mass, like think about gravity. If you take two objects and drop them in a low gravity environment without air friction, mass does not affect acceleration.
Everything falls at 32.1 feet per second.
Exactly. So that's the force of gravity acting upon mass. The mass does not matter in that equation. So this engineer is answering scientifically using the terms that he's given. The lawyer is misunderstanding what mass is as a scientific definition.
Yeah.
Holy Ozone says, pretty obvious everyone around in there just wants him locked away. He should be, but this murder trial, in quotes, must just be for publicity. I don't envy the jury. Dirty Ezio says, sir, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Do you mean an African or European swallow? Well, how am I supposed to know that?
Did you look it up on his computer?
No, I think that's a Monty Python reference.
Well, I get it. I'm saying, but can you look it up on your computer? If you can't answer the question, don't answer it.
England DG says, good logic equals man of the people. Law of self-defense equals sober advice. Potential criminal equals
sometimes.
Says nothing. Wise mage. Uncivil law equals don't get him drunk. Seriously, don't. Steve equals he's Steve. Steve! Ask about his guitar. Well done, England. Well done indeed. Okay, what do we got here? I got this one. Got that one. Snibble says, you can hear how painful it is for this judge to rule in favor of the defense on anything. Maybe. Ghazni is a modern-day theologian.
My next book is more theological.
Oh, is it? Is it all about the second coming, or?
No. It's a guidebook for living a fulfilled and joyful life.
Oh, wow, nice. Delisanda, witness rock judge practiced from bench mistrial. Kingslayer, Damocles, as in the sword. On state's case in chief, the judge wasn't actually sustaining objections against the state. He would just say, don't do that. Now for objections against defense, he's saying sustain. Then don't do that. WTF is that all about? Well, yeah, that would be speculation on our part as to why it is that he's doing that. But I'll say my gut is he really doesn't like Alex. One reason or another, he don't like Alex. That's just my take. I think that's my personal read. I don't think he likes Alex. I think he's doing. I don't think he's consciously thinking I don't like this guy. I want to punish him. I'll give him that level, but I think on some subconscious level, I don't know, because you're looking into the language that he's using, and to me, that's probably a subconscious. He probably doesn't realize he's done that. Dr. Spoon says the drug gang's #1 hitman is Peter Dinklage's size, called Crazy Chicken. That's funny. Cinch says this lawyer said that they put up exactly why I hate the lawyer that they put up is exactly why I hate prosecutors in the state. Absolute waste of taxpayer money. Yeah, I think a lot of us didn't like him. Although I'm kind of looking forward to him because he makes me laugh. Charles Argo says, I think it's the son of the dead housekeeper watching from South Africa. Professor Lodge says, my wife is 5'1", so it is possible. Wait a minute. She was in South Carolina then. And seemed to have more blood on her than usual. Joe Users says, do the laws of physics work differently in your kitchen? I mean, the state's case? Could be. Who knows? Mandy says, Connor Cook on boat during accident. Cousin to Anthony Cook, boyfriend of Mallory Beach, is short. To add to your theory, Steve. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. I'm just saying that, that
you are. You pretty much just said, I'm not going to name any names, but, the guy I'm thinking of, his name rhymes with Monner Book. And I understood your point, though. Your point was this feels like that sort of slaying without narrowing down to one individual, right? Is that fair? I got you all tight-lipped now.
Well, I don't know. What do you want to say?
All right. Dallas Sanders says defense makes judges' interjections mistrial balls. Nancy Jennings, wouldn't professional police dogs follow a trail? I'm not sure where we had professional police dogs.
That's a pretty good point. I mean, they could have tracked from the bodies to see if there was a perpetrator, but of course, what would they be smelling?
It was raining though, wasn't it?
Later, yeah, they came.
I mean, so that the dogs would have been that would all got lost.
Speaking
of dogs,
yeah. He's not a tracker.
C-Man says Joe's words of wisdom. Oh, good. I had something good today. It's not what we think; it's what the jury thinks. Watch the Low Country doc this weekend, and a lot of residents feel like he's more than capable of this crime.
What do they know?
Yeah, but they're the pool that's being selected for this jury. Brown Eyed Girl 714 says, I'm 5'2" in my 30s. I always knew E.T. was my daddy. Living on Love says, so they're saying he hid the guns, NCR to be found, but left behind the casings? Why would he give himself such a short time before returning home after? Yeah, I don't know. It is weird. He could have just hung out at his mother's house for a long time there. England DDG says, I take issue with the prosecutors are negative. Look, here's what happens. They learn how to argue. You don't. They either move up as prosecution or they become the best defense attorneys you've ever had. Often, the latter is the case.
Well, okay.
Aubles says, Joe, why do you discriminate against the Irish? I don't remember doing that. Did I do that? I'm pretty sure I didn't do that.
Yes, you did. I remember.
You remember when I did that?
Yes. You also were mad at Rumble people, discriminating them.
No.
Oh,
I said redheaded stepkids on locals. That's what I said. That's where they said that. That's an old reference. So that's my term of affection. That's my term of affection for my locals peeps.
Well, no, you said the Rumble people.
That's a long time ago. We've reconciled.
You said it today.
We had no. What?
We remember, Joe. I remember the slights against my people.
Oh, I love Rumble folks. Rumble folks are amazing. Stop it. Don't defame me like that. Lisa Ramirez says, okay, Emily and Runkle have said the defense attorney pointed the firearm at the defense and said, tempting. Obvious Poot was making fun of himself after he said to the witness, position me, would be tempting to make a dirty joke.
I thought
I'm not sure who he was saying tempting in respect to. It might have been the prosecution.
I thought he was almost pointing at the prosecution. She's like, that seems tempting.
Yeah,
I thought it was hilarious.
I thought he was making it. Yeah, I think he was. I think he was trying to make a joke to like sort of be endearing.
And everybody
like, hey,
laughed.
that's my enemy, and everyone did laugh afterwards. So I think whatever the individual watchers thought of it almost doesn't matter in the context of how the room reacted. So even if someone was offended or thought he was being crazy or a lunatic or reckless, the reaction of the room is really what you care about more than like the reaction of people watching on video.
They're always laughing until you cycle the bolt.
Hey, I got to run, Joe.
All
Can
right.
I just make a little point?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a live stream tomorrow night about 8:00 to celebrate my 3,000 Rumbler subscribers. Woo-hoo.
Go Rumble!
Yeah, congratulations.
Greatest site on earth.
So party at my channel at
Afterwards.
8:00, and we'll talk about whatever. All right, I'll see you
Nice.
later. Thanks, guys.
Check the boy out, my boy Steve Gosney. I'm gonna be able to get you back. Yeah, he's bailed.
Oh.
All right.
Make
Joe,
sure to check out his book, Ideas and Answers in Law.
Matches Burns says, Joe says, some of my best friends are Irish. Not cool. Not cool. I'm being totally besmirched here. All right. Living on Love says, also, the leafing objections I guess leading objections are BS when half the state's case and theories are presented by their leading questions. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's a frustrating thing, this trial. MS Krim says, who testified the exact time the phone was thrown? Was that today? I missed that part of the testimony. They have theories based on the last time when there was phone, about like the last time that the phone lit up, like the backlight thing, because it had, and they say it moved a 45-degree angle. That came up like 2 weeks ago or so. That's why they're speculating as to
The
when
final
it was thrown.
orientation change.
Correct. The final orientation changed before before the phone was located by SLED. So
I'm gonna leave that joke alone.
All right. England DG says Branca should pay me for marketing instead of me paying the New York Bagels aficionado for attention.
Hey, man, if you do marketing, we're always looking for marketing. If you actually do marketing, email support@lawselfdefense.com and the subject line put forward to Andrew and let me know what you do.
All right. Keels Max says, I'm late and on the video. What great evidence. Thanks, Joe. Branca, Legal Vices, and Potential Criminal. You guys are the best. Well, you're very welcome. And thank you for your support. Grant, thank you for the super chat. Della Sandar says, you're getting my money because of Kurt, uncivil law. Well, thank you, Della. I appreciate that.
Cival.
I know
French
this
variety.
I know this
I'm
dude.
making my
Launder
friend Joe
clips.
richer, and that makes me feel good.
Yeah. Launder clip says, public service announcement. I changed my profile pic, but it's still me. There you go. With the whole Johnny Depp and that thing going on. All right. Frenchie Irish says, uncivil looking trim.
Thank you.
And Dougie Fresh says, can Alex give closing without testifying? Please answer honestly, please. He's not the one giving it. His lawyers are the ones who give closing.
It's
not
like
him.
that would be hybrid representation. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he would literally have fired his attorneys, but that would make no sense.
Yeah, that would make no sense at all. Tanner says, what is the state's theory on how he got rid of the 2 guns? Still undiscovered. Forget everything else. This alone,
The
enough
blue
of a reason
tarp.
for that, in my opinion.
The raincoat.
And it's the craziest thing in the world. I don't know. Melissa and Brennan gave us a knife check, which I think we covered that. Professor of Logic says, let's ask Buster if they communicated through gunshot Morse code. Jonathan Riggins says, tell me how tall the doghouse. Tell me how tall the doghouse is. 4 feet. Tell me how tall the doghouse is. Professor Logic says, you have an echo. Did your trees just grow, Steve? Wastelander says, it was Chucky or aliens. Either is reasonable. Certainly more reasonable than Alex. And Professor Logic says, if Alex takes a stand and can't resist stealing from the judges while on the way up there, will it bias the jury? He probably can't. He's such a thief. MS Krim says, Paris Island is not too far from there, Moselle, and there are many Marines there that are 5'2" to 5'10". Hadn't thought of that. Hadn't thought of that at all. Michael Gallagher says, Kevin Hart is 5'2". I think he did the murder. DC v. Titan. Average women height in Japan, 5'2" to 5'3". Yeah, but this didn't happen in Japan. This one we covered. Pope Rackets Touch Me says, if you drop and shoot a bullet at the same time, they will hit the ground at the same time. On a level ground, vertical and horizontal are independent.
The vertical vector.
That's physics. Professor Logic says, new theory. The shooter was over 6 feet, but fat enough to depress the ground to the point where they appear to be 5'2", the perfect hitman. And finally, definitely not Brandon. I don't know if did I hear from you today? Were you here? Did you watch the trial with us today? I missed you, brother. Says you went in on the Irish again after I left. Compensatory shot, potentially treble damages. All right, and that is our show.
All right, Joe, thanks for having me on.
Please, I'm going to have them back tomorrow. Make sure you come back here tomorrow. Tonight, I may stream. I'm going to try to stream. If I'm strong enough, I'm going to stream. Good chance I'll stream. You need to follow me on Locals to find me there. You also need to sub up, hit that button, then go down to the description and be good about this. Just pay. No, you don't have to super chat. No one's asking to super chat. But these people are all working very hard here. They're working very hard to give you their commentary, their thoughts, and their ever entertaining insights. And if you could please make sure you just take a moment, click the link, hit sub up to my friends here, Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense, Potentially Criminal Sean, and Kurt, Uncivil Law, as well as all of my guests who came in here, Steve Gosney, James from Courts, and Legal Vices. I would be most appreciative. Thank you so very much. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, I'm going to be
Good night,
streaming
guys.
this trial again. Take care, have a great night, and as always, Godspeed.